they're constantly pushing it, you may release it. Conventional ways.
Drum roll.
It's usually if they're pulled far too tight, it affects the reverse benefits of the action. It bends it in.
It's straight enough. They want to know what's just letting the drive, you don't stick it there and you can't get the lid out of it.
Better be savage in between and then it's done for the rest of the race.
I don't particularly want to test it either.
No, just leave it.
Just leave it.
Just leave it. As long as it's tucked under visually.
Yeah.
It's all them little wobbly bits. You struggle to get off. That's why I have to need little movers for the
What's this oil?
Yeah. Something that's been dropped on it, spray it.
Goes to red. It's all red.
With one of these. Because of this pack, much prefer just using the traditional brush.
I think
Don't worry about them.
I think we'll go with it. Stick it out the other side. Still stick it out. If you look over, you'll see it. There you go. That's a thread. I left the thread there. It's just extra stickiness. Yeah.
Before you buckle them up, loads of threads there.
Just
Okay.
wipe them under.
I think there's one there too. One there.
Yep.
on to table 11. On table 13, please, Cole Bedford, Stephen Allison. Cole Bedford, Stephen Allison, table 13. And on table 14, Harry Compton and Toby Vernon. Harry Compton, Toby Vernon, table 14, please.
Funny enough, same to yourself.
Selector, rewind selector, rewind selector, rewind selector, rewind selector, rewind selector.
talking about?
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one, I'm the lady that would bring you down. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the river, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this
Okay, now, from the beginning.
There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the river, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place.
Okay, now.
Are you ready?
Good afternoon and welcome to day 2 here in Coventry for the European Professional Championships, where we're going to be bringing you the finest players in the world who will all be contesting for the various titles this weekend. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by our resident expert Mark Pickworth. Mark, reflecting back on day 1 yesterday, what are your thoughts? I mean, we saw some absolutely amazing pool.
Yeah, we certainly did, and started off with Liam Dunster, the world champion, our IPA's #1 player. He started off in incredible form and dispatched, came through that match very easily. We saw Mark Farnsworth towards the end of the night, the #2 seed. Obviously the favourite for this tournament, as he always is, for whatever that reason is. He's just mainly backed and he's so consistent. It weren't his normal self, Mark wasn't. His brake wasn't working for him, but he got over the line with a fantastic clearance towards the end, and it just shows what the mental skills that he possesses, and to get through that match, 8-7 in the end, very late at night, it just shows a credit to him.
Yeah, and we also had another 8-7 epic featuring our recent Champions Cup winner, Corey Rees. I mean, he looked dead and buried in that match, but I guess when you are in form and things are going for you, you find a way to win.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he found a way to win. At 5-2 down, he was dead and buried, and he his head was in his hands and things were going against him. Curtis was getting the nice little rub of the green, etc. But Corey's Corey. He just knows he can win every match, and maybe that's something that he's learnt over the past 3 to 4 years about how he needs to win matches when he's out of them. And we saw some of that yesterday, and to come through that match 8-7, even with all the twists and the turns in that final frame, which anybody got time to watch that back on YouTube? Probably not today because there's so much action to go through today. But yeah, incredible strength again from Corey Rees. And is that just a sign? Can he go on to win the title? It's going to be an interesting one to find out.
Yeah, he's certainly the man in form at the moment. And so we're down to the last 16 stage of the professional event, which we're going to be bringing you throughout the day today, culminating in the final tonight around about 9:30. Obviously it's live sport, anything can happen, but all the big names that you've mentioned, the Liam Dunsters, the Mark Boyles, the Mark Farnsworth, the Corey Rees, the Gareth Hibberts, the Clint Iansons, the John McAllisters, the list goes on. It's going to be absolutely epic, the conclusion of this event tonight.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, you've missed a couple of names off there. JJ Fall, you know, I saw you was running out of breath there towards the end. You know, JJ, he got to the World Championship semi-finals. He got to the Champions Cup Event 3 final, and it just shows how much he's got a superb mental strength as well. And he only just missed out in that final match, to be honest, to make it the grand final. But he's going to have a tough match against Mark Farnsworth, JJ is, but one I'm sure he'll be looking forward to. But this match coming up, Liam and Mark, wow, what a start to the day. 2 Scottishmen in this last 16. There's 3 Scottishmen in this last 16 in total, 6 Englishmen, 3 Welshmen, 1 South African and 1 from the Isle of Man. We're in store for an incredible days of action.
I thought you were about to tell me a joke then, but it sounded like that. Yeah, we'll just preview that match in a second, but lots of other pool action going on today. What can you tell the audience about, you know, the outer tables, the other 19 tables?
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Yeah, so we're going to be focusing on the professional event today. The open event, that started late last night, and I mean late last night, around 10 o'clock. I think some matches were 8:30. They've been battling away in group stages, and they're going to come to a conclusion later on today, where then we'll start the 1-2-8 very late tonight. The ladies, they've started already in their main event. They've got a cup event as well, which starts tomorrow. There is loads and loads of action. Let's not forget the amateur event that started yesterday. We're down to the quarterfinals now. That's going to come to a conclusion on Sunday, and we're going to see. Are we going to see some new title winners? That could possibly happen. The strength in depth in the amateurs is unbelievable. And the ladies, they've gone from strength to strength. We saw some incredible ladies matches last season, and I'm sure we're going to see plenty more this coming season, and probably mainly tomorrow.
Yeah, so we'll be bringing you all those finals tomorrow, but as I said, it is about the professional event today, and the match coming up we have all been waiting for since this came about yesterday evening. Liam Dunster, the world champion, against the man who's making his return after, you know, all the terrible personal issues that he's had to go through. He's here, he's back, Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle. What can we expect in this match?
It's going to be a blockbuster, one definitely not to miss. I'm sure Scotland, they're all tuned in. They can't wait for this, and I certainly can't wait for it. And let's get it on for me. I cannot wait.
Right.
I can't.
Right, well, Mark, you're going to be in the commentary box, so we'll be handing over to you very, very shortly. But I think let's get the man in the middle. Who's refereeing? It is the Brian Moss, one of the best in the business. Let's get the action underway. Can't wait for this one.
Last 16 match. Race to 8 frames. First frame, Mark Boyle to break. Time running.
Well, good afternoon. I've made my way from the studio setting here in the commentary box, and we have got a blockbuster of a match here. Liam Dunster against Mark Boyle. And I do have some company with me today. I was a little bit lonely yesterday here in the commentary box. I had a couple of visitors, but they didn't stay around for too long. But I can tell you, this chap that's next to me now, he's going to be staying with me throughout all of this match. It's going to be Kevin Ray. And Kevin, what an exciting match that we've got installed here this afternoon.
Took the word right out of my mouth there, Mark. I think it's safe to say this is definitely worthy of a final.
and this is a last 16 match.
Yeah.
It just proves the incredible standard. I think I saw on socials this morning, who does these draws? I mean, it's all seeded, so it's the seeding that does the draws, unfortunately, and it's just how they come out, and when these top players keep winning, they're going to face each other at some point, and they have to beat each other to pick up the title, don't they?
Absolutely. You want to be the best, you've got to beat the best, and it just shows the strength and depth of the game. The fact that we've got these two guys meeting at such an early stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mark Boyle, great to see him back in action, especially here at the IPA. I know he's played a tournament recently, and it was great to see him back to winning ways pretty early on, a lot more earlier than I thought and maybe you thought.
I genuinely don't know how he does it, but like you said, the fact that he's back, he's playing, he's doing what he does best, and I think every single player on the tour is happy to see him back.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And what a shot that was into the middle pocket. That was dealt with. And I think it just shows the way he's thinking. He wants to get back into the pool world, just try and keep things as normal as possible with everything that's gone off in his life. And he's an inspirational bloke, isn't he, to everybody and anybody. Oh, God, what if they've gone through exactly what Mark's gone through.
Yeah.
We do feel for you. And Mark Boyle, what a start he's doing here. Still, he needs this double. Does it double? Does it double just past that yellow, do you think?
Very, very tight, but if there's a player that can do it, it's Mark.
Yeah, there is. I mean, it looks like he's going to have to do quite a bit with the cue ball. Is he going to try and draw this back and get into the cluster of balls? Here he is. What cue action that is.
What an effort.
Mark Boyle is back. If he takes these out, he's setting a statement to Liam Dunster. Look at that cue action. He'd have loved that, just to miss that and just go around the back of the yellow and maybe knock the red out.
Yep.
This double.
Another good effort, unlucky there.
Yeah, it was quite an optimistic clearance, really. There was a lot of work to do. But it just shows how much he's clearly thinking.
It's safe to say he definitely wants it.
Yeah, and I think I've said in one of my in my interviews recently that I got asked the question, who do you think is one of the best shot makers in the world? And I did say Mark Boyle.
Absolutely, you did, yeah. I mean, they're both absolutely phenomenal. I'd say if it comes to tactical, that Liam's got the advantage, but in an attacking sense, they're tighter than two coats of paint.
Yeah, that's a great terminology there, to describe these two players, and there's not a lot between them. I mean, if we did have some records to hand, and I guarantee it's 1-2 matches, and that is it, innit?
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
Is. I mean, they didn't meet in that recent event that Mark won last weekend, because Liam, he was otherwise engaged at our Champions Cup Grand Final, which unfortunately didn't produce his best stuff, but I'm sure he bounced back.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's not the world #1 for no reason.
No, he's been there a couple of years now, and he wants to maintain that, and winning that world title, it just means he's probably going to retain it quite a little bit longer, because the chasing pack, they were a few points behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just goes from strength to strength. He did have that little at the Champions Cup final where he didn't play his best, but like any great player, especially his standard, he bounced back without a doubt.
Yeah, that's what these good players do. They have to find a way to bounce back. And I was watching Liam's interview with Kevin before he played yesterday, and he seems very positive. He was a little bit disappointed with last weekend's performance, but Liam's Liam. He knows what he's got to do. He's got to brush himself down, get back to the practice table, and he's already said he's going to have to practice harder. He's the world champion now. He wants to break this curse that's the world champion's curse, and where you don't retain the title when you've won it for the first time. And it'll be interesting to see if he can do that next February. But first things first, you've got to try and win the titles that's in front of you now. And they're sometimes the hardest ones to win, because everyone's there to shoot you down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's always been the hunter, and now he's the hunted. So he's got that. Now he's world champion as well. He's got the big target on his back, and just everyone wants to beat him.
Yeah, they do. No more than the person in the opposite seat, Mark Boyle. He'd love to get one over Liam, especially here today. But Liam, he's been a credit to the IPA. The way that he plays the game, he's just so consistent. He just makes the game look so easy. He really does. He's just got that cue ball and a piece of string. I mean, people say it's boring. It's not boring. That is a class skill. It really is.
I've no idea how anybody could call this boring.
They do. It's just jealousy in my eye. People say on social media that it's boring to watch, etc., etc., etc. It's not. It's class, and you just got to admire the guy, because he ain't just put in a couple of minutes practice. This is hours, days, months, years of no doubt he's lost loads and loads of matches consecutively to better players, and that's what's grown him into trying to be the best in the world, and he's going about it in the right way.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Liam even practice, and he's absolutely relentless. And I've said that to a few people myself, that he's like a robot. If you looked at his face, you just couldn't tell whether he was winning or losing. He's always got that focus.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you do see some emotion from Liam, then there's something not right. And we saw a little bit of emotion from him in the grand final.
We did.
Yeah, he didn't win a match in that grand final, which was incredible, really. But he's got to bounce back, and we did see a little bit of emotion then. How much emotion we're going to see today? He seems a lot calmer. He's here. He means business. He wants his title.
You can see the focus in his eyes. But that's what you've got to do when you're playing someone in Mark's calibre as well.
Yeah, and both these players, they all use this cup break, and Liam, he must have been working on this for weeks and months. He places that cue ball in the same spot every time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've seen him use this same break, same position with the cue ball at the World Championships, and I remember watching a few of his games where he had a few consecutive breaks where it just didn't work out for him. And most players would, after a couple of attempts of not getting anywhere, they would change it. But he's just got that routine, and then eventually it started paying off for him again.
Yeah, and we saw that in the Champions Cup as well, but because the Champions Cup is such a brutal format, maybe he didn't have that time for it to change around, for it to work. And but Liam, that's what he thought was the right thing to do, and it didn't work for him on that day. But it seems to be working for him again, and he hasn't changed this break at least for the last 3 to 4, maybe 5 tournaments now.
Yeah,
that I've seen.
I think
it could be even more. Yeah,
I think the only time I've ever seen him change the break, couple of local tournaments when it's obviously not as high a standard as this, but when it comes to the crunch, he just knuckles down and he does what he does, and it works.
Yeah,
that's a lovely shot.
Beautiful shot there from Liam Dunster. A 2-in-1 shot, and then this is still an open table, and wow, we're going to have options here.
Yeah. I think the one here is just drop this in the bottom right hand corner, and it gives him the shot in the awkward red.
Yeah, there's awkward balls on both colour sets. He can leave this till the end if he wanted to. He can go up or down the table. He does have every option. I'm sure he's worked it out, and he's made his mind up.
Yeah, he always it's kind of like Ronnie at the snooker. You know, he plans 4 or 5 shots in advance, and the way he sees the game's just brilliant.
Yeah, and he's worked very hard at that.
Yeah, he's I know personally his coach that he had for years, Alan Reynolds. I've seen Alan coach a lot of players, and we've got actually a few up and coming players as well who are also coached by
even
Alan.
More. Gee, we've got enough now.
It's just
we don't
like
need any more, Scott. It's just up and coming players coming through this incredible breed at the moment. The Scottish players are.
I think the next one on the production line's a young lad, a friend of mine called Kieran Kay, and he's he's got a snooker background. He's focusing more on pool, but again, I've seen elements of his game, and I just think he's going to be the next Dunster.
Well, you've heard it here first. Kevin Ray has spoken. There's an up-and-coming player coming through the Scottish ranks, just like these boys did, the Mark Boyles and Liam Dunster. They've all come through, haven't they? We've seen Morgan McInnes. He's on our amateur ranks this year. He turned down professional status last season, but I'm sure he'll take it when the time's right for him.
His time will come, absolutely. And he's had one of the best people to look up to. His dad, one of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. Ross, I'm sure he can't wait to watch Morgan. He's in the quarterfinals of the amateur event, so he's batting on that door again. He won an amateur event back last year.
He did indeed, yeah.
Yeah, in Bournemouth. Beat Andy Croasdale in that final. Incredible final. 7-5, I think it was.
Sure it was, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure he wants to be winning another title. Morgan, he played some brilliant stuff in the Champions Cup. Got that late call up from myself, and never looked back from then on. Earned himself a few quid as well on the way. Got himself out of that house. I don't think Michaela was too happy with him coming out of the house, because obviously he was missing work and that. But
I think you can make an allowance for certain things.
Well, I think Ross and Michaela are such a big supporter of Morgan playing pool, and it's good to see that. You need that support back home, and just like Liam, you know, his partner Becky, she'll be at home and she supports him throughout all of this, what he does on the pool table.
Can't forget his biggest fan as well, his dog Alan.
Alan.
Named after his coach.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of Alan. Absolute beautiful dog. Who's that? With his eyebrows in the back there. Is that one of the Scottish contingent in the back? Is it? You recognise him? You don't. He's trying to get in on the cameras there. Up. Just there, look, smiling. You can see on your screens now. Anybody that knows who that is, please report him.
He pulls more funny faces than I do.
Does he? He's trying to get the limelight behind Liam Dunster.
It's just showing you the standard Liam's playing it just now. There's a lot of... We've got 3 really top-class pool clubs in the country that seem to be producing the majority of our top players.
Yeah.
You've got Corner Pocket, you've got Players Lounge, and you've also got McGoldrick's in Glasgow. 3 of the best venues I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, sounds like you're very spoiled. I think we're thinking about going down to McGoldrick's for a tournament. Still at early stages, but we'll announce more of that. That's a possibility. Maybe not this year. It's probably, our calendar's quite full. It might be early next year, but we'll keep you up to date with all of that. But yeah, you seem to be very spoilt there up in Scotland.
Absolutely. You can, if you're in the Central Belt, no more than half an hour away, you've got a world-class facilities.
Yeah, and the Corner Pocket,
my home club,
brought Ross Fernie through the ranks, and a quality professional player. He's been knocked out of this event. He got beat 8-7 by Ben George.
Great match to watch that. I saw him.
Was it?
Yeah, I watched it last night.
Yeah, in good standard, was it?
Yeah, the finish that Ben took away in the deciding frame was, it just shows you how difficult it is to get over the line, but it's one of the best finishes I've seen in a long time.
And he's one of the new professionals, so again, we've got a new breeds coming through here at the IPA ranks as well.
Yeah, not a name that's familiar to a lot of people, but if you're beating a professional that won 2 titles last year, then it just shows. I mean, he's obviously deserving his professional status.
Yeah, he did. And he beat me as well in the first round, 8-7, and I was 7-3 up as well.
Oh, sore one to take.
Yeah, but again, he come up with some brilliant clearances to get back to that match 7-all.
That's a lovely shot for Mark.
But Mark, he's going to have his work cut out here. Things aren't going. I mean, he'd love to have been on that one in the bottom right-hand corner now. I think he's probably got to take the one over
to the middle,
left centre, but he's opting for the more harder pot. And this is a big shot, because he's not only got to pot this, he's got to get position as well.
Yeah, got to control that cue ball.
Wow.
That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Effortless, that was.
Just again, the standard. When you look at the gap between the top guys and then the amateur players like myself, I mean, I would try my hardest, and the shots didn't come off, and then you get these guys that just come on the table, and they're absolutely relentless. And there's another great shot from Mark.
Yeah, and yes, it looks an easy shot because he's potted it into the centre, but he's come off the cushion at an angle. Everybody think at home that's making it look easy. But hey, get yourselves down here. Come and try and play it under these conditions, under these pressures. It's not easy, is it, Kevin?
No, I mean, I've even playing in the amateur event yesterday. There's so many amateur players that are right on the cusp of turning professional, and it's the standard they're playing at. They just make it look so effortless, and it might lead people into thinking that, you know, this game's easy. But if you think it's that easy, be my guest, come down and try it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's all about leaving the right angles. It's not potting the easy balls. You've got to take them in the right order as well. Let's not forget that. The pattern play, I mean, I think Mark Boyle is one of the best pattern play players in the world right this moment, along with Mark Farnsworth.
Without a doubt, yeah.
Liam he's got the right pattern play, but he just makes the game look effortless. He really does.
It's kind of like, it was an analogy that one of my friends used. It's like Liam's playing chess, but with balls. Yeah. His tactical sense is just incredible.
Yeah, and then look at him just sat there. He's waiting for another chance. But these boys are just chucking punch after punch at each other. The battle of the Scots. It's a shame we're going to have to lose one of these players in this competition, but someone has to lose. And whether it is in the last 16 or in the final, one of them's got to lose. But 2-1, Liam Dunster. He's going to be breaking next in this fourth frame. And I feel that with this cup break that Liam uses, I don't think he generates as much power as Mark. So we had a radar gun on Liam last week, and he was hitting about 24, 25 kilometres per hour. When you look at Gareth Hibbert's break, he's hitting 35 kilometres, etc. And
when Gareth hits the ball, he absolutely batters them.
Yeah, and that was our biggest measured break. Yeah, we only had the radar gun in operation towards the end of the tournament, but we'll be using that more, trying to get a few stats of the players, try and understand what's working for players, etc. But I'd like to see what Mark says, because I think he generates a little bit more power than Liam, because Liam's more measured.
Yeah, I think if Liam's about 25 and Gareth's 35, I'd probably put Mark round about the 29-30 mark.
Wow. Well, if he's getting 29-30 from the cup break, anybody that can match that is incredible, because when you hit that cup break, if you hit them too hard, you come off the table.
Yeah.
And it's all about timing.
Yeah, I've tried the cup break myself, and I'll openly admit the amount of times I've nearly injured somebody with a cue ball.
Yeah, and then these guys, they make it very easy. They'll look very easy, and they practice hours on hours, months on months, weeks on weeks, whatever it is. And these guys, they do practice the break, and they just keep setting them up until they're happy with something what they've worked on.
Yeah, I've seen it with Liam, even before when he was a young lad, younger. I've went into a pool hall just for a practice, and I've seen him spend an hour, maybe even 90 minutes just practicing his break. So just shows that hard work pays off.
It looks like he's got the right angle on this one. Can he pinch a little bit of the pocket to drift down? Maybe just miss that. Well, try and knock that red out. Key shot of this frame.
He's played that nice.
Yeah, he has. I mean, he's got it out. He'd have loved to just move that yellow forward another inch or two to make this pot a bit easier. Yeah. I mean, the one he's going to, if he does have to play the one down the cushion, that's a tricky shot.
Just a little bit closer to the yellow than he would have liked, but
Yeah, he can reroute though, can't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
10 seconds.
He's got options.
He's got the chance here.
Oh, I didn't expect him to be cannoning that red.
No.
I'd expect him to find that gap and just leave himself probably where the white is now, but more left, and take the one into the top left. But
yeah, I mean, he's going to have to reroute again, but I mean, the class he's got is he can find a way. I don't doubt that for a second. It's just a little bit more difficult than they originally planned.
Yeah, but that clock is ticking down.
He has played that very well.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have a choice of yellows here, and just depends how he sees it. I think the one in the top right is probably the right ball, but he'll know what to do.
Yeah, I mean,
but then again, thinking about it, you take the odd one first.
Take this down the rail.
Yeah, because that yellow is blocking that red, and now I've looked at it a little bit more thoroughly. Oh, he's played this one.
Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and another tricky finish, which has been made look very easy.
Yeah,
it's not over the line yet, but it's looking like that way.
It's not a certainty, but you would fancy him to finish this. Just drop that and screw the white back out.
Just like that.
Again, not the way he wanted to finish it, but he's finished it nonetheless.
Yeah, and when you do run out of position, sometimes you continue to run out of position. But these top players, they can get back into position straight away. And that is another breaking clearance for Liam Dunster. He's really motoring on now. Remember, this is a race to 8 in this professional event. Last 16 this is. Who's going to be the first man in the quarter-finals? We'll have some latest scores. I'm going to have a look at them now, because there is some of the last 16 matches that are going off on the outer tables at the moment. Have you caught up with any of these? Have you caught up with Mark at all recently after the World Championships?
Yeah, spoke to him phoned him up a few times, and obviously, like you said, the personal tragedies that he's went through. It's been the toughest time of his life, so to see him back and just doing this, it's just testament to what a class act he is.
Frame 5.
Yeah,
Mark Boyle break.
So I do have some latest scores up along the bottom of your screen there. So John McAllister, he's 6-4 ahead against Dan Davey. 2 players that are into the quarterfinals already. Simon Ward, he's beaten Scott Anderson 8 frames to 2, and Craig Marsh, he's beaten Dean Shields 8 frames to 6. So there's 2 players already into the quarterfinals, and the winner of this match will play Simon Ward in the last 8.
Another excellent matchup that'll be.
Yeah, it will.
Extension, please.
See that power. I do think that Mark gets a lot more power on that. Got to say, he's a little bit fortunate going that close to the pocket. And he's a bit unfortunate, probably not to have an easy pot on here.
No,
I don't see an easy pot to go at.
Can't see anything at all. I mean, those 3 reds on the side. For a minute, I thought the one that he was queuing at there might have just dropped in the middle pocket, but he's obviously taking it up the top. Possibility of a big bag with the black.
Yeah, but if he plays it off the cushion onto the black, he's then pushing the black possibly into
towards
a safe position. He's got to pot this clean.
Yeah, I would say so. Like you said, you don't want to put the black safe, but regardless, he's got to make the pot in the first place.
Yeah, big moments now in this match. Is this a turning point? What a pot this is.
That
Mark Boyle. Wow.
Oh.
Well, this just proves what he's made of.
Stick that one on the highlight reel.
Wow. What a pot that is from Mark. These players, I'm not sure what they're made of. They're made of some sort of toughened granite, if there's such a thing.
Whatever it is, I want some of it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's shot of the match for me so far.
And he had to pot it clean. There was no good of him potting it on off the black. He had to pot that clean. It's still a tricky clearance. This can still go wrong. What's he looking at next? I mean, is it? Yeah, there is a plant, but oh God,
10 seconds.
Can he clip the yellow into the centre? Is he looking for a double? I think he's got to be looking for a double.
No, I think he's looking at
if he's clipping it.
Well, I think maybe even if this yellow sneaks up the top corner, because I think the bottom yellow sneaks goes past the red into the bottom.
Oh, does it? Okay.
I think so.
It looks tight on that picture that we're seeing, but the overhead, that probably just says that it probably does just go. And I think you've recognised it already, Kevin. You're right. You know how these players play, don't you?
Yeah, like seeing them, they're just a joy to watch. I mean, if you're a young kid and you're sitting at home wondering what players to watch, these are two of the best. I mean, you've got these guys, you've got Farnsworth, you've got Hibbett. Just watching any of these guys is an absolute joy. He's just got to be careful here though, because it's still tight into the middle pocket. Yeah, you would fancy him to finish this though. Lovely.
It's just the heart of the pocket. And another tricky finish, looking very easy.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Frame.
In that shot, he pulled out the opening pot of the frame. He had to pot it clean, and it's a prime example of how good he is.
Yeah, there's that pot here. How did you get this out of 10, Kevin?
12. That was a 12 out of 10. That.
No, 12 out of 10. I mean, how many did you get out of a 10?
All right.
How many times do you pot it out of 10, should I say?
I'd say for an average player, you get 2, 3 out of 10. But Mark, I'd say 8 or 9 out of 10. Yeah.
Wow, that's some standard. And Mark, focused as ever. 3-2 down at the moment. Liam, this break has been working solid for him in this match so far. Can that continue?
Yep, he's precise to the millimetre with his placement of the cue ball.
And anybody watching this at home now, they've got to admit this is a fantastic standard so far. And what a start to a sensational Saturday's action of Paul.
Yeah, like I said earlier on, for me this is definitely match of the tournament so far.
Yeah, like you've already said, Kevin, this is worthy of any final.
Yep, absolutely.
Extension, please.
So this has felt a little bit awkward. Just show that top right hand corner. In that yellow, just possibly past that red into the top right hand corner. Look in the overhead. I think it does glance past.
Very, very tight, but I think there is a chance, yeah.
Yeah, just with that camera angle there. Suggests it possibly does. But
I think Liam will know better than anyone if it does or not.
That clock, it's ticking down. Is he opting for the plant first shot? This is a huge shot.
Well, that's lovely.
Played to perfection again.
Yeah, the frame's at his mercy now. Couple of tricky little positional shots, but he's give himself the best chance from that opening plant.
Yeah, and these reds are all pretty much open in the middle, and the one that he's possibly going to take now into the bottom right hand corner. This will open up this frame, and it's been probably a masterclass performance so far if he does manage to take these out.
Great shot. He's absolutely perfect. Did that well. I think it's just middle corner, black in the middle.
Yeah, he's not going to have to do a lot with a cue ball. They're just like drop-ins, these are for Liam.
Yeah.
Yeah, just had to pinch the pocket there, just so he could hold the angle.
Yeah.
For this one into the left centre.
He's played it. I think he's dead straight now, so all he'll need to do is just bring the cue ball back a couple of inches, leave it straight into the top right hand corner.
Perfect like that.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and he couldn't have really placed the cue ball better with his hand at the moment. I mean, the opening plant was just, it just opened up the frame for him. And simple 8-ball into this side, and there you have it. He's 4-2 ahead. His break has been relentless, and probably been the. I mean, some of the frames that Mark's broken off in, they've finished a little bit tricky, and it's probably that first frame that's made the difference so far.
Yeah, I mean, not sure, was that 3 or 4 dishes from Liam's break?
Yeah, 3 he's had. Yeah, he's had, and he reversed, well, not reverse clearance, when Mark missed, he cleared up off Mark's break, and that's been the one breaker serve.
Yeah.
If you want to take it like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's playing phenomenally just now.
Mark's had 2 breaking clearances of his own, so.
Yeah. I mean, it might be a 2-frame lead, but there's still a long way to go in this match. And nothing's over till that black ball is potted in the final frame.
Yeah, it only takes a couple of dry breaks here and there, and this match will be turned on its head, especially if the chances come along with them as well. Getting very close to the midpoint of this match now. This is the 7th frame of a possible 15. Mark Boyle, just watch the way that he plays this cut break. For me, I think you're right. He definitely generates a little bit more power than Liam.
Slightly different cue ball placement as well on that break.
Cue ball's close.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah, but look at the way they've split. They've split perfect.
I think if Liam was to picture in his head where he could place these balls with 2 shots, well, 1 free shot and 1 visit, it'd probably be something along the lines of what he's got now.
Yeah, I think when you're in the practice club and you're chucking a few balls on the table, you'd pretty much chuck them in this direction, wouldn't you?
Oh,
and this
100%.
This is what you'd be taking on.
Well, I'm sorry to say for Mark, but I genuinely can't see anything else other than a 5-2 scoreline.
Yeah, and it's going to be Liam to break next, and it could be 6-2 in a matter of moments. It really could.
You would certainly expect it, but nothing's ever 100%.
No, we've seen these, with these black ball rules, we've seen these matches, they just turn on the head, and anything can happen.
One shot can have a swing of 2, 3, even 4 frames. We'll just see how he takes this now.
Yes, I think in the way that he's playing this, he's just dropping on his awkward red, and he's going to be reds all day long now.
Definitely, yeah.
I mean, he had the choice of both colour sets, because he could have cleared the top half of the table with that red, and then took yellows. But
yeah,
he wants to cross that black, and I think the key part in this decision is the blacks in the top half of the table, and that's where most of the reds are.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to. It's a case of joining the dots just now for Liam.
He's not perfect on this one, I don't think. He don't look like he's got the right angle.
Yeah, might need to just pinch the pocket slightly.
Or is he going to have to play it with a little bit of run inside? I mean, Liam, he don't like to do too much with the cue ball, so he might just drop this in, elect for the the more of an angled pot and drifts up table, and he's making it look pretty simple again.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Mark, he doesn't like to do too much with the cue ball, but when he does, he pulls it off. It makes it look easy.
Yeah, I think he's always up for them big shots if he has to, but the more big shots he plays, the better player he looks, to be honest. And,
yeah.
He can just produce them at any time, and that's an incredible skill on its own.
Yeah, well, I think maybe one reason that they would have for saying he's boring is because, you know, he plays the game so simply, and the fact that he doesn't have to rely on pulling out all these big shots. But that could be people that don't really know a lot about the game. But if you're in the know and you see him playing like this, you can appreciate just how great he is.
Yeah, making the game look very easy at the moment, Liam Dunster is. And you've got a feel for Mark. I'm not sure how he's going to make a comeback in this one, especially with Liam. He's in devastating form. Yeah, he's not giving Mark an inch.
Mark's done nothing wrong. He was unlucky for the white to go and off, and he's just being punished. I think when he's seen that white ball drop in,
there's only one outcome, isn't there?
Yeah, I think he knew that the writing was on the wall in terms of this frame.
Yeah, and that's the problem at this level. One mistake and it can cost you 1-2 frames quite easily. And Mark Boyle, he could be sat in that seat a little while longer. It's Liam Dunster to break next in the 8th frame, but 5-2 to Liam Dunster now. 3-frame gap. Can this turn on its head? Would you like to predict it? Can it turn on its end?
Yeah, it can. It certainly can, but as much as a neutral, I'd love to see it go all the way. The way Liam's playing, it's going to be very difficult to see for that to happen.
Yeah, we had 2 last frame deciders yesterday on the live TV.
I think it's also getting quite warm around in there.
Yeah, it looks a little bit red-faced, doesn't he?
Yeah.
A lot of the players have, to be honest.
Yeah, I was in that room before, and the temperature just starts building and building. I can see the amount of times that Mark's had to make use of the towel as well.
Yeah, it is. But our top quality cameras, you can't get away with anything. And
no.
You can see absolutely everything with these cameras. Some of the best in the world. They are. And Liam, he's probably the best player in the world right this moment.
Yeah, well, world #1, world champion. It kind of speaks for itself there, Mark.
Yeah, but that's a dry break. First one of the match for him. This is exactly what Mark needs.
Yeah, I think if he wants to get back in, into this match, winning this frame's an absolute must for him.
Yeah, but looking at this layout at the moment, it looks horrible.
Extension, please.
He's got an opening pot, and I think the nod of the head there suggests there's nothing easy again.
He's got that yellow down the left-hand side of the table, but there's no...
The yellows aren't great, are they?
No, in all fairness.
Yellow in the top half of the table.
Yeah, I don't think the reds are in great shape either, to be honest with you.
Maybe that's what he's nodding his head at, knowing that this isn't the greatest layout. Mark, you'd expect him to get the opening pot, but what does he do after? The clock's ticking down, so he's had to make a decision.
Great pot. I think he tried to maybe just knock over into the 2 yellows that are stuck together.
Yeah, that might have made things happen a little bit, but that yellow in the top half of the table, it doesn't go in any pocket.
Yeah,
it's going to need developing.
If he gets up the bulk line on the left hand side as we're looking at it, he can get the pot, but then there wouldn't be automatic position on the black. That's a lovely little shot to split them open.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the only ball he can get on that in the top half of the table is the one over the right centre. And even then, he's going to have to do a little bit with the cue ball, and it's not a formality.
Absolutely not. Horrible, horrible layout. But at the same time, if Liam had potted on that break, then it would have been him that had this layout. Just need to see what Mark can come up with here. He's cued that beautifully.
Yeah, he just looks in control. Every delicate little shot he plays, and plays it with elegant style, just as Liam does.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these guys, if you were comparing them to a car, it'd be a Rolls Royce. They're just like
the Rolls Royce cue action, yeah. So this is key shot now. Yeah, the potting to the bottom left-hand corner isn't a problem yet. You can see there, with a camera angle that I can see anyway, that he hasn't got all the pocket. But one I'd expect him to make quite easily, but it's all about the angle he leaves. On the one in the left centre, on the one in the right centre.
I think what he's going to try and do here is pot this in the bottom left and then up to the left hand side of the baulk line, like I called, and that way he can maybe use the one in the middle.
Don't want to go too far though.
He's overcooked it. Not 100%, but looking at he's either left himself a very, very hard cut. I don't think he can get through the gap to the one in the middle.
No, I don't think so. I mean, this is incredibly tough. I mean, is he trying the thin clip? Is he trying to double? He's trying a thin clip. That's terrifically tough.
Yeah, that's. I think he just left himself too much to do there. And again, I mean, you've got the two reds that are together, but I think they both pot into the top right. So again, this could be another frame on the board for Liam.
Yeah, and the bottom one of them two reds you just mentioned, he pots that one in the top right hand pocket. It opens up the other one in the top left. So he's going to have options. And like you say, if they both go in the top right, then this clearance is even easier.
Yep. I mean, what makes this match even harder, not just the fact that their opponents, you know, each of their opponents is the highest calibre, but they're such close mates off the table as well.
Yep, they are.
I think if he just plays this one dead straight into the top left, he's absolutely perfect. Have the choice of the two that are stuck together.
Yeah, so this red into the top left. He ain't got to do a lot with his cue ball. Just keep it about there. He'll have a choice of both of these reds if they both pass. I'm just looking at that camera angle I can see there. Looks like they do.
I think he's just going to play the bottom one of the two now. And if he rolls away through a couple of inches, he's got the other one into the top left. It's absolutely perfect. Or he also has the option he can...
10 seconds.
It's not taking the one I thought. Again, he's played that perfect. He's absolutely perfect on this one in the centre.
Seconds.
He's just joining the dots once again. Simple roll into the middle and relatively straight on this one in the top right, black in the top left.
Yeah, and again, these last three balls he's playing here don't have to do a lot with his cue ball.
Yep.
He's looking like 6-2, and he's going to be 2 frames away from getting himself into the quarterfinals.
He's just making it look easy now.
Mark needs to keep in this match. He needs to get this break working. He needs to keep the white on the table as well. Really important. The longer he can keep Liam from getting to 7 frames, the longer he'll be in this match.
Yeah, Liam's one of these players. If you want to have a chance of beating Liam, you've got to lead. If you're playing catch up with him, it's, in my opinion, it's not going to happen.
Frame 9. Mark Boyle break. Trailing 6 frames to 2. Time running.
Oh, let's break again.
Boyd break.
Oh, the black's down. That means the balls will be re-racked from our referee, Brian Moss. And that black, it just flew out the middle of that pack and just got kicked into that right centre. I don't think he potted any of the colour balls there, it was just a black. So he'll be pleased to see that black go down. Keeps him at the table.
Certainly does.
But he needs a ball off this break. Desperately needs one, really. Any more chances for Liam? You can't see any way back for Mark Boyle.
Frame 9. Mark Boyle break game with no penalty. Time running.
And here we go, second attempt at this. Well, he's got a red.
Yeah, he's got a red, but he hasn't got an easy opening red. And that yellow in the middle of the table and the black, he's going to have to move them away from them reds. If he wants to be clearing these up. Again, felt a little bit awkward here for Mark.
10 seconds. Extension, please.
Certainly not. I mean, if he was to cut this red in, there's no easy way to get position on any of the others. But if he takes the yellow, he's got the awkwardness of the one next to the black, and also the one on the top rail as well. Opted for the yellow, so just need to wait and see how he goes about this.
Well, I think he's had a bit of fortune there, because that yellow, that tough yellow in the middle of the table there, that now passes into the bottom left-hand corner. But he's still going to have problems with the black. And the yellow on the top of that cushion, is that the ball he's going to play on next?
Yeah, well, it's certainly not the shot that he intended to play, but
it's fallen very awkward for him.
He's played it with a good bit of right-hand side there. So
he's dropping down towards the bottom end of the table now then. Does that yellow pass into the top right?
I would say the yellow next to in the middle of the table, yeah, that sails into the top right. But he's got that awkward one at the bottom of the table next to the red.
But this is another tough shot, tough positional shot anyway. That needs to travel,
Oh, it's a good foot short there.
Yeah, he's really pushing out the boat now. Is this clippable? Or is he playing a double? What's he seeing? He's playing a cutback. He's relying on a bit of luck now. I mean, he'll probably get the pot. But where's the cue ball going? How's he going to get on this final yellow?
If he screws right into it, there's a chance he can get just down the bottom of the table and on it. That is desperately unlucky. What an attempt that was.
Wow, yeah, I think he's touching ball as well. It is.
Time running.
That just makes things even worse. Is there anywhere to hide the cue ball, even the black? I don't think it goes. It's just tied the black up again, and this.
I think it maybe goes past that red into the top left, but it's very, very tight. I mean,
well, I think it does, because he's opted now to play off the cushion, trying to put this yellow in the bottom left. What a shot for Mark, but where's the cue ball?
oh man, that is an incredible pot.
This
from
is
Mark.
why I've said he's one of the world's best shot makers.
Single ball potter, there's nobody better in the world.
No. I think Mark's up there as well. Mark Farnsworth, single ball potter.
Phenomenal, but
Yeah.
I'd say I'd edge it with Boyle. I think he's
What's he
looking
got on here?
I think he's looking at
hiding
doubling
something
it.
cool.
Maybe doubling it and then between the down to the left middle.
Played the double off. Oh, what an effort there. It's exactly what he's played. Played it thin off the red double. Where does he see these shots from?
It's I can't even answer that one, Mark.
But these reds are just glorious now, and you. Wow. The room was just in awe of Mark there. Being told it just went deadly silent in there. Just I think there was hoping and praying it went in. That would have been some shot.
If that had went in, that was shot of the tournament.
Shot of the
right
year.
there. Yeah.
And the year's only just starting this season. Well, yeah, he knows how to get the crowd going, Mark does.
I mean, apart from the fact that Liam's playing brilliant, Mark's had a couple of rubs that haven't went his way.
A couple of really scruffy breaks as well, and
yeah,
some of the clearances that Mark's attempted have been a lot more tougher than Liam. Not taking out away from Liam, because he's had to develop a few of his own as well. Incredible effort though.
Yeah, certainly was. Looking at it now, it looks like Liam's going to put himself on the hill.
I'll bring you some latest scores as well after this frame. The last 16. Still only there 2 players in the last 8 at the moment, Simon Ward and Craig Marsh. They're safely in there. Liam Dunster, he's looking like he's going to go 1 frame away now to set up a last 8 match against Simon Ward.
Yeah, he's just in ominous form right now, Mark.
He just seems to be getting in every final. He's relentless.
Yeah.
Best word to describe him, I think.
Yeah, like I say, almost robotic. He's just brilliant.
This black 7-2 now. 5 frames in front of Mark Boyle. And it's going to be Liam to break. Is it going to be the last frame? He's already had a dry break. Here's the results, look, what I promised you. Dan Davey, 7-6 ahead now against the 2020 world champion, John McAllister. Clint Jansen, he's the number 3 seed now in the IPA rankings. He's 3-2 up against the Isle of Man's David Adenall. Corey Reese against Gareth Hibbett. That's the match coming up next after this one between Liam and Mark. Ben George, Luke Sanchez, Battle of the Welsh Boys. They're on now, and then Mark Farnsworth, he's playing JJ4, 3-2 now to Mark. And I said in the interview with Kevin that I think Mark, he's going to have a tough match there against JJ, because the mental strength that JJ's shown in the World Championships and in the Champions Cup is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. He's I mean, he was although he's a phenomenal player, he was a bit of a dark horse in the world, and then he's run to the semi-finals. I remember one shot that he pulled out, and probably the first time in my life I've been speechless.
Well, we'll keep you up to date with all of them scores that are going off on the outer tables. Well, back to this match now. Liam Dunster 1 frame away from securing his spot in the last 8, the IPA European Professional event. Electing the cup break again, very measured one. It won't change throughout this tournament.
There's that ball in the break again.
It's just a black ball here. Everything else has a pocket.
I think if he gets the
every red ball does anyway.
If he's taking the reds, which I'm assuming he's going to do, if he even lands anywhere in line with the centre spot on the bulk line, then that is nicely on the black into the top right corner.
Oh right, so the black probably just passes that.
And it also goes to the top left as well.
Angle, yeah. Okay. I mean, the red that's in the top half of the table, that only goes in either centre. I mean, Liam, he doesn't like nudging into balls unless he really has to.
Yeah.
I mean, even the black, it does pass into that. I've only just noticed it passes into the top left. So he could drop on it, you know, maybe from the ball that's in that right centre, but he's going to have to come up table and go back down to get within that order. So he's electing the shot here, just simply dropping that into the bottom right hand corner. Going to take this into the right centre next. Do you think he's going to drift up table now, possibly?
Possibly drift
get
up.
That red out of that top half of the table, because if he does, it'll be dot to dot from then on.
Yeah, I think if he elects to go up for this top ball after this shot, then he can drop on the black into either top corner from one of the reds in the centre of the table.
Has he got the
He's playing it now.
Has he got the angle now?
Yeah, I think he's perfect just for going up for this top ball. The only slightly awkward one is on the left hand rail there. He's playing, I think he may be playing the one down the rail now. If he drops this in down the rail, then I think he just leaves himself a nice little angle to play the one in the middle and then land on that awkward red near the top. Just drop it into one of the centre pockets and get on the black. Oh, he's missed it.
Wow. That is one thing we didn't expect to see. It just makes you wonder if Liam is just starting to see the winning line, maybe.
Yeah, I think if that one dropped in there, it was game over. But still nothing easy here for Mark. He's certainly more than capable.
Yeah, I mean, the two yellows in the top half of the table, the yellow behind the black, it is tricky again for Mark. Every time he comes to the table, it's just not easy.
He's left himself the angle here, just stun this into the bottom right hand corner and either split them or just drop on one of them to the left centre. I think he's stunning into them.
That's the last thing he wanted, just to stick to it. I mean, I don't think he can cut this into the bottom left. Can he get enough into it? I mean, even this plant, it needs making, and it can go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he does get the pot, then the white's going to be hard to control. You've also got the other yellow, the one that he's going to make contact with first, is going to be possibly flying round. Could land awkward.
Good pot.
That's a great.
Where's it going to land?
That is brilliant.
Does that yellow pass into the left centre? I don't think it does. Is he? If it does, he's got to play it off probably the bottom jaw. It's tough to see from that overhead camera there angle.
Yeah, I think he's playing this. He's playing the cut here into the top right and then cannoning into the other one.
Yeah, he didn't have any choice. I mean, it'd have been simple if he had that in the left centre.
He has played that one beautifully though, very well controlled. Oh,
he's overdone that again.
Overdone it. It did just slide off that cushion there.
Yeah, that reaction with his hand just suggested that it did. And this is even trickier now. How is he going to hold the cue ball?
A bit of a ice
stay on the this yellow.
He's gone round the angles. Oh no.
No.
That is desperately unlucky there.
Wow, what a way to end this match. And Liam Dunster, he's played some great stuff here in this opening match in the last 16, and Mark Boyle, he's just had it really tough in this match, and some of the clearances he had, and that's probably been the difference, really. But don't take anything away from Liam Dunster, deserved his place in the quarter-finals.
Absolutely, yeah. Over the course of the match, obviously Liam was the better player, but that black, it really showed how much the rub was going against Mark when he was at the table.
Yeah, it does, and there you see the two players just talking there, but Kevin Barton, he's going to be talking to Liam now, and he's going to get a few words with our next quarter finalist, and I'm sure he'll be on again on our screen sooner or later. So now so Liam's there now, and we're going to hand over to Kevin Barton.
And I'm delighted to be joined by Liam, who just got through to the quarterfinals, another quarterfinal, Liam. But first of all, tell us your thoughts on that match. You know, how difficult was it to play Mark? Obviously, very good friend, etc. And obviously, to win in that way, obviously not how you wanted to win.
So I thought Mark got really unlucky quite a few times. He went into balls like half depending on luck as such, and just every time it went against him. But as for my own performance, couldn't be happy about that. The only ball I missed was that last one down the rail. Other than that, I was flawless. Rocked well, played well, just hope I keep it up.
Was it a difficult match to take part in? You know, playing Mark, and obviously, very close off the table.
I mean, you've got to, when you're out there, you've just got to put all the love you have for him, just put it to the side. But then right after the match, we're talking, we're best pals again. Yeah.
So another quarter-final. Obviously, the great form just continues.
Yeah, and I hope it does continue. Obviously, a minor blip last weekend, but nothing I can do about that now. Just hope I'll get this title.
You've mentioned a few times in commentary when we've spoken about your break and you getting your break working, and that's a platform for setting up the clearances and the victories. Yeah. Do you feel that that's still in place? Was it as good as you wanted in that match?
Definitely, yeah. I think so what was that? 8-2, so 5 breaks I got. So I think I maybe did I breaking dish 3 or 4 of them. So if you get breaking dish 3 or 4 out of 5, you take that almost every time. So yeah, my break's working now, but I mean, for all I know, I could go into the next match and it's horrible again. So it just depends.
And you mentioned yesterday about this approach, practicing in the morning, coming down early. Were you there this morning before breakfast?
Yeah. Set my alarm for 7:30 this morning. Got up and then had a hit for about 45 minutes or so, and then had breakfast. So yeah, if I've got time now, I'll maybe jump in the sauna and whatnot, but we'll see.
A tough life of a pool player, isn't it, Liam? Tough life. Well played, great performance, and hope everyone enjoyed that one at home, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you. Cheers.
So well played, Liam Dunster. He takes his place in the quarterfinals, and coming up next, we have got another fantastic match for you. It is the recent Champions Cup winner, and he's up against Gareth Hibbert, who lost in that World Championship final not so long ago, and in the Champions Cup final last week. Matt Pickworth. Liam just did what Liam needed to do then. I mean, I think, he puts this, he's obviously got to put this front on. He takes a real professional approach to the match, and he puts the friendships to one side. But that must still have been a difficult match for him to play, and for it to end in that manner.
Yeah, it was a shame it ended in that manner, because I think there was more better play than the way it ended. But Liam, as I always say, Liam does exactly what Liam does, and the way that he goes about his finishes in his elegant style, if you want to call it that. He gets some brilliant finishes, and some of them are very tricky, but he makes them look very easy. And how easy he makes this game is incredible, and it's over years of practice, and no doubt he's had plenty of hurt over the years, getting beaten by the better players, and he's been chasing himself. But now he's the most wanted, because everybody wants to beat him, and he's got a big bullseye on the back of his shirt because he's there to be shot down. And but Liam, he seems to really relish on that a little bit and produces some brilliant performance when he needs to.
Yeah, I think you're right. He just rises to the occasion every time. And a word about Mark. Do you think it was just one match too far with everything? Obviously winning that event last week, that must have taken a lot out of him, even coming down to here.
Yeah, and mentally, with what he's, everything that he's been through, and the way that this game is mentally draining, and that probably took a lot out of him last week. Playing that many matches, that many frames, and to have all that emotion come out in one moment, to be honest. And then come here where it's all happened again. There's a lot of people here that he hasn't seen since the bad things that happened. And but he's come here, done his best, and he had some tricky finishes in there. Let's not take anything away from Mark. Things didn't really go his way, but he'll be back. He'll be back winning titles on the IPA. He still might win one this weekend. Yeah, he seems in good spirits though. Just as I was talking to him, just as he finished chatting with you. So. I think he'll be back. Yeah, true sportsman, true legend of the game, and as you say, great to have him back. And as you say, we may well see him in the latter stages of the Open event tomorrow. But coming up next, it's another last 16 match. Corey Rees, Gareth Hibbert, two of the in-form players in the world right now. It's just going to be another blockbuster. Yeah, it is. I mean, we've seen these two play last weekend, and they seem to be playing each other every weekend, to be honest. And they ended up in a 3-3 draw and a 4-1 win for Corey Rees. Is that going to have any reflection of the outcome of this match? Probably not. This race day is a completely different format for them, and it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, Gareth has got that really fast, fluent play, big break, and we saw some of the biggest stats on the breaking last weekend from Gareth, and the biggest ones that we saw in the Champion Cup, especially since we've been using this new radar gun. And Corey, he was right up there. And when I was telling him about the speeds of that, Corey wants to be the best at that as well. And he was a little bit gutted that Gareth had outbroken him, because Corey is one of the biggest breakers in the world for me. But Gareth, and everyone says that Gareth breaks. It's going to be about the break for me than this one. We saw Corey play yesterday. Probably not his best, but found a way to win. Do you think he's going to improve on that level today? Because if he plays at that level, there's probably only going to be one winner. Yeah, he can't start out the block slow. I think if he played yesterday, I think he'd find this match a struggle. But he's had a night's rest now, so he's got that match out of his system. He's here now. It's all fresh. It's a fresh day. And Corey's got to do exactly what Corey did last weekend, and he's going to have to take this match to Gareth. And Corey's probably the favourite for this one for the first time in ages. That's the first time I've ever probably said that Corey's a favourite against Gareth Hibbert. He weren't the favourite last weekend, but he's the favourite for me in this one. Yeah, we all know what happened last week. He took home the title and that fabulous trophy, and he's the Champions Cup champion. So let's get over to the commentary box. Let's get this one underway right now. Over to you, Dan.
Thank you, Kev. This is the last 16 match between Corey Rees and Gareth Hibbert. We had an extraordinary match first up between Liam Dunster and Mark Boyle, and this is equal to that in terms of quality. Joining me in the commentary box for this one is Rob Donkin. Good afternoon, Rob.
Good afternoon, Dan.
How you doing?
Not too bad, thank you.
You got a day off?
Yeah.
Didn't go well yesterday then?
No, not too well. No. Dan Davey took me out of the tournament. Don't play again until 10 p.m. tonight, so.
Well, it's nice of you to essentially take Dan's role.
Yep. Yeah, well,
he knocks you out, so you come in the commentary box.
Yeah,
love that.
I'll cover for him.
There's our referee for this one, Darren Maidman, or Jim to his friend. I must ask him about that because I don't understand where that's come from. But, yeah, everyone calls him Jim apparently.
I've never heard that.
No, they do though. I thought it was a joke when someone first told me.
Yeah.
I thought it was a wind-up, so I kept calling him Darren. And in the end, he just said to me, "Mate, someone's told you my name, right?" Corey Rees to break first then. Lots of power, but that cue ball was always destined, wasn't it? There were so many balls tracking towards it.
Yep, always heading towards the corner pocket there.
One free shot, one visit. Time running.
I should have done this probably before the first shot of the match, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you think's going to win this one?
Oh, that's a tough one. Corey's, a form player at the moment, isn't he? He's improved a hell of a lot. Not that he was ever a bad player, but he just seems to find the win now. Whereas before he probably wasn't winning many tournaments. But Gareth is always going to be one of the favourites for any tournament, isn't he?
Yeah,
so
you say the form player.
It's a flip of a coin for me.
Yeah, you say the form player in Corey, and
yeah, and
I
Gareth
agree
is still
because
a
he
form
won
player
he won the Champions Cup, of course, but Gareth was runner-up in that Champions Cup. He won the previous Champions Cup, runner-up in the world.
Yeah.
This is, for me, 2 of the 4 most informed players. The other 2 probably being Dunster and Farnsworth.
Yep.
So this to be a last 16 match is...
Yeah, worthy of a final, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The first 2 matches on the stream today have been worthy of finals.
That's the standard of this game now, isn't it? There's so much strength in depth.
Yeah, it makes you wonder almost where the next big players are going to come from, because the top of the game is so stacked at the moment.
Yeah.
And every season 1 or 2 seem to poke their faces up. And
there'll always be some new pros coming through, and even new amateurs that just they sort of seem to sort of crack on and do really well, and then all of a sudden they're a player that you're looking at to win a tournament, when a couple of seasons ago you wouldn't have heard their name.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few decent performances, certainly from the new breed of professionals this season, if you like, so far.
Yeah.
Notably Ben George, he's been playing exceptionally well. A mention for Scott Anderson as well. He knocked out Ben Davis in his first ever professional match, I think, which is that's some going.
No easy task, is it?
No.
I thought Gareth had overrun that too much there, but he's managed to throw it in with a loader side, which accentuates the angle to throw it in rather than potting it straight off. And it's all about whether that red goes past the yellow in the corner, but it's not too bad because it looks like the angle's landed there on this red in the middle. He can top it through to the opposite red if needed, and then he's just got to get down for the one by the black.
Yeah,
but no, it must go past the yellow. Yeah,
clearly has to pass the way he's played that. But this is a tricky little shot.
Yep, that yellow's going to on the side cushion there is going to look like a beach ball. But he's just got to avoid it, and then he should have 2 roll-ins for the game.
Well, he's got to avoid it, and he hasn't. That is exactly what you said. It probably looked like a beach ball. Well, he's stuck in that sand, if it was. I mean,
I don't even think he's got a shot on to try and find a pot from somewhere here, isn't he? He's just got to try and hit it and hope for the best, I'd say, because there's no clear safety there. There's no way that the yellows are all over the table, so there's no way you can hide it.
Oh, where's this? Oh, very close. Not the best result in the end for Gareth Hibbert. You always feel like if your opponent goes in off on the break, Rob, you probably should be winning that frame.
Yeah, it's one where you've got your free shot and you try and sort of plan your way around the table straight away, and it should be sort of taking them out. But it wasn't the easiest of clearances, but it's definitely one you'd expect Gareth to take out there.
Do you think there was an argument for taking that red that he left till last earlier in the finish?
Earlier on, yeah. You could say that, but there's generally 2 ways of playing the game, and like you say, take out the awkward ball straight away, or I see what he's done there. He's purposely left the red by the black as his last ball, because everyone loves the idea of just being able to roll the red in and pot the black in the middle, make it as easy as possible, because that's where you fall down sometimes, is you take out the hard ball straight away, and then you end up having to sort of play all around the table to get back down for the black. So it's not, if you can make your life easier later on, But like I say, I think there's two main ways of playing the game, isn't there? So, but unfortunately, he picked the wrong way there, or just it's just a slight positional error, isn't it? It's costing him the frame. That's all.
That's it. It's sort of 1% difference in the power level of that shot, and he's perfect.
Yeah, one less ball roll or one more ball roll, and he's on the red, and he wins the frame. That's the fine lines of this game, isn't it?
Certainly is. Fine margins. Corey Rees probably slightly straighter than he'd like on this yellow, but doing that with a fair bit of side.
Yeah, let's just throw that in with a little bit of reverse side to make sure he's got a nice and easy yellow there, either side of the table.
I find there are a lot of players who aren't that confident with reverse side. Is it a shot that's in your armoury, or?
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's got to be a shot you've got to play, I'd say, a lot of the time, because there's no point if you're screwing back straight back on and off the cushion, and you're leaving yourself close to the cushion. I find where the whites are smaller, you really don't want to be playing closer to the cushion, because if you're then having to play the next shot as a screw back shot, you're then digging into the ball rather than playing with a level cue. So if you need to put that little bit aside in it just to pull it away from the cushion, for me it's the shot you've got to play. And Corey should be reaping the rewards from actually playing that shot. Nice simple black to take the first frame.
Yeah, comfortably and confidently done by Corey Rees. He takes the opening frame. We remain on serve, because that was, of course, Corey's break, but a missed opportunity for Gareth early doors.
Yeah, I see it. I think Corey will see it as one he's got away with there, and it's always nice to sit back in your chair and look at the scoreboard and you're 1-0 up when you've gone in off of a break.
We are, of course, down to the last 16 in the European professional event. There are 4 spaces left in the quarterfinals. One will be decided here. The other 3 are currently in the process of being decided in the outer tables. Clint Janssen is at 4-all with the Isle of Man's professional, David Adenall. Ben George and Luke Sanges are 1 apiece. That one's only just kicked off, really. And Mark Farnsworth 5-3 up against JJ Fall. And there are those scores and results from the earlier matches for you as well. It's starting to shape up well. And the 4 players that are through to the quarterfinals at the moment, look at this. Dunster, Ward, Marsh, McAllister. It's like a who's who of pool, isn't it, really?
It definitely is, yeah. Pick a winner out of them.
Can you? No?
No. I love watching Gareth's break. He gets such a great explosion from the balls. He just gets right through it. If anyone's sort of trying to take up the game and wonders how to break, he's the man. He's one of the men to watch, because if you watch as he puts his cue on the table, it just goes straight through, and he leaves the cue through, and he just gets so much acceleration through the ball, and that's why you get that explosion of balls. I mean, look how many balls have gone into the top end of the table there.
Yeah, this is almost one of those ones where you hit it too well, because there's too much movement, and now they've all clustered together back up the other end. But yeah, I agree with you, Gareth. He's just got such a wonderful break. To level that much power through the cue ball and keep that amount of accuracy is quite incredible.
Yeah.
And I also love the overhead shot we had there on the replay, where you saw just how far his cue ends up through.
Yep.
Like it's over the middle pockets.
Yeah. Sometimes when you catch it well and you're going straight down the line of the middle of the table, you kind of have to move your cue out of the way, because balls are just flying at you as you're still following through on the shot. So it's always worth watching out for that.
Yeah, it happened to me actually.
Have
in
you
the
had a ball come back and hit your cue?
Last year, I caught the break so well that the cue ball came straight back down the line, and straight into the tip.
Yeah, done it myself.
Yeah, and it was. I mean, it might as well have been an in-off, because I gave away a foul off the break, and it was a brilliant break.
It's just gone ever so slightly awkward there, but he should be able to just check this off the cushion, cut the yellow back into the corner pocket and check it off the cushion. As long as he can try and land somewhere around straight where he's just put his thumb on the table there, and then he can just screw straight back for the yellow on the cushion and then drop the black in.
Yeah, in an ideal world, wouldn't have wanted to push that yellow to the cushion.
He's played it a bit harder than he's wanted to there, but you can still drift off the side cushion and back over to the other side.
Would you be checking this cue ball up slightly?
Not really, I just make sure I'm just not hitting it hard enough to go near the in off. But he's
perfect.
He's perfect, yeah. He was flirting with the in off there though.
Don't tell his wife.
No. These are awkward where they're just on the cushion and it ruins your bridge hand. One of the most awkward shots on a ball table.
Yeah, you can
they
see
look
him
easy.
His index finger is sort of pressed right up against the cushion, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just getting the comfort in the bridge hand. But no, he's played that well.
This has been a very composed response from Gareth Hibbert. Missed a chance in frame 1, but no such luck for Corey Rees in frame 2. It's 1-all. That was a good response because...
Good response, yeah.
Yeah.
Break dish to sort of even scores.
Perhaps slightly ominous for Corey that Gareth Hibbert break was so good. We saw this table yesterday didn't appear to be breaking that well. There was a lot of frames coming out messy, coming out awkward. So, first 2 frames in this match, it seems to be okay today.
Well, yeah.
How do you find that when you're moving around the tables and the outer arena? Do you find that tables break differently?
Yeah.
You don't feel like you're doing anything differently, but the balls are totally different.
Every single table breaks different for some reason. I don't know why.
It's bizarre, isn't it? Because they're all the same.
It's all the same,
essentially.
Yeah. But I generally use the break straight down the middle, and recently I've been practicing a break, just putting the white in the corner near the corner pocket and playing the head ball straight on. Because I always struggle with my break, so I'll try anything. But I kind of went down the line of 10-pin bowling. When you go head on with 10-pin bowling, you tend not to get a full strike, whereas the top pros they tend to swing it in from the side, don't they, and they catch the front one and it just throws them all out. So I thought maybe it'll open the pack a bit better and give me more chance of potting, but it didn't really work against Dan Davies. So
I've never really
thought
thought
dry
of it
breaks,
like that.
but it's, yeah, like I said, one table you can break straight down the line and like this, and balls just fly everywhere and they go in, and then you'll do the same on another table, and like what Corey's just done there, and end up dry. It's just there's no science to it. It's mad.
Well, you say there's no science to it. If Rob's 10-pin bowling technique holds any water, if there are any physics professors watching, then answers on a postcard,
There
please.
If they've got any idea how I can pop balls off the break every time, then please get in touch.
Yeah. If anyone could do that, they'd be a rich man.
Yeah.
Or woman.
Dan Davies is a good one. He's like I said, that was the difference between us yesterday. To be fair, he played well. He deserved to beat me, but the difference was he was potting off the break and taking out the clearances, and I wasn't. And he's one you could argue sometimes he overhits. Overhits the wrong word, but sometimes he gets such a good amount of power through the cue ball that the ball seems to just go everywhere and then go awkward. It's like he hits it too hard sometimes, but it's great to watch, and I'm very jealous because I can't do it myself. But no, he broke very well. Didn't miss a single ball off the break yesterday. So.
Well, I have to say, I think personally, and I don't want to give too much away about what we did yesterday morning on the string table, but I think you should start breaking left-handed.
That was a better break.
It was a good break, that.
Yeah, but it was only 9 balls. So.
Touche.
Right, Gareth's just landed a tiny bit awkward here, isn't he? He's taking the awkward red first.
Can he avoid this yellow?
He must be able to, yes. It didn't look like it, did it, on the screen there, did it? I thought he was going to cannon into the yellow there.
He's judged that perfectly,
very
because
well,
any little flick on that yellow and he's probably in quite a lot of trouble.
Yeah. He might need to throw a little bit of right-hand side on here just to pull it away from the 2 yellows, which I think he has done. Just runs it round, and it gives you the extra run on the cue ball, so you know you're pulling yourself away from that yellow in the middle of the table there. And now just drops in the red, and nice easy black to go 2-1 up.
Making tricky finishes look quite simple at the moment, Gareth Hibbert. Not what Corey Rees wants to see.
No.
It's very early on in the game yet, but Corey has got to start getting his brake working soon if he's going to have a chance in this, because so far 1 foul and 1 dry.
And then, as you see what happens, it costs you frames. So.
Yep, it's cost him that one.
I say frames, Dan, but is it known as a frame or a rack in pool? I'm never sure.
Oh, now there really is an answer on the postcard question.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, English 8 ball is frames. That's the way I look at it. Or black ball, or whatever you want to call this particular variation of pool. What do you call like this ball? Do you call it black ball?
Black ball pool, yeah. I'd say so, yeah.
I think that's the correct answer.
Yeah,
that's the answer I would go for.
There's with pool with the different variations. I think it's something you have to state from the start, isn't it? It's not you play pool. It's what type of pool.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, my dad quite often describes me to like our customers. Oh, he plays pool, and they're like, oh, right. And every time someone thinks you're 9 ball or 8 ball, or
Look at the break again there.
So many different variations.
How has that gone dry?
Keep an eye on the cue as well, and how far through the...
See how straight it goes through as well.
Yeah. There's a slight lift at the end, isn't there? Probably to avoid that.
To avoid the white, yeah.
But
I don't... This is where I say there's no science to it. I don't see how you can hit it that well, get the explosion like that, and a ball doesn't drop.
It's not as nice a result, though, for Corey Rees as it was for Gareth Hibbert. That black up towards the top left, that's made things really awkward for reds or yellows. It looks more awkward for yellows, sure, but if you're going reds, you've got to disturb it.
I think, to be fair, I think he's got to go reds here. It's one of these situations where he's kind of forced to go reds.
Oh, doesn't want to cover that pocket. Oh, that's a touch of fortune.
At least that way, where he cleared, where that yellow's landed now, if he can leave the red by the yellow at the top as his last ball and place the white near the cushion, he can literally just run that in and come naturally off the top cushion and nudge the yellow out of the way for the black.
Would you want to do that last, though? I'd be wanting to do that personally, like next shot available, to be honest.
Maybe, yeah, if you can get the angle early on. But I think I'd always have in the back of my head that that's where I want the white eventually. Sometimes I think you can attack it a bit too early and you end up losing position.
See, I think he's looking at taking the red in the centre of the table and screwing across to that cushion and then playing that shot.
Yeah.
Because then he leaves that red near the right centre.
He's got the red in the right centre, yeah.
He's bound to be on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be playing that now. Oh,
he doesn't want to flick that. I think that's just okay. I think he can still play the shot, but he'd like a lot more angle, wouldn't he?
He's pushed the red a little bit too close to the middle. See now if he cannons into the black and yellow, he's not going to have an easy red into the middle pocket. Especially playing a shot when it's called going across the nap of the table. They're very easy to sort of drift if you play them too slowly.
Oh, Corey.
He's ended up having to change route and it's caused him to miss.
I think there was a bit of time pressure on there as well.
Yeah.
The beeps are a fairly new addition.
Yes.
Just wonder if they
do get to you. They do get to you. Sometimes you see, I was just speaking to Curtis Lee and Luke Vokes when we was in the swimming pool, and believe it or not, and we were saying that it's a great addition, but you can be under so much time pressure sometimes you end up playing the most strangest of shots, and it's quite disconcerting.
It's a bit of a trade-off, I suppose, because the beats
great
at the
to
end,
watch.
it's better to watch, and it ratchets up the tension on the players, which is bad for the players. But I haven't seen a single time foul because everyone knows exactly where they stand.
I beg to differ, Dan. No, I did it in one tournament.
What, with the beeps?
Oh no, sorry, before these.
Yeah, Gareth looking to break out that yellow next to the black early, is he? Nope, not yet. You've got to be really careful the angle he attacks that from,
Yes.
because if you attacked it from
It could cannon the
low
black
down,
in, couldn't
yeah,
it? Yeah.
easily cannon black, or worse, you know, covering that pocket is pretty much the same result.
See, I like the shot he's playing here because he can naturally sort of come across and he's leaving the yellow where the other yellow is that he's planting onto. He's got it out nicely.
Yeah, I don't think the double kiss was what he played for, but it's come out just about far enough.
To be fair, I always think when you're playing the attacking shot, you kind of, it's never going to be exactly how you imagine the shot's going to be, but you deserve the little rub of the green, as they say, or rub of the blue these days. Isn't it?
Yeah, well, I couldn't agree more. You absolutely deserve that rub of the green, but you don't always get it.
No, you definitely don't. But no, you should be able to just play the yellow just behind the black now, and with a little bit of check side maybe, just to pull the white out on the straight line.
There you go. That's called by Rob Donkin.
A couple of tap-ins.
Gareth is punishing everything Corey Rees does wrong at the moment. He leads by 3 frames to 1.
Yeah, starting to get to the stage. Corey will be starting to get a bit worried, I think. Needs to get that break working.
Yeah, well, it's Corey to break next. So far, 1 foul break, 1 dry break for Corey Rees. And a dry break in the last one for Gareth Hibbert as well, so perhaps this table isn't breaking quite as well as we thought.
Commentators curse, Dan. Seems like they're splitting nicely, but it's just, like I said, it's just there's no rhyme or reason sometimes why a ball doesn't drop in. Sometimes you can walk away from the table thinking that's the best break I've hit all day, and you don't get a ball down.
Frame 5.
Siegfried Hansen stalking the table right behind Corey Rees.
Time running.
This is bad news for David Adnall because David is 6-4 down. If Clint's at the table, you wouldn't put it past it being 7-4 very soon in a race to 8. For this one, and Corey Rees, has he kept the cue ball out this time?
He has, yeah.
Barely.
Yeah, he was getting close to the corner pocket.
He was, but what a split this is. This is almost...
It's like a practice regime, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just... They're sitters, aren't they?
I'd say so, yeah.
Nothing that could go wrong here, surely.
It's one of them tables, I think, you just... You pick your choice and stick to it, and decided to go yellows. Just got to be a little bit careful down the bottom end of the table there with the 3 yellows in a row, but they kind of take one out of the way and it frees the way for the others, doesn't it?
Extension call.
Yeah, it's almost a snooker style table, that, isn't it? Where, you know, you see your 3 reds there and you've just got to pick the order.
That's it. Yeah. It's just, I think he's just looking to see what kind of angle he wants to leave himself to get down to those 3 yellows. I think I'd be tempted to try and take out the yellow in the middle of the table as well, because with the red in the middle of the table, it's a kind of shot where you could snooker yourself behind that red if you leave it till last. But the shot he's left there looks like he is leaving it till last.
Yeah, there's still plenty of options to approach that yellow, but you are right. That beach ball that you mentioned a couple of frames ago for Gareth Hibbert, well, Corey Rees might find himself in the same situation. That's a good shot.
Yeah, it's a nice little nudge. It means now it doesn't really matter what ball he plays for there. No. They both go in the corner pocket.
I suppose the problem is if he's leaving that yellow on the right hand side to last, if he does pop that into the right centre, it's going to be difficult to get a nice angle on that, isn't it? Yeah. He's either going to have to be too low and go up and down the table to get back to the black, or he's going to have to go a bit further and leave it a bit thin.
Yeah. Or play it, if he lands straight on it and into the top corner pocket, that might be the way. But to be fair, maybe that red is lower than it looks on the screen, and because where he's just put his cue there, it looks as if there is a gap between the black and the red that he can leave the white.
I think there's definitely a window there, but it's got to be quite precise, this next shot.
Very. Under here or over here, it leaves him an awkward shot.
Yeah, you can see him now coming round to have a look at what happens if he overhits it, and I think that's probably the right choice.
Yeah. You always try and play a shot giving yourself room for error, because it doesn't matter how good we say how these players are, no one's going to be perfectly on every single ball. It's just not possible. Especially the speed of these cloths sometimes.
Yeah,
catch you out.
It's so difficult to judge at moments.
Reece
is finding no problems. Swings the cue ball round off 2 cushions. And stops the rot. Corey Reece halves the deficit. It was 3-1, it's now 3-2. Gareth this time not able to profit from a dry break, because Corey finally got his break working. But he was a bit lucky not to be kicked in off in that one.
Yeah, he was tracking towards the corner pocket, because I think a lot of people, this has probably been said many times before, but they tend to think it's unlucky if you go in off in the corner pocket. But the way that we all break these days, where it's in the middle of the table, there's no way you're cueing the white and trying to pull the white to one side of the table. You're hitting it dead straight. So it generally means that if it's tracking towards a corner pocket, you've slightly mishit that break. I'll do it all the time.
Are there not players though who sort of break off and put the cue ball into the side, even on a front ball break?
Yes, there is, but I'd say when you're in the middle of the table, that it's not for me. I mean, I'd love someone to have a conversation with someone and prove me wrong, but I think generally, if you're going down the middle of the table, you're not trying to track to one side, because you're then taking in both the middle pocket and the corner pocket as the possible in off. So that's the idea of playing it straight down the middle of the table. You try and take that out of the equation.
Another dry break for Gareth Hibbert.
Yeah.
Well, we were slightly worried for Corey early doors. It's come out okay. The black's slightly awkward, isn't it?
It's so awkward, yeah.
He's got to go reds. He's got to go yellow.
Red, yeah. There's no yellow to pot there, is there?
So I guess the other problem is the red that's in amongst all those yellows. That's a tricky ball to get the cue ball in nice position.
Yeah, definitely.
Is he trying to land on it now?
I think he has, yeah. Straight away. That's probably the way to do it. Like you said earlier with one of the frames, you've got so many other balls on the table. If you don't land on that red, there's other shots you can play. But no, it's a great positional shot to get us on it straight away.
It's clever as well, because okay, if he overruns that an inch, it doesn't matter. He's got plenty of opportunities later on to still do it. But yeah, if you can get that out of the way early, this table all of a sudden looks a lot more inviting for Corey Reece.
His only issue now would be where the black is. It doesn't look like it doubles in a corner pocket or a middle pocket. So he's going to be looking to be around about the middle pocket, so he's straight on the black into the corner pocket. Doesn't leave himself much room for error. He's probably got 6 inches to play with, but it's what these players do, isn't it? They're that accurate.
They are, but he wanted a little flick on those 2 reds there, I think, and he hasn't got it. I actually thought that the bottom of those 2 went quite comfortably to the centre pocket, but the way he's looking at this, it's not comfortable at all.
No, perhaps it doesn't. Maybe it's the just the case where it's the bottom red that goes and not the top one.
He's played on it.
It's run a little bit far again. Looks like the pace of the table's just caught him out there a little bit.
I still think this goes, but he's running the cue ball into the top red. if this contact goes wrong and that red comes off a bit straighter, he's going to have a really tough time getting a nice positional shot on his last red to get across the black. Oh, it doubles. It doubles.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
That was a thin gap that he got that through.
Very thin. See, now he can just stun the white exactly where the red is, and he's got the natural angle to float on and off the top cushion and drift down into the black. Because you're then giving yourself so much room for error because you're running straight into the shot of the black.
Yep, almost the perfect angle this.
Yeah, I think I'd be playing this with a little tiny bit of check side because these cushions tend to throw off slightly wider, so it actually gives yourself that little bit more room for error. Obviously, it makes the shot tiny bit more difficult, but someone of Corey's calibre, it's not going to phase him, I don't think. Oh, he's decided to just screw across, yeah.
Fair play. Slightly tougher shot for me. That is easier to get that wrong.
Yeah. For me, it's probably an easier positional shot, but you're guaranteed to be slightly further away from the black. That's why I like the idea of running on and off the cushion, because you're running into the line of the shot, and the closer you get to the black, the easier the black becomes.
He's backed himself to make this tricky one down the rail.
He's such a good potter, I don't expect him to miss it. Oh,
Rob. Oh, you owe that man a pint.
Why does that happen? I didn't expect him to miss that.
I didn't either, but it was a very tough pot, you know, and everyone talks about how massive these tables play.
No. I think it's...
Now, to be fair, that absolutely should have missed. It hit the cushion a good sort of 6, 8, 10 inches up that right-hand rail. But, I mean, we have seen them drop before.
Definitely.
What's he left here for Gareth, though? I think he's only got this yellow in the bottom half of the table.
Yep, into the corner.
I think that's all he can do.
This is kind of... If this shot goes in, he then becomes favourite for the frame, doesn't he?
Yeah, the yellow next to the cue ball is the only slight problem there, isn't it? But it's not too bad to perhaps leave as a double.
Yeah.
You could drop it in the centre, but I wouldn't want to.
Oh, he's played that well. Now it's just all about just taking out these 4 yellows in the middle of the table, and I guarantee you he's going to be straight away thinking where he can leave the white for the yellow on the cushion there.
Would you be looking at that as a double, or would you be looking at into the centre? Because I think if you get right behind it, it's not actually that bad.
Possibly, but I think if anything, I'd be looking for a double. Even with the balls in the middle of the table as well, it's kind of just far enough off the cushion. If he can leave himself an angle, just to sort of play the white in and out behind that yellow, just nudge it out, and then it actually gives you an easier yellow then. But if I'm playing this clearance in the back of my head, I'm always thinking, worst case, I've got the double. Oh, that has only just dropped there.
Well, there was a big raise to the eyebrows from Gareth Hibbert. He's got away with one there.
I'm pretty sure Gareth would have thought he'd missed that. He's such a polite fellow, Gareth. It's usually the kind of thing he apologises for because he thinks he's missed the shot.
Unless he was surprised that it sort of wasn't in, if you like.
Yeah. Maybe it's turned on the nap. Maybe a little bit can happen at that speed as well. It was a very slow roll, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Yeah, you do at a very slow roll. You do see that little weave of the cue ball on the weave of the cloth. It's getting down to crunch time now, and the angle he's left here, he's bound to be leaving this for a double.
Yep. Just run that through about 6 to 8 inches, and then just play the straight double. Just where he's put his cue there.
It's in a nice position for a double, that yellow, isn't it? It's not so close to the cushion that you've got to worry about a double kiss or anything like that.
Yeah, it's the kind of one you can play it with a little bit of pace as well, but just to straighten it up that little bit so it's more of a solid hit off the cushion. There you go.
Perfection from Gareth Hibbert. takes frame number 6. And again, that's going to be a body blow for Corey.
Yeah, Corey will be kicking himself that he didn't level the scores up there.
It's another missed pot in the match for Corey Rees. That's a couple now, and I know we've had 6 frames of ball, but a couple of misses at this level is actually quite a big deal.
Yeah, you just don't expect any of these players to miss the day, but they're all human.
But especially, I think the worst part of that for Corey is the 2 misses, the 2 worst misses he's had so far in the match have both come off the opportunity from a dry Gareth Hibbert break.
Yep.
And they are such massive opportunities.
Yep.
Frame 7. Corey Rees to break, trailing 4 frames to 2. Time
Not
running.
sure if has Gareth actually missed the ball in open play yet. Not entirely sure. I don't think he has.
It depends if you count when he snookered himself in frame 1.
It's just a positional error.
Is that a miss or? I mean, he was definitely trying to pop when he came out of the snooker.
So again, Corey's flirting with the corner pocket there, and he's gone dry. It's left a bit of a awkward table for Gareth. That
yeah, you look at the reds and you think, oh, okay, maybe, and then your eyes sort of shoot top right or bottom right from this camera angle, and you see that black sat there.
Yeah.
And then you look at the yellows and you see the 2 at the top left, and yeah.
See, I think I'd be picking yellows here. I think if he plays the plant first off, he's only got to land straight on the yellow on the cushion, and he can run that through, and then play the yellow in the opposite middle, and then all the balls will have a pocket then.
What about the black though? Because that's
the black. It's kind of like where he's left the yellow at the bottom by the corner there. That's actually a great ball to sort of leave yourself somewhere over there to try and leave an angle to screw over into the black. So now he's landed straightish on this yellow. It looks like he should be able to play the shot upstairs.
Just the way he's going about this. We spoke about that frame a couple of frames ago where didn't want to leave that shot screwing off. Playing off the cushion into that ball next to the black till last.
Yeah.
I think Gareth Hibbert's going to have to here, isn't he?
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
That one has just dropped in to the right centre. But Gareth's getting deeper and deeper into this finish. And there's going to be a real pivotal moment coming up in a couple of shots' time.
I wasn't sure if he had the angle to cut the yellow in the middle there with a load of check side, come off the cushion, off the bottom cushion, and then nudge into the black and red, because he's got the yellow over the corner, but he's obviously decided to play it a different way.
Yeah, didn't fancy that, but
now I'm not sure he's got the angle to get into it. He might have to just drop it in and play the double in the corner.
Could he play a double? Could he play a thin cut? There's enough room for a cue ball between the
possibly, yeah.
The red and the black.
Maybe the red is further up. Yeah, actually, seeing on the other screen, yeah, he could leave himself. If he leaves himself somewhere around the red in the middle of the table, it looks like it is cuttable.
Yeah, somewhere sort of between the black spot and the red. Oh, he's
did
gone into it. Oh, this is a terrific shot. How's his luck? It's awful. If he catches that red a fraction thicker, he's fine.
That's where maybe to take the risk element out of it, it might have been the shot just to try and leave yourself the cut down the line.
Yeah, because if you didn't get the cut, you still have the double.
Yeah, I didn't realise he had the angle to get into it though. Yeah, it looked like he had a nice angle there as well, the way he played it.
Yeah, I think there were lots and lots of bottom right on that cue ball. Well, Gareth's going to try and shut up shop. This is a good-looking effort. Yeah, that is a terrific shot.
It's a good shot.
Corey Rees has a decent margin for error here, though. Those 4 reds in the balk area, that's a big blocker for Gareth.
So I think I'd be tempted to try and play off one cushion the 2 reds in the middle of the table, because you're heading back down towards the balk line and you'd be unlucky to hit one of them reds 4 ball, and if you can hit them on the right hand side as we look, and then it could flick off one of those reds and then snooker Gareth on the black again.
We'll find out what's in Corey Reese's mind here. He's going a bit thinner than that, I think. Oh, needs to get behind that red. I think that's come too far. Gareth Hibbert's going to have a shot, but my word, is it tough.
On that side, he was always going to leave a shot, but he's just got to now hope that Gareth doesn't take this pot.
Gareth is a remarkably good snooker player, and on a snooker table, this is a pretty straightforward one, but
great shot.
Oh, and he's made it look it there as well. Yeah. Gareth Hibbert leads 5-2. Brilliant pot on the black there.
Always awkward to cue out the corner pocket, isn't it? You get the plastic of the corner
yeah,
pocket.
the pocket liner.
The pocket liner, yeah. I couldn't remember what it was called then.
It's easily done. Yeah. Easily done.
But it just means you're queuing slightly higher than where you want to be, isn't it? It's like it's probably 3 or 4 mil higher than the actual height of the cushion.
Well, our fifth quarter finalist, rather. Fifth semi-finalist would be a bit much. Our 5th quarter finalist is now known. Clint Jansen has beaten David Adnall by 8 frames to 5. The quarter final lineup is looking insane. Dunster v Ward, Marsh v McAllister, Jansen v Rees or Hibbert, and then Ben George or Luke Sanges against JJ Fall or Mark Farnsworth. But Mark Farnsworth is 1 frame away. It really is a remarkable slew of players, that.
Heavily stacked, as you'd say, I think.
Yeah, really heavily stacked. The other scores at the moment, like I said, Mark Farnsworth 1 away, he's 7-6 up against JJ Fall, so JJ not out of that yet. Ben George, first time professional, he's 5-2 down against Luke Sanges. And as I said, JJ Fall wasn't out of it. He's been put out of it because Mark Farnsworth has just completed the victory. So we now have 6 of our 8 quarter finalists known to us. You can't call that at all, can you?
No.
I mean, that is... Oof.
I'd say one of those 8 will win it.
We've got 4 world champions in there. If Gareth Hibbert wins this, we'll have 5.
Yeah.
And of those 6, we've got 4 world champions and 2 that have been runners-up in world finals. It's madness. But, yeah, crazy stuff. Luke Sanges, he's 5-2 up on Ben George. He's a player that very nearly made a big splash in the Isle of Man in the Tour Grand Finals. He made it to the final, narrowly lost in the end. But you feel like he's one of those players who's got to have a title under his belt sooner or later.
Yeah, when I was speaking to the guys earlier, and they said he's changed something in his game, gone to a coach, I think, one of the old snooker players. And I feel like you can see the difference in his game now. He's definitely starting to perform, and he runs deep in a lot of tournaments now, doesn't he? He's, like you say, knocking on the door of winning a tournament. Gareth would be very unhappy with that break.
Yeah, huge surprise there.
Straight in the middle.
For Gareth Hibbert. I don't know what's happened to my break, but I've done that 4 times so far this weekend in probably 7 breaks. I can't seem to keep them out in the middle at the moment.
That's not a great statistic.
No, it's not, no. No, I probably shouldn't have said that.
No, mine wasn't much better, don't worry.
Oh, okay. You do make me feel better. I do like it when you come in here, Rob.
Thanks. I always say to people, I'd be dangerous if I had a decent break. Nice shot there from Corey, floating that in. It's just standing a tiny bit awkward, but he may just be able to play the yellow and just drift over by the yellow, the right side of the black.
Extension call.
But then he's kind of, when playing that positional shot, he's kind of going away from the yellow, the yellow at the top of the table there, isn't he?
It feels like a really important moment for Corey Rees in the match.
Yeah, needs to win this frame really. You don't want to be 4 frames behind to someone like Gareth.
Corey using all the time available to him. 10 seconds of extension left. He's played that with lots and lots of check side to hold the cue ball. That yellow deep in the balk area, that still looks really awkward to me.
Yeah, I think he actually played it with too much right hand side, because he then comes into the next shot wanting to play it with left hand side to drift closer to the yellow, and I'm not sure he can get through to play that. So he's ended up just having to play it plain ball and be further away from the yellow. Now it actually brings the red next to it into the shot. He could be sort of just clipping this, and it actually could ruin the positional shot. But hopefully he can just play it straight up and down and drift down for the 2 yellows at the bottom of the table.
I suppose it wouldn't be the worst if you cannoned into the black after this.
No.
As long as you caught it full and far enough to get it out of the way.
Yep.
Or he had to play it off the red.
Oh, he had to play off the red, yeah. He's played it well though. He's actually played it with a load of left-hand side, so he knows the cue. Playing it that way, he's running the cue ball off of the red. It actually creates a little bit more speed off the 2 cushions then.
He's still going to need a very good positional shot next up. Is he going to screw in behind this perhaps and take that yellow either into the same pocket or into the left centre? Oh no, he's just going to run down
behind the red, yeah, straight up and down.
I didn't think he had the angle to do that.
Yeah,
it looks a bit straight.
I think when the yellow's close to the corner pocket, you can nick a bit of the pocket, can't you?
Yeah.
You don't actually have to hit it absolutely centre of the pocket like if it was closer to the cushion. It's figuring out where the black goes. I'm not sure if he has to stun it across the face of the red and play the black in the middle, or does the black go past the red?
I think it
goes
it does.
Yeah. It really doesn't look like it from here, does it?
No, the thing is, as long as you're right behind it, you only really need half the pocket, you know. And I think he'll be squeezing this in off the near jaw.
He was having a long look about it, wasn't he? Oh, it just smashes it in.
Heart of the pocket. Absolutely no problem at all.
It definitely went.
Corey Rees, well, it's another failure from the break for Gareth Hibbert. And I say another, because you look at that scoreline, you would imagine that it was Corey who was breaking worse, but actually, after the first couple of frames, it's definitely been Gareth.
Yeah. It's kind of changed round now, isn't it? I think Corey will be playing the scores change round in a minute as well.
Yeah, well, it's still well in this. Corey needs 5, Gareth needs 3. There's plenty of pool left in this match just yet.
Frame 9. Corey Rees to break. Trailing 5 frames to 3. Time running.
Welsh support there for Corey Rees. Lindsay Davis, he's a new amateur on the tour, but I played him at the World Championships, and mark my words, he's one to watch out for.
Yeah, I think I remember him from the internationals years ago. He's very good.
Yeah, I wish someone had told me that.
Oh, that's
oh no, that is sickening.
That's unlucky. See, that you can actually count yourself unlucky. He's drew the cue ball straight back and just got kicked in off from the middle of the table. You can never foresee that happening.
How did it get past that yellow as well?
Looked like the yellow was going to sit in the way, but it didn't.
Did, and what a chance for Gareth Hibbert.
Another one of them frames where it's reds or yellows. I think as soon as he pulls this red out of the way of the yellow, he then still has a choice. I think he's going to go yellows the way he's played that.
Yeah, it's almost just. I mean, he doesn't care that much about that red, I don't think. But he's almost just tried to push it to the side cushion.
Yeah, I think the only thing that was benefiting him from playing the yellows there is the red on the left-hand side cushion there.
Yeah.
Because obviously it doesn't go past the yellow. But now he'd be an unhappy man if he doesn't take these out, I think.
Oh yeah. It looks to me like he was having a look at that yellow over the bottom left, but changed his mind. I wondered whether he was almost going to try and work his way, sort of come down the table and then work all the way back up. But there's 100 different routes here.
That's actually a great lesson for people trying to learn this game. Is I think the old style of pool, a lot of players would be that I've got that yellow over the corner pocket. That's my easy ball. I'll leave that till later. But that actually creates a bit of a positional issue.
Yeah.
Whereas the other yellows on the table are actually in a nice position to play on the black. But this is where this style of pool plays completely differently to the old style.
Yeah, I have to agree. I would never be leaving that yellow till last. And Gareth's not. He's taking it on now.
He's just underscrewed that slightly, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, it was always the worry. He's either underscrewed it or he's potted it a little bit thin.
Yeah, I think he wanted to be dead straight on it, and he wasn't, was he? He was trying to nick a bit of the pocket again.
Yeah.
But if he plays, I think he's playing a sort of low to check side just to hold the white. But as we said, on this table, the cushion slides so much. You see with the white spinning, that how much check side he's put on that, and it just doesn't react.
Yeah, the check side's almost stayed on it, hasn't it? It just hasn't bit into that cushion at all there. And now this is a bit of a tester.
It's cued lovely. Now just plays exactly the same shot. Stuns the yellow in for the yellow in the corner, and then straight black into the other.
There's been a fair few reverse dishes in this match. And chalk another one up on the tally. Gareth Hibbert punishes the foul break from Corey Rees, the unlucky foul break this time. Corey with serious work to do now, trailing by 6 frames to 3.
It's almost getting to panic stations then, isn't it?
It almost is for Corey, and he's got to feel unlucky after that last break, you know, because he's worked really hard to get himself back into this match. He was 5-2 down, it was all looking like it was going wrong.
Yeah,
and then he punished the Hibbert dry break, or the Hibbert foul break, which was straightened off in the centre, and then just got kicked in off himself. It's a brutal game at times, this.
It is brutal. It's a huge difference, isn't it? 5-4, 6-3.
Oh, massive.
Frame 10, Gareth Hibbert to break.
Let's see if Gareth can get his break
Leading
working
6 frames
now.
to 3. Time running.
He definitely did that time.
He definitely
3 balls
did.
in one pocket was there.
And yet, it's actually a horrible split. Yeah, keep an eye on the bottom centre from this camera angle.
Yeah.
There's 1, 2,
3. 3 reds in the same pocket.
All reds.
I might ask for some tips, I think, then.
You don't want them coming out like this.
Buy the pint.
You don't want them coming out like this.
No, this isn't.
It's nasty.
This is
he's got to
straightforward
go.
for him.
He's got to go yellows, but you think this is straightforward?
Yeah, it's only the yellow next to the
These are
black.
gone, are they?
Yeah, these are gone.
Yeah?
It's only the yellow
Okay.
next to the black. I take it he's going yellows. He's definitely going yellows. Isn't he? And then I think the yellow actually goes into the corner pocket, so if he can land on it.
Yeah,
Although
that's
he's landed
probably a
awkward
fair
straight
point,
away
actually.
there.
That will go past that red up to the top left. If he was on it now, he'd be taking it.
Yeah, I think that might have been what he was trying to play. But he's got 4 yellows in the middle of the table there, and you'd be looking at trying to find some sort of angle to just nudge the black like it's just done there.
I think
Can
that
it get
red
through to
has
the
just moved far enough that he can just drop that yellow in the right centre. And if it has, then that's a very good shot, and it's come out beautifully. If he hasn't, it's not quite over yet.
Judging by his body language, I'd say he can pot it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's played that well. Just a little nudge just to draw the yellow out of the way. Now he's actually giving himself options,
now,
isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. This is what I'd be doing actually. Left centre first, just move one of those two out the way, because now it really is straight shots. It's just stun.
It's just picking the right pattern at the right time, isn't it? And this is what these top players are so good for. I think he sort of realised that wasn't a shot he didn't want to. He wanted to. He didn't want to play, so realised it was wrong.
It's one of those, isn't it? Every now and then you're down on a shot and you go, "Oh, what am I doing? Why haven't I seen that one?"
Yeah, but then sometimes it works out and you end up clearing up anyway. But there are right and wrong ways to go about clearances. But any clearance that gets down to the black and potting the black is the right way to go, isn't it?
Yep. Gareth Hibbert continues his march towards the quarterfinals of this European professional event. Corey Rees now will need 5 frames on the spin. It's his break next, so he can get off to a good start, but after that he's got to rely on at least 2
he's got to hope for a couple of mistakes from Gareth.
Yeah.
Or just have no missed pull for the next 5 frames.
And there is the last 16. Just 2 matches left in that now. Gareth Hibbert 1 frame away, and Luke Sanji's 2 frames away over Ben George. And they will complete the lineup. The winner of Sanji's and George will play Clint Ianson, and the winner of this one will play Mark Farnsworth. And I just, honestly, that is such a stacked field. It's crazy.
That's a better break from Corey there. Got straight down the middle of the table, and the got a nice explosion. And I fully expect him to take these out. I'm not sure whether he's going to go reds or yellows down. What do you think? I think there's arguments for both again, isn't there?
I'd be taking reds, I think.
Yeah.
So I'd probably take yellows.
Extension call.
I think sometimes when you tend to pot more of one colour, it actually opens up the better option to take the opposite colour. Because you've got more option of balls to go for, basically.
I don't particularly like the starter on yellows, and I don't particularly like. I mean, I know there's the ones in the left centre, but I don't particularly like that yellow just above the black either. I think that's an awkward one to get the cue ball on. You've got very little margin for error getting.
If he plays the yellow in the middle pocket, see, he's not playing it, but if he could screw off the cushion and play the white down, so he's got both yellows. He's got the yellow in the corner or the yellow into the middle. So
now he's got options. That's a great shot. The touch on that shot.
Very good. He's played it into an area and completely nailed it, as they say. He's just got to make sure, be careful of nudging the black onto one of those reds. It's one of these where you just hit it a little bit harder than what you would normally want to, just to make sure it frees itself away from the reds. Although he's flirted with it, isn't he?
But I don't know. Does that black still go?
Yeah, I'm certain it does. I think that's the case if it goes in the corner or the middle once these yellows.
It certainly goes in the centre. Yeah. Yeah, no, he could pot that. If the cue ball was where it is now, he could pot that. So it's a touch fortunate though. You know, if he pushes that a millimetre further,
it could have gone wrong.
Could have gone wrong. This could have gone wrong as well, but it didn't. Great shot. He's digging here though, Corey, isn't he? He's just chasing this finish.
Yeah.
And although he has now done the hard work, he doesn't looking necessarily the form that we've come to expect from him in recent times.
No, he's it's just where you're just trying to find your game, isn't it? But he'll be happy to sort of reel off the first of the frames he needs. I think he'll be a bit of a relieved man sitting down at 7-4. And now he's just got to hope that Gareth has a dry break. Because if he can get to 7-5, 7-6, then it starts putting pressure back on Gareth. Because at 7-3 up, you're fully expected to win, aren't you?
Yeah, Gareth Hibbert wants to get this match done and dusted right here, right now, and he will have the opportunity. He will be breaking next up. Corey Rees can only really sit and hope that he comes back to the table.
Frame 12.
If he does make a ball, it's an ominous sign for Corey Rees, because I think I'm right in saying that every single time Gareth Hibbert has made a good legal break, he's finished them up.
Oh wow, Corey's
would you
got what he's hoped for.
Yeah. Corey sprung out of his seat there, like a jack in the box.
Extension called.
And you can see why. This could be a big turning point in this match, but it is
awkward, isn't it?
It is awkward, yeah. Is he on that yellow to the top left now? Because I think if he is, then the yellow's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's just all eggs in one basket playing that yellow first. I think he's going red here, you know. Or is he? No, actually.
I think he's got to go that yellow. I can't see a way out otherwise.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Big shot this. Got to catch this. Absolutely perfect. Run the cue ball nicely into the yellow. That is a great shot.
That way it stops the white, and he can then play the yellow into the middle now if needed. He knew that if he didn't land on the yellow he was cannoning into, he's got that as a backup shot.
I don't think he's got too much angle, and I think he can knock this one into the top right and stay on that one to the centre.
Yeah. Oh no, he's tried to drift the other side of it. I think he might have got a bit lucky there and managed to only cannon it so he can still play it in the middle pocket there.
Yeah, I'm really
surprised.
trying
to go through the gap there, wasn't he?
I'm really surprised the way he played that, but perhaps he just had that little bit more angle than we thought. But yeah, that could well have gone wrong. As you said, Rob, he held on it to the centre. Has he got to come down table now and take that one on the bottom rail? Because
I think he has, yeah.
You don't really want to be playing onto that from the one on the side cushion.
No, I think you can just drift it off one cushion. So, and again, so it's one of them positional shots just running into the line of the shot. Gives him so much room for error. Very surprised if that would have gone wrong.
He's very straight on this.
Very straight, yeah. But it's just a straightforward screw back off the cushion over to the other side cushion, and then he's going to leave himself the choice of the yellow in the middle or the yellow down the rail.
Yep.
He's just got to time this right and he'll be back in prime position. He hasn't caught that like he normally does, has he?
No, he
just left himself a little bit short.
It's run on just far enough that it's not disastrous there for Corey Rees, but
I think he's now going to have to play the yellow in the middle, isn't he? And then
little
run
bit
off,
left-hand
yeah, a
side.
little bit left-hand side just to sort of pull it away from the red in the middle of the table. Be careful of getting close to the middle pocket.
Be careful of getting close to the middle pocket, Corey. Oh, just about.
Enough. Just enough.
That was mighty close. Corey Rees has kept the cue ball on the island.
It's one of them shots where the middle pocket plays so much bigger because it's the white ball. Because where the white ball's smaller, it can go in from a slightly wider angle.
It's a highly annoying trait of
Very
sometimes.
annoying,
You're
No,
right,
it's
the
played
cue
as
ball
well.
goes in from angles that you'd never play a pot from.
Yep. But no, he's played this nicely now. It's ended up being a
Time out.
black that I fully expect Corey to get here. If he goes 7-5, then gives himself a nice break and clearance the next frame, then it gets more interesting, doesn't it, Dan?
Referee Jim Maidment just
Time running.
gives the cue ball a clean at Corey Reese's request. Obviously,
Earning his
a little
keep.
bit of chalk dust on there or something.
Yeah. Seen that a few times on this table. Maybe it's just picking up a little bit of dirt off the cues. These days we all use different chalks, don't we? But chalk's chalk to me then.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't buy into this. I don't see how paying a stupid amount of money for a block of chalk is going to make you a better player, but that's just me.
I'm inclined to agree, but chalk's chalk. I don't know.
I think
some of the stuff you find in the pub.
A miscue is bad cueing. It's not anything to do with the chalk.
Yeah, but there's definitely some
the
chalks.
kick side of it, I do wonder.
Definitely some chalks that you wouldn't use.
Yeah, definitely. Some of them are so grainy and horrible.
Yeah.
But I won't mention any names. But
no, you better not. But I had one that, I tried this stuff and everyone was like, oh yeah, it's really good. It wore down my tip in. I'm quite a frequent chalker.
Yeah.
I'm a chalk before every shot as part of my routine.
Yeah.
And this stuff just absolutely wore my tip down. I was going through a tip every couple of months. I wasn't even playing that much. There's Craig Marsh. Still battling away in the tournament. He is waiting patiently for his quarter-final.
Let's see what Corey can do in his break. If he's just over this shot now, thinking break dish and just put the pressure back on Gareth. He's caught it really well.
He's caught it really well. That is...
He's played safe there, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's a great safety shot.
Time running.
I fully expected him to attack there, Dan, not play safe.
Has Gareth got anything at all here? I think he's...
I
don't think he can cut that yellow back.
No.
Could he just screw that yellow and try and put Corey in exactly the same spot?
That's a tough one.
It is, but what else do you do?
Yeah. He's got no... It's very rare on a pool table you've got no shot.
Yeah.
But I think this is one of them situations.
I think he's just got to try and put him back there.
Yeah.
If you screwed this back, just so you were sort of clipping the top red more than the bottom of the two reds, I don't think you're going to leave a huge amount.
Can he double the yellow? I'm not sure he can double the yellow past. See off onto this side cushion.
One free shot, one was it?
And into the middle pocket.
Oh, he's fouled. He's fouled.
Oh, he's fouled.
Time out.
He touched the yellow with his hand.
That's
pulled
the
it
problem
on
when
himself.
When you're concentrating. I remember playing once. I'd done it once. Dan, I can't remember where I was, but there was a red ball over the corner pocket. And as I, you know, sometimes when you walk around the table and you put your hand on the cushion as you pull yourself round, I forgot the red was there and I pushed the red in the pocket.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh. Why can't you do stuff like that when I'm commentating? Well,
listen, I could make a big enough fool of myself.
I tell you what, the luck has certainly turned.
Yeah.
In this game,
he's now got the momentum, hasn't he? It's all about momentum in this game.
Yeah, and that is a huge
Gareth's
shift.
Kicking himself.
The thing is, he was left, as we said, he was left absolutely nowhere after that break. It was, if you're going to have a dry break, that is the dry break to have.
Yeah.
That was the perfect dry break from Corey Reese.
Because it's ultimate disappointment sitting down to a dry break, but then when you look back at the table and think, oh, actually, that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, he's played that lovely there. I love those shots where you just drift it into the position where it gives you the choice of both there. I think he's clearly going to take the one where he's not queuing over the black, but if he wanted to, he can take it either way around. Actually, he's decided against it.
Well, I think he's going to take that one because if you take the one on the right-hand side second, it's a nicer ball to go back up table.
It is, yeah. That's the times where you sort of say to yourself, right, I have to play the harder shot because it is the shot to play. It's just convincing yourself sometimes.
It's not that difficult though, is it? Just bridging over the black.
Just had to be careful, didn't he?
Yeah, it was no problem at all, that really, was it? Yeah, if he played that, the yellow he's just potted next, then that red on the left-hand side would have been a big blocker for the cue ball. So this way, he's got a lot more room for error.
That's it. It's just trying to make it as easy for yourself as you can, isn't it?
Yeah. And again, same sort of thing, isn't it? He'll be leaving that yellow over the right centre. That's the nice ball to get on the black. I mean, that's pattern play 101, really, isn't it?
Yep. He's just walking around now just to make sure he leaves himself the perfect angle just to drop the yellow in and play the black in the opposite corner. These are the kind of shots, Dan, where you just think to yourself, just don't get a kick.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you find yourself slightly overhitting these shots?
Sometimes, yeah, just for that reason, because you'd rather give yourself some sort of shot. So he played it a good way there because he's running straight into the cushion. So if it does kick, it should run through. Worst case, he lands on the cushion. Yeah,
worst case, it kicks out to the side, but it's always going to kick out this way.
Exactly, yeah. But
Corey
Reese played it very nicely.
Well, he was 7-3 down. He is now just 7-6 down. But Gareth Hibbert still has the advantage. He still has the next break. It's let him down a couple of times in this match. More than a couple of times in this match, really. But you can't write it off. You can never write off the Hibbert break. And when it has come out good, he's finished them up.
Yeah. Just needs to pull this one out of the bag, doesn't he?
Frame 14. Gareth Hibbert to break. Leading 7 frames to 6. Time running.
Here he is, does his usual, lining it up, making sure he gets it exactly where he wants.
No, surely not. No. Surely this isn't dry.
He's caught that so well as well, isn't he? It's one of them where he deserves the ball.
It's sick. Apart from this is almost an easy visit for yellows. Apart from that one that's just gone to the top right, bottom right from this camera angle. If it wasn't for that, Corey would be 2 or 3 shots into this visit by now.
Yep. Not sure if the yellow, the third yellow down from the baulk cushion, whether that goes past the red into the corner pocket, and then you've got the red in the opposite middle. So actually, it might only go into the opposite corner. That's just a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it is borderline. That one on the baulk line, it's borderline whether it goes to the top left. I'm not entirely convinced it does.
He could play it into the middle pocket now and drift back on and off the cushion. It's not an easy shot.
One, that, and it's an awkward one.
Very twitchable shot, definitely.
Twitchable. Oh, I'm keeping that. I'd write that one down in the diary. Lovely. Sounds like an Ian Holloway quote, the old Football Manager, the bounce back ability.
Just put both balls in one.
Yeah, well, it's easy in game, really, isn't it?
That's actually thrown his positional side out, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not ideal
at all.
It
looks like a result, but it's not, I don't think.
He's a bit skinny on this yellow in the left centre now, isn't he?
Can he, if he pots the yellow into the middle, screws on and off the baulk cushion, can he pot the yellow that he's playing now, actually, and go behind the yellow. Oh no, he's played it. He's played it a different way. That's a great way of playing it, because then there's two shots he can play here. He can either run into the yellow or play the yellow off the red, so it clears the way.
Could he do both? Could he potentially just thin it off the red and push the cue ball through and try and play it as a two-way shot?
Possibly. I'm not sure what angle he's got there. I don't think it's perfect from the way he was looking at it.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good at all.
I think it was one of them, the angle he wanted to play the shot wasn't there. So he's tried to sort of force the angle a bit, isn't he?
Corey Rees, for the last few frames, has had everything go his way. He's played very well. But just a little bit of a rush of blood to the head with that shot, I think.
Yeah.
And perhaps a little bit of time pressure as well.
Maybe,
not fully committing to one shot or the other. I don't entirely know what he's gone for there, but he's had a bit of a result.
Yeah, it's left it very awkward for Gareth. This is not a table you want to come to after losing the previous 3 frames.
No, but
I think even I'd be tempted to play some sort of safety shot here, Dan.
I was going to say, it is an awkward table for Gareth.
Yeah.
It's perhaps not the table you're looking to finish, is it? This is perhaps a table where you're just looking to either get a free shot or at least make Corey move some balls around.
I think I'd be taking the red off the bottom cushion there and just drifting in behind the red over the corner pocket. It'd get him in such a tough snooker there. Hopefully draw out the free shot.
There we go. All about touch. Oh, he's overdone it.
Overrun.
Left him a
He's
shot.
actually left him a shot.
Not only that, it's a nice angle as well.
Yeah, drifts into the yellow over the middle there. Now it just means that Corey can fully commit just to the pot. Doesn't have to worry about the position. It plays itself, doesn't it?
Well, the way things have gone, Gareth Hibbert may have just played his last shot in this match.
It's a great shot. Great shot.
Terrific pot from Corey Rees under all sorts of pressure. If he misses that, he probably loses the match. But now he's potted it. He's gone a big favourite to win it in my book.
Agreed.
All of a sudden, you can hear a pin drop in the audience.
I think he's feeling it now, isn't he? Just needs to trust his cue action, stroke it in nicely.
And that is exactly what he does. Corey Rees, 7-3 down. Since then,
draws it level.
Since then, he's hardly put a foot wrong. One poor positional shot in that frame.
one poor positional shot, and he's managed to get away with it. Still left, as we said, from being 7-3 up, Gareth's come to the table there with a really awkward table to go at.
Yeah, that's it. Off Corey drive break. Other than that, he's had two really horrible tables to come to, and that's Paul. That's what happens. But
so someone's twisting a knife, isn't it?
How often do you see it though? How often do you see it that someone goes from 7-3 back, pulls it back all the way, and then can't quite get over the line?
Does happen a lot, yeah.
You go through those. You go through those emotions, don't you? You go through those. You go from
the pressure changes over now, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Now the pressure's on Corey to finish this off, whereas Gareth was probably like, I should have won this by now, and it does take a little bit of pressure off his shoulders.
I think Corey's had no pressure on him for the last few frames. Now there's pressure on both of them. Oh, that red stayed out. How has that red stayed out? Well, Gareth Hibbert, your time has come. Finally, he's finally got a good chance to finish the match off. It's the first one he's had.
Do you risk taking the red down the rail first shot, Dan?
Yeah, I think you do. I think you're perfectly on it. It's
after
you're
that,
not going to get better on this.
Straightforward, isn't it? Yeah.
You've got a choice as well. You can top it through and take red to right centre, or you could top it through a bit further and take probably the second most awkward red, which is the one right in the middle of the balk area.
To be fair, I think any other red he goes for is actually awkward cueing. So at least with this shot, he can actually get his bridge hand on the table nicely. And
caught the near jaw, but it was always good enough.
Yeah. Just got to play at the right pace, haven't you?
Yeah.
I think you would have been worried when that come off the tip of the cue then.
I mean, the thing is, you get a lot of people who say, that's a massive pocket, but it's not.
It's the new cloths now. We noticed this at the World Championships. I think the new cloths were not put on the cushions, and when the cloth wasn't put on the cushion, I don't know if you noticed yourself, Dan, but any shot hitting the knuckle was not going in. But with these tables now here, they're all brand new cloths, brand new cloths on the cushions, and it just gives you that little bit of slide. Give it 3 or 4 days, and they nip up a little bit, and it makes them a lot harder. But it's also the camera angles a lot of the time. I find this when I watch the snooker. You see certain shots, but you know as well as I do, those tables they play on are stupidly tight. But because it's a TV table with brand new cloth, and they seem to go in from all angles sometimes, don't they?
Gareth,
he's not played a great positional shot there, has he?
No, it's
it does
really
go into
bad.
the top corner.
Yeah, but it's still nowhere near where he wanted to be. That is a superb recovery.
I would say that's one of Gareth's best strengths. Is he's such a good potter. He seems to be able to get the disappointment of not being perfect on the next ball out of his head, and just get down and say, right, this is the shot I've got to play.
Yeah,
I'm playing it.
That was a magnificent recovery shot from Gareth Hibbert. One more good positional shot here, and it should be done and dusted.
It's just snipped in the back door.
Awkward. There's too much angle on this.
No, I think it's fine. He's just got to run the cue ball into the yellow. If he plays the cannon 4 ball,
yeah,
there's 2 ways he can be in it. 4 ball, he's got the red, or if he clips off the other side of the yellow, it will run on and off the cushion and still on the red. He's just got to make sure he doesn't get too deep into it.
Straight into the yellow it is.
I think he just sort of runs it off one cushion straight back down, doesn't he, with a bit of check side?
Yeah, has to avoid those two yellows.
Avoid the 2 yellows, yeah. It's surprising how far the white throws out on these tables, isn't it? So
yeah, it looks like it's going nowhere near those 2, isn't
sometimes,
it? It will be getting quite close to them, I'd imagine. Whoa,
yeah, very close, very close.
And if he'd hit that a fraction harder, he'd have caught
it.
That's why he's had to leave a trickier black.
Exactly, yeah, because you'd look at that and think, why hasn't he hit that harder? But he hits that harder, and he hits the yellows and ends up nowhere on the black.
Oh.
But this is a tough black to win the match.
Bit thin. He's got it.
Great shot.
Brilliant from Gareth Hibbert after seeing Corey Rees fight all his way back from 7-3 down. It's Gareth Hibbert who takes the win in the final frame off the dry break of Corey Rees. Gareth Hibbert wins by 8 frames to 7 and moves through to the quarterfinals. Commiserations to Corey, but brilliant match, Rob.
Brilliant match, yeah. I think Gareth just he wanted to create a bit of drama, didn't he? He always knew he was going to win.
Was it the right winner for you in the end?
I'd say so. I think so. I think Gareth just tipped it. Corey was unlucky there. He done well to fight back from 7-3, and to be fair, looked like the better player there.
Right. Well, we will get the arena set up for the next match, but until then, we'll hand over to Kevin Barton, and he's in the studio.
Thanks a lot, Dan. And I'm with the winner, Gareth Hibbert. Gareth, 7-3, it looked pretty comfortable, and then all of a sudden the Corey Rees train came back and drama in the last frame.
Yeah, I don't know why I put myself through it, Kev, to be honest. It's just I didn't get I think I got a sniff the frame before, trying to think what I did wrong. I know I did something wrong. I had a chance to frame before, but you just obviously want a chance in the decider. Oh, I missed the snooker, didn't I? He sort of messed up with 2 balls left and at 7-6, and left it a bit horrible for me, and I played a bad snooker, and he's putted a couple of good balls. But yeah, you think that's probably might be your last chance messing that shot up. So when he went dry, I've just put a ball at a time, really. I don't think I was ever in position there, really.
Yeah, because your break just turned around, didn't it? Because you started going dry, that really giving the opportunities to get back into the match.
Yeah. I was hitting them well. White was coming back nice and straight, and they're just balls pinging everywhere and getting a couple of dry ones, and it just let him back in, like you say, and he cleared up of most of them.
When you put the first red, the tough red, down the rail, it reminded me of the shot that you played in the semi-final. I think it was against Craig in the deciding frame, or it was close to the end. Very similar, real tough shot, but you took the bull by the horns, didn't you?
That was it, yeah. I thought if I get that one out, I was on it. I'm probably not going to get on it better again, but really not had a shot for 4 frames, so you've not really had much table time, so you just got to back your cue in, really. But I sort of overscrewed it a little bit. I wanted to get on a different ball next, and that made the position and the clearance trickier than it should have been, really, from that.
Obviously playing Corey, you two, you got a lot of history in the past few weeks with Champions Cup, and you knew it was always going to be a tough game. Is Corey now, do you think we can class Corey as one of the elite professionals? Is he at that level now?
I think so, Kev, yeah. Winning what he won last weekend, that's probably, at the moment, that's probably our second or third biggest tournament, isn't it? So to win one of the real majors, he's got to be classed as one of the top boys now, I think, yeah.
Quarterfinals, another big event. This is really where it starts to crank up a little. You must be really excited, the way you're playing, and for the rest of the event.
Hopefully, yeah. I'm queuing well. I'm just taking most of the chances. Just the break, like you say, dried up there. Just so warm out there. It's lovely conditions, but it's testing when you're getting on a bit.
Well, we compare you to the fine wine, Gareth. The older you get, the better you're playing, and it's great for us as fans, watching out there. Well done, and we'll see you later on in the quarterfinals.
Thanks very much.
So Gareth Hibbert takes his place in the quarterfinals, and I'm going to be joined now by, so just hand over the baton, one of our rookie professionals, one of the legends of the IPA now, part of the furniture, Scott Anderson. Scott, thanks for joining us. What a fantastic match that was.
That was unbelievable standard. I mean, the comeback and then the dry break in the decider, I've got a feel for Corey there, but what a dish by Gareth. It proves, I said to you there 10 minutes ago, I said Gareth always pulls it out when he needs to, doesn't he? So, that was under pressure. That was a great dish.
What has he got in his armoury that allows him to do that time after time in those pressure situations, pull out those big finishes?
Oh, you got to say experience, and I mean, Gareth, he just cues the ball so well, doesn't he? I mean, the first shot, the ball down the rail, that's pressure in it, and he's just nailed it. So I've got to go with experience, but his break let him down at the end there, didn't it? And, 7-3 up, I think it was, and then he's had like 2, maybe 3 dry breaks. So, yeah.
And earlier on, we saw the machine, Liam, 8-2 against Mark, just pretty flawless stuff all the way through.
I mean, those dishes everywhere, what I've heard there, so you got to say fair play to Liam. So,
Is Liam the man to beat this week? Obviously being world champion, pro number 1, probably a daft question, but Gareth is in the form of his life.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't surprise me if it's a Liam Gareth final, but you can't count anyone. Like, this quarter-final lineup's unbelievable. I mean, every single one's a former world champ now, is it?
Just about, yeah. I mean,
unbelievable.
So the next match-up, as you're talking about world champs, we've got Craig Marsh, 2017 world champion, if I can remember rightly, against John McAllister, 2020 world champ. I mean, what can we expect in this one?
Same again. I just think it's just about the breaking it at this level, isn't it? And that's what I believe anyway. And these are big hitters, aren't they? So I'm expecting big breaks and a few dishes again.
And just from your own experience, obviously rookie professional did fantastic last season in the amateur ranks, took professional status this season. How's your first event gone?
I've enjoyed it. I mean, I had a tough one, Ben Davis last night, and I've somehow got through that one. But then Simon, like I said, just they don't miss a ball, and it's just like it's scary, really. I mean, a big eye opener for me. So, but I've enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to the Open later.
But a couple of good victories, you said there. I mean, beating Ben Davis in your first tournament, that's a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, I know. I was 6-2 down. Wow. I just couldn't believe it. I just took my chances. I think he's had 2 bounce outs, and then the game turned for him. And it's cruel, but that's how it's game sometimes, isn't it?
And do you feel that you're going to take a lot of confidence out of that in going into the Open now and such a great start?
Yeah, I mean, the standard was really high between me and Ben, I thought, last night, and then you've got to stay at that level, and that's consistency, isn't it? And that's what these big boys do. They just stay at that level all the time, and that's what you need to do, isn't it? So keep practicing and hopefully one day stay at that level.
We'll be interviewing you with the silverware.
Yeah,
Scott,
hopefully.
Scott, brilliant to talk to you. Thanks for your time, and we'll catch you later on. Brilliant. Scott Anderson there, and it's like a relay in here today. Our resident pundit, Mr. Pickworth, Mark, Gareth, 7-3 coasting, but Corey showed his class there to come right back into that match to force the decider.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned at the start that Corey just seems to be giving these players leads, and that's something that you can't do at this level. I mean, 5-2 lead, then a 7-3 lead. I mean, it again shows great commitment to making the comeback. But that dry break at the end just killed him, and another great clearance from Gareth Hibbert. He just seems to be doing it every time. He's over 50 years of age. I don't know what he's made of, but he's made of some really proper man-made steel. He really is.
Yeah, there's a hope for us all yet. Match coming up now, another absolute blockbuster, Craig and John. Now, we talk about John, world champion 2020, maybe not quite hit those heights, and Craig, a little bit of a resurgency, some really good results this weekend, so could be very close, this one.
Yeah, I mean, last season, Craig won't mind me saying, he was very inconsistent last season, one good match, and then all of a sudden just had a horrific match. John definitely been way out of form, and form that he wants to get rid of very quickly. We didn't see the best of John yesterday in the match on the TV, but it's a new day again, and can John now produce some of the magic that we've seen 2 years ago? And again, Craig, is he going to produce some of the magic that we saw 5 years ago? And it's going to be a classic encounter between two world champions.
I think, like Scott said, big breaks, big finishes, can't wait. So let's get over to the combox. Over to you, Dan.
Thank you. The IPA European Professional quarter-final. Race to 8 frames. First frame, Craig Marsh to break. Time running.
Well, good afternoon. I'm back again, and what a great match this is. Two former world champions, Craig Marsh and John McAllister. Craig Marsh has been in pretty impressive form so far in this tour. John McAllister struggled in his first match, but there's still plenty of time for him to get warmed up. And is it going to be against Craig Marsh? And again, I do have some company, and you've just seen him on the box there, Scott Anderson, one of our newly crowned professional players. He's joining me in the combox for a debut at the IPA. Is that right, Scott?
Yeah, so I'm enjoying it so far, and time to do my duty in here, I think.
Yeah, so this is your second season. I know you've played previous IPA events in the previous years, etc., but you fully committed last season, and you did pretty well towards the end, and got to be happy with that. You got a final in the amateur event, and you qualified to be a professional player.
Yeah, I got. I think the first event was about a year ago now, and I got. I think I lost in the quarters. I think I lost the quarters 2 times. Lost in the final, obviously, but I lost 2 round 2s twice, I think. So it was a good season overall, and I thought I overachieved, but it proves after this week I can hopefully compete a bit more with the big boys.
Yeah, and that final, I don't want to repeat about it too much. You lost to Mickey Tomlinson. He's also taken his professional status, and you boys haven't done too bad. You both had a win each in the professional event, and for a starting event for you guys, that's not a bad start.
Nah, I was really happy when I played against Ben. Bit unhappy about against Simon this morning, but you got to take it as it is, and the big boys don't miss, do they?
No, they don't. Not when they're on this stage. Definitely not. They don't miss that many at all. But Craig Marsh, he's been playing pretty well so far in this event. I wouldn't say we saw the best of John on this TV table, and he had a tough match against Dan Davey, where he just got through 8 frames to 7. I heard it was a bit of a big fluke in that deciding frame, where he ran out of position. had to play it with a bit of pace, and it flew around and landed quite nicely, so I'm being told. But I think Dan Davey had his slice of luck in that match as well, so I think it shared out in the end. It was just obviously a very crucial stage where John got over the line, but he's in the quarter-final. This is here against Craig Marsh. And what's your predictions then? Have you seen much of these two play over this weekend? I know you've been playing heavily yourself, but have you seen anything?
I've not actually seen. I see John a little bit earlier, and he, you know, he's always queuing well, isn't he? So, but I think Dan was coming back at him when I started watching it. So, yeah, I think John was like trying to battle to get over the line. I think when I saw him, and you know, Dan, knowing Dan, when he gets going, he's hard to stop, isn't he?
Yes, I think he was 6-4 down, 6-3 down or something, and then he's gone 7-6 up.
Yeah.
And then really not had a good enough chance to get over the line. So, yeah, they're tough ones to take, really. But I'm sure Dan Davey, he'll be bouncing back.
Yeah, they're the hard ones to take. You know, when you get chances and you know you've not took them, you know they're the hard ones really. So to take, especially at this level, you know you got to take your chances against these boys. So Dan will probably be a bit gutted then if he's not. Well, he can't be gutted if he's not had a chance, but at the same time he'd be gutted that he's lost to was it a fluke or an outrageous shot or something?
Yeah, it was something bizarre, and but he's in this quarter-final. Dan Day, he isn't.
This quarter-final lineup is unbelievable. What is it? Every single one a world champion at some point.
Yeah, I mean, just looking there, Simon Ease will run up in the Worlds. Liam's won it. Craig's won it. John's won it. Farnsworth's won it. There's only Sanchez that hasn't got anywhere near
and he's starting
the final, but he got to the final of the Isle of Man event. So this quarter-final is probably down to a little bit of form. I mean, Liam Dunster is 4-1 up against.
5-1.
It's just gone 5-1 now, is it, against Simon Ward? And well, he's absolutely motoring on.
Yeah, after Sunday, he's proven everyone that he can carry on doing it after the world title.
Yeah, and he said in a few of the interviews, which I said earlier on this morning when we came on air, that he's been putting a lot more practice on. He knows there's a price on his head, and he's there to be shot down. And that's what champions do. They have to practice harder because he's the one to beat now. These players, they've got to get up to his level. They need to do it pretty quickly, otherwise he'll be running off away with this number one spot for a long time coming.
That was a great shot. Oh no, supposed to stop. These tables are playing beautifully, by the way. I've not had the chance to play on the TV table, but the ones on the one I played on today and yesterday are unbelievably. Cushions are acting well. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I mean the cushions act exactly how normal new cushions react. They're a little bit slidey, but the bed's very grippy, and like you say, they just play perfectly, don't they? I think that this cloth has always played very consistent. And it doesn't matter what the room temperature is, it just seems to play consistent throughout.
Yeah, I've got these cloths at my pub now, and everyone loves it. You know, I think, well, no disrespect to the other cloths, I just think these are the way forward now, especially at like most events now. So.
Yeah, they are. I mean, our next match coming up, Clint Hansen against Gareth Hibbert. Wow, number 3 seed, and Gareth Hibbert, he was number 10 seed, he's now up to number 6. And that's going to be an incredible matchup, that.
Yeah, Clint, just what can you say about the boys? Just solid, isn't he? And Gareth, he don't miss, does he? Especially in key frames like that decider. That frame, I called it when dry break, he said, you know, the red down the rail is just an unbelievable shot, in it. Like, to pull that off, then. You know, he left his hard ball last, really. So, it just makes it look easy, doesn't it, under pressure?
Yeah, and just looking at, I mean, the only one of the seeds that's been knocked out of this top 8 is Ben Davis, and which you're, you know, you've got to be responsible for that. and the rest are all playing to seeds, and that just proves probably the seeding and the rankings are right.
It was. I can't say for Ben's account, but I feel a bit bad for him because he doubled the ball and it's like hit the bounce out, you know, and then at 6-2, that was probably to go 7-2, and then I don't think he's really had a chance unless. I can't remember now. He's had a golden chance at 7-all. Next chance, really. Breaks went for me against me earlier, and then it went against him after. So, but I think like a lot of people disagree, but I think the breaks are massive against these boys. You leave tap-ins after a break. You know you're getting back to the table.
No, not normally. And, I can't see John coming back to the table after these reds. I think is he perfect on this one now in the bottom right-hand corner? Just got to control this nicely. Don't think he has though. He's missed the red as well. He just throws it one in now and again, and that's just down to inconsistency. And he's just not getting through the ball. He needs to be cutting them out.
Yeah, like he's moving his elbows, like he jabbed it, and he look at the white. It's gone nowhere near where he wanted it. Probably wanted to be just south of the yellow in the middle, didn't he?
Yeah, because he didn't look like he was blocked by that yellow. I think he had plenty of room to like skid it in with a little bit of trace of bottom and right hand side. It should have been an easy shot for him, really.
Yeah. I was quite surprised he didn't go top and then take that shot on next. At least he had the ball in the middle for the backup, if that makes sense. He took the top ball, come down, land wave a little bit where he was. It was a 2-in-1 shot. Because obviously, well, he gets on the black, but I don't know.
Yeah, these yellows are there for the taking now.
Yeah, John.
And John's such a good front runner. Once he gets that lead in front, I don't think there's anyone better. I mean, Farnsworth right up there.
Yeah.
But when he gets in front, John, he just motors on.
Yeah, I think the top three are probably him, Farnsworth and Dunster behind Mile.
Yeah, I mean, John, he's not in the top three no more. Clint's taken that spot.
Clint.
John's number 4. It's ruthless at the top there.
Let's see what they're open, haven't we?
Yeah, so quite a few events going off here this weekend. This is a professional event that we're watching now. Ladies event, that's just started its main event now. The amateur event, the amateur event that started yesterday, and that's going to be concluded tomorrow. That's down to the quarterfinals stage at the moment. The Open, that starts later on tonight, and then the very late on, well, I was going to say late on stage, very early stages of the 128, etc. We will finish off early tomorrow morning, starting at 9 o'clock, then 10:15. I think we're going for a very long day tomorrow. We really are.
Numbers have been amazing for this tour. What is it, 167 amateurs?
Yeah, 167 amateurs, 48 ladies, 49 pros. Incredible numbers, and it just proves that the IPA is the place to be, and everyone enjoys it. It's such a really close-knit family. Everyone's enjoying everything. It's always buzzing in this arena. You can hear it out there. It is buzzing.
Yeah, there's a different feel on this tour. 100%, I agree with that.
Yeah, I can't say I've been on any other tours, so I'd be quite biased, to be honest.
I've been on 1 or 2.
Yeah, and fair comment. So, again, it's just your opinion. I mean, it's nice that players have got people, they've all got choices of which tours they go to, and some great tours out there.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
Yeah, and we're doing our bit. And it's making this sport and making this a bit of a hobby as well very enjoyable. The good weekends, aren't they?
Yeah.
Whichever one you're on, they're very good weekends.
100%.
Frame.
And there you see it, 2-0 to John McAllister. There's like a little jabby shot there from Craig, and that's cost him.
Yeah, he's going to be annoyed. Probably take it out on this break, knowing Craig.
Yeah, he gets some immense power. He's got to be one of the biggest breakers in the world, Craig. A lot of the players have said that Gareth Hibbert's probably got one of the best breaks on the tour.
for potting wise, and then you see the last 3 breaks he had dry. I mean,
it's incredible with that amount of power. How can anything avoid a pocket? how does anything dare avoid in a pocket?
Especially on this table, because this table is a little bit, well, it's a lot faster than the outside tables, but it breaks well on this table.
Frame 3.
You know what I mean?
Craig Marsh.
So it is a breaker's table.
Trailing 2
I say
frames
that.
down.
Watch this.
Time running.
Will dry.
Well, this is this break I've been building him up to. Very well controlled white. But again, he's okay.
Oh no, Boyle in the middle.
Yeah, he had red, didn't he? Yeah.
That's what I mean. Look at the break. Like,
all these Welsh boys, they just break so big, and all the balls go in the top half of the table. I mean, it's incredible how they drift up there, especially when he's aiming down at the pack. They seem to be magnetised back up table.
when they're like this as well, when I was watching Ben last night, they make the clearance so easy. It looks like they're going to smash the ball, but then they just dolly it in.
Yeah, you don't have to do a lot with his cue ball, and these two players, they'll be really showing you exactly what not to do and how to do it properly. They make the game look incredibly easy.
Yeah, that's literally what I was thinking. They make the game look too easy.
Yeah, like we said, makes it look very easy. And what is he doing here? Just making it look easy. Only got a little gap there for that black, but you just can't see it being a problem, can you?
No,
I know he chucks one in now and again, and don't want to be the curse of death, and you know, the commentator's curse of death.
Yeah, simple, isn't it?
Simple pull. And he's back in this match now. That one frame behind, 2-1. Break and clearance from Craig Marsh. He's back.
What I like watching Matt John's game is how he doesn't really let anything affect him. I know that was a break dish, but I mean, even if he misses a silly ball, he doesn't really get flustered, does he?
No, nothing really gets to him. He never starts chucking bad shots in or showing a bit of emotion on the table where people like Craig, which we could see, he'll start whacking the break and whacking shots around in frustration, trying to make things happen, where John, he just keeps to his elegant self and does what John McAllister does. So
I can see another break this year.
Yeah, these yellows are there for the taking. I mean, if that yellow does pass into that left centre, I mean, he passes definitely in the top left anyway, so can't see a problem here, can you?
Nah, so I mean, they make the game look so simple, and you know,
extension call.
For me, I'll be trying to get the bottom yellow out quicker rather than later, but
could be your last ball. There's a good area to play into. But yeah, maybe you'd probably like to get that yellow out of the way so you don't have any reds in the way, etc.
That's what he's going to come down for now, look. Oh, maybe not.
He might just leave this till the very, very end.
His white ball control's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not worried about it. No. So, as you've already said.
I'm just, you know, it's another pocket for the black, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. He's done exactly what you've asked him to do, but it's gone wrong.
No, he hasn't.
Well, he's done exactly what you've asked him to do, but he hasn't done it. So it's gone wrong. So he's going to have to reroute now. And He's got a choice of yellows here. I should say he'll take the one in the top left-hand corner. I believe in that, over that top right. Yeah, he's probably got it in his eye now. He wants to take this yellow on, and he's played that cannon on that red for a purpose, so he can take this yellow at the bottom part of the table.
Probably top through now, and then come on the side of the rail, I'll probably say, depending what angle he's got.
Yeah. It's pretty. It's got runs a little bit of risk. I mean, normally.
I don't think he'll be on the red, but looking at that camera, you know, he'll definitely, if you get him run through, he's going to screw back.
Yeah, I think if you screw back near the black ball or even further,
that's a great shot.
He's fine. He's still fine here.
Yeah.
He'd love to have been on that one in the top left now, but he's not. He'll just play the plant. Probably won't want them both in here, just in case he doesn't get position, but I'm not expecting him not to get position now on this one in the top left. He's glanced a little bit further than he wanted. And John, he's not in that previous match when we was commentating on him in the in yesterday's match, and his positional play let him down a little bit. But he's one of these players that can just get himself in prime position straight back from that shot.
And absolutely landed plumb.
How about that? And again, as you've already predicted, when they broke off, there's going to be another break and clearance. This black, just that, and it's 3-1. Craig, you can't do a lot about that. He's just going to have to keep replying with his own break and clearances. I mean, he's more than capable of doing it. And, I mean, you've got quite a big break on you, haven't you, Scott? Probably a little bit of a loose white to be a bit critical of you, but how important is the break in this game?
It proves it. Like, it proved it last night in my game and today. Like, your break needs to be big against these boys. You know, if you just see in the last 2 frames, there's been one chance, and that's the break. Do you know what I mean? And they're leaving them nigh on dollies. They are dollies, really, for their level. So, yeah, I think I agree with you, to my white, but I've gone to the cut break, but then I also got the one on the left-hand side. So,
yeah, well, I don't think the cut break suits your game. That's only my opinion, though.
No.
I'm sure you'll work it out for yourself, and whatever works for you, just keep with it, don't you? I mean, I still think you need to try and mix it up some days, because some days are different to others. And
let's have the table plays.
Look at this.
Reds all day. You know what I mean? It's just...
There's options of both colour sets here.
How can you consistently get breaks like that? You know what I mean? All game as well. And then when you need it, it'll be a decider, won't it? And they're just dry. A bit like Corey's, bless him. But
yeah, and and it's all about timing, isn't it, on the breaks? And it's just another huge break. I mean, yellows would be the one if this yellow passes into the right centre, and the way he's got down here, it does pass, but he's missed it.
Oh,
he didn't have all the pocket. Now we're going to see a little bit of emotion from Craig, and that is pretty careless, especially if you can see a lot more pocket than what we thought he could see. Can't go around gifting chances like this to John.
No, like you said, he's a front runner.
Yeah, he just eats these up for breakfast. He just chucks them. He just keeps chucking in bad shots, Craig. And you can't do it at this level. You really can't. He's been doing it over the last, well, definitely last season. Maybe some of the season before as well. He needs to overcome that. Whatever it is mentally or whatever's in his head, he needs to get it out. Because he's one of the most I thought he'd underhit that there.
Yeah, so did I.
And that was very delicate.
I don't know why he tried to hold for it, to be honest. I thought it'd have been better to go in for the middle.
Yeah, I mean, even if he overrun it, he'd have the one in the right centre, then he could take the one in the bottom right. he'd still have loads of options, wouldn't he? So I don't think he meant to drop it in just at dead weight. I think he wanted a bit. It's like he de-accelerated a little bit, and you don't normally get that with John's cue action.
No. Makes this shot needs to be a bit more precise. So it wouldn't surprise me if he goes for the top now, like middle, then top, probably. Sorry.
Yeah, and then so his harder ball.
Yeah, I think that's what he's
will
doing.
be his last one. Yeah. Wants a bit of an angle here. He'd love to get somewhere near that middle pocket.
Yeah, just top of the pocket, top of the north of the pocket, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd be fine, that. Cal. His cue action just draws onto that ball, leaving this as simple as possible. I'd like a bit more angle so we could get the white ball away from the cushion. Well, I don't think he has. I have to just take his medicine, could just draw it back, play in the space where the middle pocket is, just so he can get his tip into there at the cue ball, just like that.
He likes to stun him in, doesn't he? Like, I find that a lot.
He's a positive player, and
Yeah.
it sends a message out to your opponent when you're stunning and punching balls in like that. It just shows you're playing with confidence. A little bit on the confidence thing then, Scott. So both of these players, we were saying in the last talking to Kev in the studio, that they are a little bit out of form, and it's been a while since they've done anything in the IPA, and is that just sort of lower confidence, or they just need to get something motoring?
I just think the other boys like Dunster, Farnsworth are just, even bringing Luke Sanchez in, just hit form at the right time. And I know these boys are just maybe a little bit out of form, but they're still playing well. See what I mean? So I just think like Dunster's like on fire, really. Farnsworth is always there, and he's consistent. Gareth Hibbert as well. There's another one.
He's got to be one of the most consistent players on the planet at this moment.
100%. Yeah.
Time running.
Yeah, because he did the stuff in the Isle of Man. He did the World Championships.
We did everything.
The Champions Cup. He's in the quarterfinals of this. He's unbelievable. He really is. Kicked in off. Well, Craig, if you can't get a lift out of this after that previous miss in that right centre, and I'm not sure how you're going to get back into this match. Seeing he give himself a little bit of a G up as he got out of his seat. This is how Craig, you see a lot of emotion out there. Definitely wears his heart on his sleeve, this guy.
His shot. You know when he gets himself in trouble as well, his shot to get him out of it he's world class at that. He'll pull out a shot of 4 cushions and it'll go in the centre pocket. Do you know what I mean? He's just, he can get himself out of trouble. So it wouldn't surprise me if he comes back in here yet.
Yeah, anybody writing Craig Marsh off now? You just never know with Marshy. He can just strike us with lots of brilliance, and he can just reel off 3 or 4 frames in 10 minutes or so. He really can.
I was like, okay, now this is a punishment. If he gets the next frame, it's 4-3. Do you know what I mean? Like, if there's break next as well. He's had some good breaks there. Well, he's had, I know he missed a silly ball, but, it's his break next.
Yeah. He's already had 1 breaker clearance of his own, but he's going to need to keep up that standard if he wants to take John Mack to the final few frames, etc. Oh, this looks pretty simple from here. Don't have to do too much with his cue ball.
Top 3 a little bit.
Yeah, I was expecting him to roll a little bit further down the table, but Craig, he likes to have an angle where he can then play the ball with a positive pace.
Oh, Craig.
He's making hard work of this. I mean, he was lucky he didn't cannon the black there, because if he cannoned the black, the white would have been probably close to the middle pocket. But this black, don't expect him to miss it, and he has.
He weren't even near the pocket, bless him.
Wow, he's struggling. Just was bigging him up for a breaking clearance and not to write him off, and he's just chucked another one in there. And John has got another simple finish here, and one I fully expect him to take out.
Yeah, John surely won't miss these. I'll be surprised anyway. Can't believe Craig. You know, he's put himself under pressure now, and we've all been there.
Lovely positional shot there, left a perfect angle here. He hardly needs to do anything with this. It's just basic pull.
Simon Ward is, well, he's coming back at Dunster, 6-4 now. The other two quarterfinals.
5-1 down, he was, weren't he? He was.
6-1 I saw it out, I think.
Okay. You saw it at 6-1, did you? So he took the last 3 frames then.
Yeah.
Clint Irons and Gareth Hibbett, they'll be on straight after this match. Mark Farnsworth is playing Luke Sanchez. That kicks off at 5 o'clock on the outer tables.
I'm guessing both semi-finals will be on here then, wouldn't they? And the final.
Yeah, I mean, it's all down to time, but yeah, we are planning to have both semi-finals and the final. There's the latest scores on your screen now. That's the quarter-final lineup, as Scott said. One of the best quarter-final lineups you've seen for a while. And wow, some incredible matches there. Liam Dunster, though, 2 frames away from getting into another taut semi-final. Well, another professional semi-final, should I say. It's Simon Ward, but he's not going away, Simon. He'd love to get back to the winner's circle.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
It has been a while, unfortunately, but he plays some brilliant stuff.
But boy, it's the first time I've ever seen him. Well, seen him. It's the first time I've played him or spoke to him today. You know, he's a gentleman, and he really is. Well, they're all the same, aren't they? They just don't miss. Well, when they're dollies, they don't miss anyway, do they?
No, and we talk about shot making capabilities. Simon Ward is right up there. He really is. And he plays some brilliant shots. I mean, some of the shots he creates, they're uncreatable. They really are.
Give me bad memories again.
Yeah. I mean, Simon's probably one of them players. He has to work a lot harder at his game compared to the Johns, the Liams, the Frances, etc. Even the Gareth, he can make the game look elegantly easy.
No, I think Gareth's probably him and Dunster are the 2 informed ones, aren't they? Like you say.
Yeah, yeah. Mark's chasing again, and every tour when it starts, Mark Farnsworth, without a doubt, probably starts favourite. One of the most heavily backed players at the IPA, and I'm sure that will continue, and I'm sure he will always be the favourite in every tournament that he plays. Well, John, I want to change some of these statistics, or definitely recent statistics. He wants to get back to the winner's circle.
So there's someone else missing from this last 8 as well. Is the one who I thought was one of probably the outsiders, Ross Fernie.
Yeah, won 2 professional events. He lost 8-7 to Ben George, but apparently Ben's clearance in the very last frame was superb. So they couldn't take anything away from him under that pressure to get into his last 16. It's just his first professional event.
I don't know much about Ben. I've heard good things though. So
yeah, so he's one of the Welsh boys, and
yeah,
his breaks is unbelievable. I don't know what they feed him in Wales. I really don't know. Yeah, no doubt there's a few.
Wide, John.
That's the first ball we've seen John McAllister miss. I mean, Craig, he can't moan here. He's getting chances in this match. Wow, look at this. I didn't.
And his plum, the yellow is perfect to go at the top.
Yeah, it goes.
Now, do you leave yourself short or do you play the punt?
He's still got to be careful with these three in the
play.
Yeah, well, he needs to be careful with these three in the bottom half of the table as well.
Just got stun, hasn't he, into the yellow, into the crystal matter, like that, perfect.
Yeah, got a choice of yellows now, but I expect him to take. Well, I say that it might be the best one to take. But he's not perfect on either.
Got to take the one on the
cushion.
Yeah. Off the red.
Yeah. Just needs to make sure he holds this. Oh, he's playing it into the red.
Great shot.
Yeah. And then, I mean, with them two yellows, so it's in the middle of the table, they do go to the right centre. But if he leaves himself an angle on the one in the bottom left, then maybe he can swing round and play them all in the same pocket as what he's putting this yellow in now.
I thought he could have got a bit lower, but maybe it was a bit straight. Let's play that one, surely.
Bit shorter pace, is it?
No, that's plum. Absolutely plum, surely. Just top through.
Yeah, I don't want to be cannon into this other yellow. Was he going to play the cannon anyway? No, just dropping it in. Great shot. Yeah, made it look very easy. And at this game, you've got to keep things easy. Otherwise, if you make things look difficult, they just get more and more difficult. They've had a giggle to themselves as they've walked past each other. And Marshy, he's got another frame on the board. It's 5-2. And now, well, that was an uncharacteristic miss there from John.
That's his first miss, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, he's chucked 3 in now. Where John... I mean, has he took his foot off the gas, do you think? John, a little bit, maybe?
Just lack of concentration for 2 seconds, wasn't it?
Yeah, and just
I think he's just put a bit of too much bottom side on it. It's just kicked out, isn't it?
Yeah, just looking at Craig there, he's having a bit of a laugh now. Whoever's sat in the audience on the left-hand side, and it seems he's a little bit more relaxed now.
John McAllister the break, leading 5 frames to 2.
He won't be happy, will he, if he loses this? He's had, 2, maybe 3 golden chances.
Yeah, it could easily be 4-3 either way, easily. It shouldn't be 5-2.
No.
And John's been gifted easy chances. That's not John's best break. With that white ball going into the side.
Reds.
I mean, they're both colour sets. They're not bad. They've got...
It's just a red to start with, isn't it?
Yeah, can he get to the one through to the right centre? I don't think he can get through to the top one of the two. And the one at the bottom, it's a thin clip. And that white ball will be travelling. Get to one to the top right, though. That's exactly what he ordered. I didn't think he could get through to that one, but he's perfect. Just overrun that a touch. He's left this very straight.
Just want to
careless. He didn't need to overhit that. He could have underhit that, and he'd have options. Can he pinch some of the pocket here? No, okay. Tried to force it.
Yeah. I think you were about to say he doesn't want to try and force it. Something like Craigie, to be fair. What I've seen and know of him, do you know what I mean? Something like him.
Yeah, but it's just a careless shot. He's left him to trying to force an angle out of a middle pocket, and these middle pockets, they don't really take it at pace when they're off centre. They really don't, and that's what's happened to Craig there. Poor positional shot. I mean, he's overrun that by 6 inches, probably.
He did come down the table, not away from the table, did he?
Yeah, it's just like he got too much into it. Too much adrenaline, possibly, I don't know. Thinking 5-3 is break next, 5-4. And you can start overthinking stuff, can't you? You just got to take one frame at a time.
He's a bit annoyed, isn't he, Craigie, after this match? He's going to be a bit annoyed with himself.
Yeah, he will be. These Welsh boys, though, He'll show frustration.
They're diehards, aren't they, for the game, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Even the same with the
They played
Scottish.
night and day, didn't they, when they was younger?
Even
I don't think they had any sleep, did they? I mean, some of them still play hours on end now. They just love the game, don't they?
Yeah. You always see a Welsh tournament on, don't you?
Yeah, you do. I mean, it's very well supported by the Welsh boys, this IPA. And they just love it, don't they? They all stick together, don't they? They're very friendly guys.
Oh, yeah.
Love a party. John cannon into balls. Come out perfect.
It's in the top yellow goes. It must do in the top left pocket.
Well, looking at the overhead camera, he won't have all the pocket there. Only just passes, does it? Does it pass off the jaw? I think so.
He's got to stun over, surely. Oh, no, he's going this way. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Get through the gap.
Yeah, I mean, the one in the middle table, middle part of the table.
There's your answer then, because he's trying to play on it now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably overhit that, because he could have played on the one that's in the middle of the table, just below the baulk line. Left himself an angle to stun across. So I think he just took a look at that yellow to see if it is tight or whatever it is. And I suppose we're going to see the way that he plays this shot. That just tells us it definitely goes. Hampered queuing though. There's a left-hander.
Yeah, the red looks like it's hard. It's got to be half pocket. By what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll probably punch this in.
And he's bridging.
Yeah, a little bit of bridging. Yeah, had to do it in the far side of the pocket, but it's now simple. This straight yellow, followed by a straight black. Sounds easy. Sat here. We've cleared up this table a lot more times than all of these players sat here. There you see it. Straight yellow, straight black. 6-2.
Let's put his Craigie again. Right.
Yeah, just keeps chucking in the odd mistake, and that's quite big errors, aren't they? And errors you can't afford at this level. And here we see the last 8, the quarterfinals. 7-4 now, Liam Dunster. 1 frame away from getting into the semi-finals once again.
He must have made every semi-final minimum last year.
Not everyone. I look back, he didn't make the. He only made the last 16 at the Isle of Man.
Did he?
Yeah. But yeah, I think going back the tours from then on, I think he was pretty consistent. But when Mark Farnsworth was winning tour after tour after tour, it's sometimes hard to get in there yourself, and it probably went in there unnoticed, to be honest, because Mark was in astonishing form at the very start of the season. Not Liam, he's not top of them rankings for any reason.
Yeah, it's miles clear, really.
It's 70 points, is it?
Oh, I'd say.
I think it's 70 plus.
I remember, I used to look at the amateur rankings, not the pro rankings.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's very different for you now this year. Are you feeling not playing as many matches? Because playing the amateur, you'd have to play 5-6 matches yesterday. You'd have another possibility of 4, 5, 6 matches today. And then if you're doing well...
It doesn't really bother me. I actually prefer it now, I think.
Yeah.
Because I know I've got to play, no disrespect to any amateurs, I know I've got to play well. Do you know what I mean? You could get away with the odd one not playing well, do you know what I mean? But you say there's so many top amateurs here anyway. Right.
Yeah, and I mean, that quarter-final lineup on the amateur, it's unbelievable.
That's what I mean.
There's still 2 more matches to play, I think. I don't think they're... I don't know if they're being played today, are they? Because there were some clashes yesterday, weren't they? Because obviously we played quite a few tournaments here at the IPA. Well, yeah, that last 8 lineup. Oh, Looking incredible. Andy Lucas.
That's what I mean.
Morgan McInnes.
I think there was Adam Griffiths.
Jordan Everts is in there. Adam Griffiths.
So if they win, there'll be a rematch of the last final, was it?
Yeah, Adam
Grand
Griffiths
final?
and Jordan. Yeah, Jordan won that final quite easily. And I think it was 7-2.
That's what I mean. Like.
Yeah, that was a great final. That was.
Extension call.
I've missed some names out there. You're going to remind me. Kevin
Kirkham.
Yeah, he's in it.
He's got Adam Griffiths, I think.
Yeah, they're top half, aren't they?
Harry Compton and Dave Stratford have got to play the winner of Jordan Everts.
Yeah, Harry was playing.
Oh, Toby Bolt.
Yeah, I forgot about Toby.
He's got Morgan.
Yeah, that's going to be a classic match.
Simon Ayres versus Joe Prince to play the winner of Andy Lucas.
Yeah. Yeah.
You'd probably say Andy Lucas is favourite, but...
What, favourite out of all them 10 players?
I'd have him as favourite, yeah. Don't private message me, though, for bets.
You heard it. All bets being taken.
So, is it fit? He wants this match over, doesn't he?
Yeah, and
Start again later.
I mean, it's not landed bad for him. I mean, I think it's inevitable that John's going to take this frame, but he's going to make John play for it. Try and take. He's made it as hard as he can for him. He's definitely going to have to earn it. Just played a containing shot, just piling on the pressure on Craig Marsh. He's seeing that Craig's getting a bit frustrated now. And is he going to chuck another lash in? I mean, this will just really tell us the temperament of Craig at the moment. 6-2 down in this match. What a shot this is. He's played that. What a shot that is from Craig Marsh.
Oh my God. That's what I mean. He can pull the...
If he clears these up, what a clearance this is. Oh, he's on the black. He's going to have a shot here. And where has this come from, Craig Marsh? Oh, no. He's missed the final black.
Craig, oh my God.
Oh.
He'll be absolutely fuming after this rating of his match.
He's chucked another miss in there. That's his 5th miss now in this match, and they've been misses that you just don't expect him to see.
Wow, I honestly can't believe that. Oh, what a shot. Oh,
he's okay.
Yeah, he's got to be. Yeah, he's on the top one.
Yeah, still not in prime position here. Probably going to have to play possibly another cannon. Going to push this yellow over to the right-hand pocket.
Nice, played it well.
Yeah, nice little touch. Didn't need to do a lot with it. Just keeping it as simple as possible. He's just really taking his time here. He knows how important this frame is to get him on the hill. Was he underrun? Oh. Weren't sure about that one, but
I'm wondering how he's going to get on the last ball, but he's probably going to be plumb now, because all he's got to do is stun this, well, like a dead shot to the top bag. He's got a perfect angle on the black, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he can take this in the top left. He can take either of these 2 yellows.
Come back a little. Oh no, he's going that way.
And he can screw it back in the left centre, but it's just depending on how you see it. I mean, for me, I'd take the one in the top left, but. And you
I'm
can
top
just
left.
drift, yeah, just drift over.
Just believe in yourself that you're going to put them.
Yeah, just come back a little bit. Obviously not too much.
Yeah, I don't think John's going to miss this one. It's bread and butter for a player of John's calibre. And there you see it. Just kept it simple though, but he just used his time up. I mean, this is for a place in the semi-finals. You just see John wants to get back to the winner's circle. He's going to have a great chance of this.
Frame.
Yep, and there you see it, 7-2 now, 1 frame away. We know that Liam Dunster was also 1 frame away. There's that red there. Beautiful shot there from Craig. Played it pretty much dead weight just to drop in off the angles. And when he knocked this red in, I thought he was going to get a frame back. Did you?
Yeah, 100%. I can't. I'm in shock that he's even. Well, yeah, I can't believe he's missed it. To be honest, yeah.
Yeah, them scores that's on your screen at the moment, they're incorrect at the moment, but we'll get back to you. I know Liam Dunster, he was 7-4 ahead.
7-5.
And he is 7-5 now. This is the amateur quarter-finals. These are the players that are guaranteed in there at the moment. Some great player names in there. We just mentioned a lot of these, haven't we? Toby Boyle against Morgan McInnes. Morgan McInnes, he won an amateur event last season as well.
Yeah.
Adam Griffiths, he got to the Isle of Man one against Jordan Everts. So it seems to be the same old names.
Well, I was having a joke with Morgan last year because
Where's the white ball?
Foul.
Oh, Craig, come on.
And these yellows. If you can open up the middle part of the table.
It's like you just want to go back to the table, look.
1 free shot, 1 visit.
Yeah, like you've already said, you've already mentioned, he just wants this match over with. Yeah, Liam Dunster is 7-6 now.
7-6.
Yeah, against Simon Ward. Simon Ward is on the comeback. He's hard to shake off, Wardy. That'd be a big upset if Simon Ward.
Mate,
won that
honestly,
match.
Simon, he played
on
well.
pen and paper.
Yeah, 100%. But, you know, another ex-world champion, do you know what I mean? He's like...
Well, yeah, he is, yeah.
So...
Oh, Keats chucking his cues in here. I mean, he's just getting down and it's like he's already defeated. He's already lost this match, but you never know in this game. You've just got to believe sometimes.
You see sometimes throw your arm in, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But John, he'll be picking up on all of this, and for me, it's a bit of a weakness. And he needs to get this out of his system. He's just going around the table, just...
So I don't know if that top yellow lasts, but...
Yeah, well, the black goes bottom right. I think it just passes the red.
Yeah.
So we just got straight down to it again, look. And smashes it in. As easy as that. The clearance in around a minute. 7-3. It's going to be it's going to be John to break next.
No,
is it
enough?
No. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I do apologise. I've just gone where Ben's put his ball up, but hopefully he'll swap it over in a minute.
That's why Craig's standing up. Yeah.
Yeah, Craig. It will be Craig to break next. I think Ben's just playing around with me. Look, he's just changed it over now.
So he learned something new. I didn't know that's what it was for.
Yeah, they do.
Frame 11. Craig Marsh to break, trailing 7 frames to 3. Time running.
Well, Craig has broke off. He's got a ball. That's all he could wish for. It was a sledgehammer. White was a little bit loose, but he'll take it.
So, Craig Marsh. These reds, they look quite simple, but this is a tricky one here.
Frame.
Well, there you see it. Craig Marsh. He's got another frame back. Is this going to be a start of a comeback? You'd love one, but he's going to be relying on a little bit of luck. A few dry breaks here from John. He's going to need as well. Going to be John to break in this next frame.
Frame 12. John McAllister to break, leading 7 frames to 4. Time running.
Well, big break there from John. But look at the way that these have all clustered up in this top left-hand corner. Does anything go?
Extension call.
Well, he's asked for his extension. He's going to keep having a look at this one. I mean, look at this break here. It's just clustered up. Going to opt for the reds. I think he's got just enough pocket here for this red. That's fine, but has that made that red awkward? Does it go to the right centre? I think it looks okay. Quite a little bit to do in this frame yet. That clock, it's ticking down. He's used his extension already.
Foul. 1 free shot, 1 visit. Time running.
Well, just seen John McAllister. He's missed a double. Craig Marsh is back. And I can see on one of the far tables, Liam Dunster, he's packing his cue up. Has that match finished? Has it finished 8-6? There's no confirmation yet. We'll let you know. It's currently 7-6 on the score, so I think it's going to be 8-6 to Liam Dunster, and he's going to be the first man into the semi-finals. And who's going to win this one? Who's going to be playing Liam Dunster if he has made it through there? Still waiting for that to come through. We'll let you know as soon as that confirmation comes through. But while we're going on about the Liam Dunster match, Craig Marsh is continuing to produce a comeback of his own. And look at the crowd, they're gathering around. They're sensing something of a comeback here from the Marsh. He looks a bit of a different player now. He was chucking his cue around, his arm around. And now...
Must be a Welsh thing, because Corey came back in the last one.
Yeah, these guys are made of stern stuff. Where's the white ball?
Where's the white?
Foul.
Oh, Craig Marsh. Just when we thought he was just chucked another one in, hasn't he? He has. Oh dear.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
I think that is it.
Yeah, John ain't messing these up, is he?
No. And looking like John McAllister is going to be playing. Has we got confirmation yet? Are we?
Yeah, Liam Dunster.
Liam Dunster is through. He's won 8 frames to 6.
So also we'll be on the stream at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, so we're planning for that for around 6 o'clock. But it'll all depend on the other matches, how their timings work as well. Yeah, we do. I mean, we've all got to get breaks in of our own as well, so we might have hopefully we'll get about a 3-minute break in between. No, we're not. We're not that cruel here at the IPA. It'll be 4 minutes. Okay, and I'm only saying all this because I know they can hear me. And as we've said that, talking about dinner time and all that, is John thinking about a bit of dinner? He's left himself a little bit awkward here. That black is not a formality, but when you get on the red like this, there's only one result, isn't there? So one good positional shot here.
Game over.
Yeah, perfect from John McAllister. And we've not seen the best there from Craig Marsh.
No.
Well, John, he's only missed one ball in this match, and apart from a double, apart from that, he's been pretty relentless. And he'll need to bring up a bit of a different A game though to
his break will need to work against Dunster, I think.
Yeah, he is. And
it looks like Liam's breaks are looking solid today, aren't they? Especially on this match table.
Yeah, they are. And that match, that's going to be coming up after our dinner breaks, etc. And we think it's going to be around 6 o'clock. I'd like to thank Scott for assisting me in the commentary. No doubt we'll see him either on the next match or throughout the weekend. But I know Kevin Barton, he's waiting in the studio, and he's going to be waiting to talk to our winner there, John McAllister. And I'm sure he's going to be mentioning his next match, which is going to be up against Liam Dunster. Let's go right over to the studio now with Kevin Barton.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mark, and I'm delighted to be joined by John, winner of that match. John, sum up your performance there. What was your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I was really impressed with my performance, to be fair. It's the best I've played this weekend so far. Obviously, didn't really have any chances off either breaks, to be fair, and just lucky Craig missed a lot of chances for someone of his calibre, to be honest.
He was in control in the match, but it looked like he was going to mount a little mini fight back there, a couple of frames, and then the bit of a careless enough, really, just sort of gifted it to you there. But were you sensing that comeback from him?
Yeah, if he makes it 7-5 with his break, obviously, even though he weren't playing well, he was still getting balls off the break, so it was putting me under pressure a little bit. Just relieved, obviously, he did keep missing, to be fair, because it could have been probably 8-1-8 to him, to be fair, if he was on his game.
So as you say, your form is starting to get there. Do you feel like that you're really getting into the tournament now? You're into the semi-final, so you are into the tournament. You got Liam next, I think. I think Liam's just beat Simon on one of the outer tables, another close match, 8-6, I think. So they're the matches that you want, either. You want to play the world champ, the number one, because he's the person you're all gunning for.
Yeah, obviously you've got to beat someone like that to win any tournament, so you know you're probably going to come up against him eventually. So yeah, as long as my form continues probably in the last 2 matches, then I'll give myself a chance.
What do you think the key is to beating Liam at the moment? You know, because he is riding high in the rankings, pretty unassailable at the moment. His form over the last couple of years has been remarkable, really. What's going to be the key to you to win that match?
You just got to hope you get the chances. Obviously, that's all you can ask for. If you get the chances, then you just got to be playing well enough to take them, and then just see what happens. On another day, like I say, probably Dan in the previous round and Craig there should have beat me, to be fair, even though the scoreline don't suggest it. But I've just got to hope I play as well as I did there, and probably cut out the careless mistakes at the end, and then see what happens.
So this venue is pretty local to you. I think I remember a few years back, this was, well, it's Warwick, I think, where you won your first professional event, was it?
Yeah, 2016 it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is probably only about 15 mile as well, to be fair.
Yeah, so obviously playing locally, you know, get some great support, especially now we're getting into the latter stages.
Yeah, I'll get a lot more messages at this event than I do at any other. Yeah, obviously people come and support last night. I imagine some will probably come tonight, especially if I get to the final as well. But yeah, obviously it don't mount any more pressure, to be fair. I just put the pressure on myself to try and do as well as I can. Yeah,
you won a lot of titles, including the big one. What would it mean to you to win this one, which would be your first title for some time?
Just to sort of break that barrier again, to be fair, would be more relief than anything. To be honest, I think as long as I keep playing, keep putting the hours in, I know it will come. It just gets a bit frustrating when things aren't going your way or someone blitzes you off the table and it's it's just not your day. But if it's my day, then we'll see what happens.
Just a final word about the venue and around it. Absolutely fantastic atmosphere. It's absolutely really buzzing. The last 2 days, it's been fun. Must be great to play in these sort of atmospheres.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, if you look back and just see the crowd building up, obviously it puts a bit more pressure on you, but it makes you want to win more a little bit as well. But yeah, it does get the heat a bit up as well.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly getting hot out there at the moment. John, well played. We'll see you a bit later on in the semi-final.
Thank you.
Well played. So John McAllister, he marches into the semi-final where he will have another mouth-watering semi-final against Liam Dunster, and he's due to beat Liam, isn't he? I think Liam's had John's number over the last few meetings, so he'll be determined, desperate almost to turn that around.
Yeah, one of the last meetings that I remember was one back in Bournemouth in 2021 when the season started, and they both got to the final, and John was in massive control of that final, but Liam again does what Liam does, come back and took the title off him just at the final couple of frames.
Yeah, knowing John, he'll remember that, and that'll be in the back of his mind.
Yeah, I think talking about the way that John's played, he played a little bit better in that match compared to his first match yesterday. I think he needs to break a little bit better against Liam, and if he does, he's going to take some stopping. He really is, because I don't think Liam's quite measured his break yet on this match table. So it would be interesting to see how both breaks compare against each other. But if John does break well, he's going to be very hard to beat.
It does seem to have taken a few miles an hour off the break from, say, 2 years ago when he did win the Worlds, when a feature of his success was that huge sledgehammer break.
Yeah, he probably has something that he's probably been working on. He's probably been reflecting back on what's been working for him best, and and a lot of these players, they work hours on end to try and find out what's best. I mean, you look at Liam, when that cut break's not working, he doesn't change it, he just sticks with it, because he knows it will work. He's just got to bear with it, and that's what Liam does. And again, if that's what John's now decided to do, and a credit to him if that's what they're working on.
Yeah, well, that's coming up a bit later, but next up we have got another quarter-final match for you, and the players are just getting ready. Clint Jansen coming back to form. We forget he won a title last season amongst what Mark Farnsworth left for everybody else and Liam Dunster, but he did win one of the events. I think it was up at Gosforth. And he's up against Gareth, who we saw earlier, with that fantastic clearance to beat Corey in the deciding frame. This is another absolute must-see match.
Yeah, mouth-watering, and Gareth Hibbert, he is Mr. Consistent at this present moment in time. But Clint Jansen, like you said, he went unnoticed last season. He's picked up a title of his own, and he's up to number 3 in the rankings. Again, that's been unnoticed, because he was number 5, now he's at number 3. Gareth, he was just getting outside the top 10, which is unbelievable. But after that, really great run in the World Championships. He's back up to number 6 now, and it's going to be an incredible quarter-final. I mean, all of these quarter-finals have been mouth-watering, and I was looking at there's only one top seed that's gone out of this last day, and that's Ben Davis, and he lost to Scott Anderson, who you was interviewing earlier, and it just improves how much the rankings don't tell a lie, do they?
No, they can't all be number 1, but they're all vying for it. But there is a big gap in the points between Liam and number 2. I mean, it's over 100 points, I think.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. I said it was over 70, but yeah, I think it's definitely over 100 after the World Championships.
Yeah. So, Clint, what's he got to do to beat Gareth?
Well, he needs to work out what breaks. We keep going on about breaks. Now, Clint's got this unique break cue. Sometimes he breaks off with the side with his normal cue. Sometimes he breaks head on with this unique break cue. He needs to work that out early on. For me, he needs to break head on, because when you're playing up against Gareth Hibbert, who's got a monster break and one of the best breaks in the game, he needs to compete with that. Clint's a brilliant player, and the way that his pattern play is, and he takes out balls very easily, he needs to get his break working if he's going to compete with Mr. Consistent Gareth Hibbert. But is Clint Jansen favourite, being the number 3 seed against Mr. Consistent? He should be, but he's probably not. He's up against it. Clint's going to have a very tough match here.
Well, you've set it up absolutely perfectly, Mark. Let's get over to the commentary box and over to you, Dan.
European Professional Events quarter-final match. Race to 8 frames. First frame, Gareth Hibbert to break. Time running. Extension, please.
Well, good afternoon. We're back again, and I've got my last victim coming back to assist me again, Scott Anderson, and he's enjoyed it so much in that previous match. He begged me to stay in this commentary box, and Scott, how do you see this one going? I mean, we saw a brilliant match between John and Craig there. Probably Craig wasn't really at the races compared to John, but this one, it's mouth-watering, isn't it?
Well, that's another, like you said, another 2 former world champions, as I keep reminding everyone. And I just think Gareth, like I said, Gareth's the most informed person after Dunster at the moment. But I'd like to see Clint get some form going again.
Yeah, and I mean, I said just in the studio there with Kevin, at the moment, Gareth is called Mr. Consistent, because he is being on this, in this latter part of the stages of these competitions, week in, month out, and he just keeps doing it. And here he is in another quarter-final. And Clint, he's number 3 seed in the IPA rankings. Gareth's number 6. Really, Clint should be favourite for this. I mean, remember Clint, he won a pro event last season. But is he the favourite against Gareth Hibbert? I said not. What's your thoughts on that?
Nah, I think, no disrespect to Clint, like you say, he's just too consistent at the moment. I mean, he runs out of position like that, and he's still, because that's what the ball he went for, was it? And he's still bagging him in centre pocket.
He just believes in his potting, he really does, and he believes he can pot any ball on the table. I'm sure he can.
Time out.
Yep, and there we've seen, well, Mr. Consistent, he's missed a ball. Look how clean that picture is. Wow. You can see every element of that white ball there. You can near enough see in the middle of that white ball, can't you? Inside it.
You see how brand new the cloth is.
Yeah. Well, you can see the contours there in the cloth. Look at that. Oh. Didn't. And now, I mean, Clint would have, I mean, I think he's just clipped that red enough where, do you think them 2 reds now go into that bottom left-hand corner? I think they're definitely the top one does. But now, the problem is in this top left-hand corner, isn't it? The bottom left-hand corner's sorted. Is he gonna,
cutting this in. Wow. He's unlucky not to...
Just any touch on that plant. And
Even the hit the black
something.
full in the face, he's unlucky to play the snooker next shot.
Yeah, and now he's in trouble unless he can make this plant. I don't think there's a big enough gap in between them, is there?
You see the bottom red, surely. Swing around.
Well, yeah, but it's tight. He hasn't got all the pocket here for this one. This is very tight. I mean, looking at the overhead there, that is very, very tight.
I think you'd be surprised. I think because now he's going to swing it in with side, he might be able to get on the top ball, depending how hard or how thick he hits it.
Yeah, just trying to drop it in,
He's
but he's missed the pot.
He's tried to drop it.
Yeah. I think he's played that negatively, trying to cover the pocket. And Clint, he needs to believe in himself.
Against Gareth.
Yeah, he's a quality player, and he's as good a single ball potter than any of these guys. And yeah, he's missed an opportunity here. And one, he needs to get out of his head straight away.
Do you know what's funny is that we talk about Dunster, Farnsworth and all that, but you never really say about Clint, do you? You talk about the top, and Clint is top 5 easily.
Well, he is.
Well, he's number 3.
Yeah, he's number 3. It talks for itself.
I mean,
yep, and he had a good one in the World Championships as well.
Yeah.
Got to the quarter-finals, and you know, that's not really. You'd take that all day long if someone said to you at the start, you're going to get to the quarter-finals of the Worlds. Oh, okay, then, yeah, I'll have that. Yeah, that's good.
I'd like to get there.
Yeah, everyone would, wouldn't they?
He lost that shot, didn't he, by JJ, didn't he?
Yeah, that
naughty ball.
Yeah, it was, and that went viral, that shot on socials. But, I mean, Clint should never have left him. I don't want to go on too much about the World Championships.
No.
But, yeah, it was an incredible shot, and the way that he played it, but he should never have left him any touch or any. He should have never even been able to see it. But he did.
Frame 2.
Well, Clint, he needs to get that previous miss out of his mind now. They both missed a ball in that first frame. Now, I was talking a lot about Clint's break with this unique break cue. I mean, all of it, and straight away, it's a dry break. I said he needs to get his break working, but what he needs to do is stick with a break, because Clint's got that way of swapping from side cut break with his normal cue.
Yep.
Then he goes full on head ball with this unique break cue, etc. But for me, he just needs to stick with the head ball, because I think he plays the head ball brilliantly. I really do.
Yeah, he loses when the ball. He's a bit like he doesn't know what to do when the ball's not going in. It is a big part of the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially at this level.
Yeah. Well, it's a mental game, isn't it? So, and it's how people. Well, every player's different of how they control it or deal with it, whichever way you want to say it.
He's got that one in the middle near the black quicker rather than later, doesn't he?
Yeah, and
I'll be able to nudge it now. Don't think he's quite on it, but
yeah, I mean, I don't think it comes off the black. I think the black's just too far up the table. But yeah, he's trying to nudge it out now, and it's perfect. And Clint's looking like going 2 frames to 0 down. Had a chance to win the first after Gareth's uncharacteristic miss. And it's looking like now, and it's going to be Gareth to break in the next as well. And we know it's such a huge break, Gareth says.
it's lottery, isn't it? You just don't know if he's gonna. If he pots a ball, you know you're in trouble, don't you? Simple. Just got to come, stun it slightly back, or stun it across, whatever you want to call it. And black will should, I say should fly in the middle.
Yeah, I didn't think he could see that much black, but he just drop it in with a touch of, well, a trace of right-hand side. Drifts it into the right centre, and it's 2-0 Gareth Hibbert. And that dry break there of Clint has been reverse cleared by Gareth Hibbert. And Gareth to break next. Yeah, if you've just joined us this weekend, this is our second day of coverage now. And yesterday produced some brilliant matches, and we had 2 deciding frame matches towards the end of the night. And,
one today.
Yeah, we've already had one today. It just makes you wonder how many more we're going to get. I'm sure we're going to see plenty more drama. This is what this sport is about, drama. Here's Clint, looking focused, saying a few words to himself. He'll be wishing for a dry break off Gareth Hibbert. It doesn't happen very often. I mean, we do see a few in-offs more than normal from Gareth. But what we also see is balls being split everywhere.
Wow.
And Clint, I don't know what he's got to say to that. He'll be muttering to himself, but these Reds, well, they look pretty perfect.
Extension, please.
He's got a little bit of work to do, I think. He needs to get this. This is the key shot already, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's right, because then he's going to stun this across to the other side now, isn't he? And then whatever's left at the top will be his last 2 balls, I think. Come over, then take the bottom one out, and then you should be fine.
Yeah, you don't think he needs to. I don't think he needs. Oh,
He's going to hold.
How has that dropped? It's only the pace that's dropped there. Oof, I thought he'd missed that one. We'll take another look at that one. I'm really wondering how that did drop in the end. But it's down. Gareth's still at the table. He's not in prime position, I don't think. Has he got a bit of an angle here just to stun it across? A little bit short again.
Short, yeah. That's why I'd have said when he stunned it over, I'd have come to play the one on the other side and then left them 2 last, but... I think he can stun this to come back down. He's trying to play into it. Oh. It's not. Quite surprised he's played it like that.
Yeah, and that is all down to that positional shot on the one in the top right. As soon as you're out of position once, you continue to be out of position, and until you get him back in prime position, it's such a tough game. And there we're seeing.
Think he's going to go for the big double?
Well, I don't think it's on, is it?
Yeah, because it was slide over.
A cross double.
Yeah.
But is it? Can he avoid the double kiss? I don't think he could.
No, he could have. I think he could have gone because it's the only way he was going to get back on that red light.
Yeah.
He's just not hit it thick enough.
Still a long way off, really.
Yeah. That's what I mean. He's not hit it thick enough, is he?
Yeah, he's not left himself. Great shot.
That's unlike Gareth, though. Really didn't like him. I think this way Clint's good. You know what I mean?
This is exactly where he needs to be good.
Yeah, true.
So, and, he's in a quarter-final of a professional event. He's no stranger to winning IPA titles, though. And that's a lovely little shot there. I'd love that to be a little bit further. I'd love to be a bit straight on this one in the top right. I mean, what shot has he got here? Can he stun over him into the centre, is he? Or is he trying to stun it back? He had enough on it, didn't he?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Be interesting to see what Clint does next frame on his break.
I think he'll try the cut break.
Yeah, and I'll be disappointed if he does. I'm staying in the studio. Oh, what's he done here, Clint Ianson?
Time out.
Has he got a kick? Yeah, well, he's had a referee, Brian Moss. He's been busy today, Brian has. And
Sure, this has not come out that bad, to be fair, is it?
no, he's still got a good reaction on the ball. Normally, he just kills it, don't he? So, there you see. Well, there you go. Look how close that is. Not even a shake in any of them fingers from Brian Moss. See, he must be made of man-made steel as well. Referees. Steady as a rock. This is a big shot though, Clint Ianson. If he misses this, 3-0 down. What
Great
a
shot. What a shot.
Still not in position though.
I fancy
as soon as you go out position, it just, the evidence is there, isn't it? And it continues. White ball's going to be travelling, so just needs to control where this white ball's going. And he's back in this match, 2 frames to 1.
Frame.
Clint, be happy to get on the board now. And he's just got a motor on from this now. Take this to a different level, and he needs to get to know how to work his break. He hasn't picked that break cue up yet. Is he going to pick that break cue up? Is he swapping them?
Yeah.
He is swapping them. Here he comes, that unique break cue of Clint Ianson's. Everyone asked, is it a carbon? Is it carbon, do they make them?
Yeah, it's got to be carbon, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not.
No?
No, it's just very unique looking.
Oh, right. Where's it from, do you know?
No, I've not dug that deep into it, to be honest. Looks like our camera person's digging right into it. He wants to have a look at it. Can you get any closer? Get any closer? It'd be behind that IPA badge. Jeez. Well, some great skills there from the camera person, Neil.
Trailing 2 frames to 1.
Doing a brilliant job this weekend so far.
He's
got plenty of hours left of grafting. He has.
Was it second ball done?
No, straight out of the head ball.
They've come out nice, haven't they?
Yeah, he's got a ball in the top right. And, well, first glance, yellows.
I don't know, I fancy reds.
Reds aren't bad. Just that red. I think, does it pass in the bottom left-hand corner? Well, I think it does. It must do, because he's down to these quickly.
Yeah, it does, yeah. If he doesn't, he can just hold for it now. He can cheat, go down the bottom so it goes in the other pocket.
Yeah, that was the only reason I said first glance yellows, because of this red.
That's what he's doing, look. There you go.
Just needs to slow up a bit. He's fine. He's probably a little bit further on than he wanted to be. This cue ball, he's going to be travelling a little bit.
I think he'll be able to hold it and then goes top bag, next shot for the top right on the...
Yeah, it should be okay.
Or no.
No, that red.
Unless that red goes in the middle.
Well, if it does, it makes this clearance very simple. It don't go in the middle, though, does it?
No, it doesn't, no.
Extension, please.
He's probably going to have to take it in one of the top corners. Does he take it now?
Yeah, 100%. I would, anyway.
Yeah, because he can control the pace off that yellow, cannoning it into it. And it'd be hard to see how it can go wrong.
Could actually play this one like he's doing now. And
cannon into that yellow.
Yeah.
But there's a bit of a distance between the red and that yellow, where this one,
yeah,
they are very close.
I think this is
the right shot.
Yeah.
Who are we to criticise? As commentators.
That's why we're sat here.
Yeah, we are. This is why these two are battling it out in the quarter-finals.
Back to 2-2. Should be anyway.
And there you see it, 2 frames apiece. And break and clearance there from Clint. That's what he needs to do, especially against Gareth Hibbert. That's how. Might even get a picture of that trophy soon. Oh, there it is. What a glorious trophy. I mean, it's so big. I don't think it fits on this camera lens. Don't know who that is inside it. But
if you can come back from Isle of Man, you'll struggle to get it back in your luggage.
yeah, it had to come back on one of the wagons that came back. Obviously, we charged that player for that. No, we didn't really. We didn't. We're not that cruel here.
Tomlinson, when he beat me in that amateur final, he struggled to get it back.
Did it? Yeah, he would do.
They were going to let him on the plane with it.
So, Gareth Hibbert, can he get this break working? Balls just seem to smash everywhere when he does.
Frame 5. Gareth Hibbert to break.
It's not carbon, is it? Graphite, the word was the word I was looking for, because Gareth, he's got a very graphite-looking break cue as well. Yeah, I think it's like a stained wood, I think. It's very effective, whatever it's made of. It could be made of tin, and I think it'll still break like that. Well, it's not the... Well, I say that if he breaks like that, I mean, it's not a great
Scrappy
break.
break, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a clustered break, that's the word I'm thinking of.
Yeah, is he going to make light work of these now? It's hard to see where this could go wrong. I mean, the yellow on the far right-hand side. I mean, ideally, wants to be playing it in the bottom right-hand corner. Has he overdone this a little bit further than he wanted?
He's going to have to top through now, and he follow through.
If he can he avoid that yellow though?
Or I was going to say, no, he won't take the cut on. He's going to deep screw it.
He's out of position again here. Top pocket.
It's a big, well, not big, but it's he can hit it well, and he'll be fine, I think. Off the cushion, just before the red.
About like that.
Plum.
Great one-word answer there from Scott Anderson, and there you see it. 3-2.
Thought it could have been a bit straighter.
Yeah, it could, and Gareth replies with a break and clearance of his own there, and it looked a very untidy break off there, but Gareth's done what he normally does. Yeah, first shot, just opened them all up, and there you go. 3-2. Clint to break next. Very successful last time with that break and clearance. He needs to keep that break going. Brian Moss really taking his time, making sure that every ball is touching. Does a fantastic job here at the IPA.
Drilling 3 frames to 2.
I'm sure it'll be many years to come for Brian, along with Ben Taylor, Ferrante, Darren Maidman, Scott McMillan. Unfortunately not here with us this weekend. Well, he'll be back soon, no doubt.
That's not a bad split either, is it?
No,
He's got a ball, and that's the priority. It's just getting a ball off the break. And I suppose with the yellows over that bottom left-hand corner, it makes yellows favourite. And the one that's on the left centre, next to that red, can just play the plant into the bottom left-hand corner. And it should open it up. And as long as he takes the ones out in the top half of the table first, he could take that black into the right centre quite easily.
Well, what's Joker done?
He's electing to come down table.
I would have been you. Me, it'd take the top 3 out.
Yeah, he still might go that way.
He might have to now, but I don't think that's. I think he's trying to nudge the black, but I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to play there.
Well, if he tried to nudge the black, I'm sure he'd have played it a lot more stun. It was a tricky cannon, to be honest, because it weren't a natural angle. But Clint, he's all right now. He's back in position. He's got a lovely angle on it, and with this one, he doesn't need possibly to do too much with a cue ball.
Just stood down and then just make sure the white's going into the near cushion, if that makes sense. So when he's followed through, he can. No, he's wrong side.
Yeah, but
I don't mind that because then he's going to take the middle next.
Yeah, and he can leave the gap, and if he wants to, or he can drift down table, depending on what angle he's got. Yeah, drifting down table.
I was going to say, does not want both yellows in.
No, but it looks like he's perfect. He'd love a little slight angle on this, so he can get inside that red that's on the bottom cushion. I mean, problem is, it's probably the one on the right-hand side on the bottom cushion. That needs to be his last ball to drop on a black into the right centre.
I think you can screw into the 2 reds and we come out plumb. Just like that.
Yeah, and there's plenty. I didn't even see there's plenty of gap along that bottom cushion. So you just can't see any error here.
He just needs to be a little bit off the rail so he doesn't.
And Clint knew that straight away. The way that he's played it perfect.
I don't know.
I think he's perfect. He's just a little draggy, stun dropping shot, dead weight.
I think the white had to be off the cushion for that. I think he might have to play into the black. I might be wrong. He might be able to hold it. I think he's played into the red to kick the black out.
Well, this can go wrong if he is.
There
he
you go.
is. Yeah, you're right. And he didn't quite have the angle there.
But he's come out plumb anyway. Well, it's it thick, but I just think he needed to be about an inch off the bottom rail to be that shot. That's why I said you didn't want to. You couldn't play it off the cushion. Do you know what I mean? I was quite surprised he played it to be so close to the yellow.
No, they couldn't. And, well, they keep delivering like a punch after punch here at each other. Like heavyweights, these two. There's anything going to be split in these two players. It's 3-3 at the moment.
One pot missed each, isn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Yeah. Both in the first frame. And we've seen break and clearance after break and clearance. That's what we've seen. Brilliant standard. There's a look at them cues.
It's what's underneath the foul, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
There's 2 materials under it.
There's them cues of Clint Ianson's. Anybody wants to have a close look, you can't even get closer look if you went to the arena.
Well, I think it's a carbon ferrule, isn't it?
Yeah. It's very...
white.
Mentioned about this white ball. He has a few loose ones. And Clint Ianson bounces out of his seat.
One visit. Time running.
Straight enough. He's not. He's you know that's a bad shot, and you go straight into one of the corners. And he don't do it regular, but he just chucks in one now and again.
1 in 10, isn't it?
Yeah. And, but they can become quite costly, especially when matches are very tight. And in this match here, Clint Ianson developing the yellows. I think he would have rather had them balls both potting in at either point. But it shouldn't prove a problem, this. I mean, he's going to elect reds. Yeah, I don't think... I mean, there's a choice for both colour sets here.
I think it's because I don't think he's come out too well for the yellow in the top right, did he?
No.
He wanted to be a little bit straighter on it.
Yeah, I think he was electing yellows, and again, he hasn't got really a great angle on this red, so he can't get too far down the table, but he doesn't need to. He's got that red over the left corner. And really, only a poor positional shot now can only stop Clint Ianson from going 4-3 ahead. Got in that one, got into that one a little bit. Keeps punching him in. He's going to have a bit of hampered cueing, but he doesn't need to do a lot with his cue ball. He can just drop this red in to the right centre, and he'll have a choice of reds depending on which one he wants. I think he wants to take up the one on the right-hand cushion first. But again, choice of reds. Keeps punching him in off the cushions. He hasn't got the angle that he wanted. He's not perfect. Is he going to take the black into the opposite corner, or can he stun down towards the black?
I think he can hold for it.
Can he?
I think so. Just drag right, isn't it? Big drag side.
Makes the pot more difficult, though.
He's punching him in. Why is he punching? I'm shocked. I'm shocked by that shot.
I didn't like the angle he had on that one. I really didn't. And what can he do with this now? Does it cut to the top right? Is that all he's got on?
The yellow too far down to play off the yellow in the bottom right, so it's got to be the top left, isn't it?
He's made hard work of this clearance, and yeah.
I don't think it's on.
I think it's top right. That is all he's got on. I mean, he could play it off the yellow, trying to.
No, he's going to play the double off the yellow.
Wow, that's berserk. I mean, he's got a clean double if he wanted to. Is he trying to? He's not playing into the bottom right-hand corner. Is that what he's trying?
Yellow, yeah.
Into the bottom right. He's got to hit this with some pace to get that black travelling. He's played the double.
Too thick. Yeah, that's unlucky to be fair.
One free shot, one visit.
But
he's fouled, didn't he?
Yeah, the yellow's gone into the right centre.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah. But yeah, he's under a bit of shot clock pressure there, and well, it was what was looking like a very simple finish to take a very nice 4-3 lead. He's now looking like he's given the advantage back to Gareth. Now going to get 3 simpler balls. He'll be clearing these last 2 up in no time. And another opportunity missed here from Clint Ianson. Doesn't seem to be punishing Gareth for his mistakes. That's another one that's gone begging. 4-3, Gareth Hibbert. Well, here's the glorious trophy. Who is going to become the IPA European Professional winner of 2022? Is it going to be one of these 2 players, Clint Ianson or Gareth Hibbert? Or is Liam Dunster going to retain the trophy that he won in Bournemouth in 2021? Someone's going to be picking up that trophy.
Frame 8.
So, Clint Ianson,
Trailing 4 frames to 3.
he probably should be at least 4-3 up himself. Oh, he's not. He needs to get this break. Continue to keep working. It's been pretty
Back
good
down
for
the
him.
middle, isn't he? Oh,
Yeah, he's been down the middle anyway.
Wide.
Oh no. Things are getting from bad to worse for Clint Ianson.
And them Reds are happy days, aren't they?
They're well opened up. They really are.
Oh, come off the red thick as well. Oh, to go in the middle. All right. Put the red off the yellow, surely. Oh no, then the yellow go on the red. Shot. Didn't really matter if he potted it or not, did it? So.
No.
I'm not sure he didn't take the red near the black out there. As he was just on it, I just thought it'd be easier.
Well, he didn't
Obviously
need
goes
to.
middle, don't get me wrong, but.
Yeah. He'll just be keeping this simple. Oh, he's elected to come back down the table. Still not in prime position yet.
This is his last ball now, isn't it, the top one? He's got to land here. Yep, middle perfect. He's going to take the bottom left, yep.
Yeah, Gareth, he don't mind leaving long balls. These long pots, bread and butter to him. Just pots them with so much authority.
Didn't he get 147 or something? So what does that mean?
Back-to-back 147s. In a match.
In a match?
In a match, yeah.
Wow.
In a local league match.
What, recently or?
2-3 years ago.
Still going, some going, isn't it?
Yeah. Back-to-back steady, innit? It's the only two he's ever had as well, and those back-to-back.
No way.
Honestly, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, he's had hundreds of century breaks, like, should I say, and but back-to-back 147s in a league match. Somebody else that's had back-to-back 147s. I think it's Marshy or Farnsey. One of them two, yeah. I think it's Marshy. Sure it is. I'll come back to you on that one, but I'm pretty sure it is. Oh yeah, it's incredible standard. I mean, one is quality enough, but to do back to back.
I didn't play Sue, I couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, Farnsworth, they've both been professional players. Farnsworth,
Really?
Duncan, but
I didn't
all
know
been
that.
on the professional circuit. Yeah, obviously Boyle, we know.
Yeah, I knew Boyle, yeah.
Yeah.
To 3. Time running.
Well, look at them. They've just dropped in there.
Tell you what, first shot, take the yellow in and then play the yellow into the middle, and you're going to hit the red or the yellow to come out plumb, aren't you?
Yeah, just needs to be careful with that where he's knocking them reds, because it'll probably block the black.
He doesn't necessarily too hard, just to nudge it and then we plumb on, wouldn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he's looking at reds. The red off the yellow.
Yeah, but that, I don't think it goes off the yellow, does it?
But if he plays the red into the middle and then goes into the black to hold.
Well, that's risky.
For me, yellow's a shot.
Yeah, I think, well, obviously it looks like Gareth. He's looking at these reds. No, you got no.
He's going to play my shot.
I thought he was looking at the reds then. I'm thinking.
Yeah, he's playing my shot, isn't he?
I was trying to work out why are you looking at the reds. I mean, if he cannons that red that's just away from them 2 reds below the baulk line, he's perfect.
I don't think you need it this too hard.
No, just perfectly cannon.
Oh.
He's on it though. Yeah, and
nah, I'm not.
No, but he is screwing in now into these.
He's got to hit this
red.
well.
But he needs to make sure he doesn't connect too much of this red for it to drift over and block the black out. He's got to take this on though.
Use it firm, surely.
And he's got the pot.
Red's covered it, surely. Yeah,
that was always the risk.
That's why I'm quite surprised he's not hit it firm.
Clint's not out of this match yet. I mean, he has got a double net on that black. So Gareth here believing himself in an area, trying to
looking up,
trying to leave himself a double. So just depending on how he's thinking of doing it. Needs an angle. He's got one. So, I mean, he could drift up behind the red if he wanted to. I think if you drift up behind the red, you always get yourself an angle.
He needs to be near, at least middle pocket.
Yeah, at least.
Oh, he's on far.
Yeah, that's all right, though. He's always going to have a reverse double. Yeah, that's the way that he had to play it. So, playing this for side. And this for a 6-3 lead. As he, just misses.
Oh my
Hit
God.
the top knuckle.
I think Clint thought it was in as well.
Yeah, I think when he hit it, I think everybody thought it was in. But a reprieve for Clint Jansen. Probably the red that's near the black. That'll probably be his last ball.
How long have you been a pro then, Mr. Pickworth?
Well, how come you're asking me questions? No, 7, 8 years. This is my 8th year, 8th season. 8th season in the IPA, that's what it is. So I've been pro 6 years.
Hey. Trying to work out when I was in Lincoln. It's been 6 years since I've lived in Leicester, so.
About right then.
Yeah.
Yeah, part of the furniture now here at the IPA. Can't get away now. That's it now. I'm blended in.
I'd say you look like you stuck to the chair.
Yeah, and Clint and Gareth, they've been here as long as me, and that.
How's that not dropped?
Yeah, I think he was always hitting far jaw. I think he was hoping for it just to swallow it in, but it hasn't.
Still fancy that drop.
Yeah.
It's a let off for Gareth that massively.
Let's take another look at that one. But we'll have a look at that. We'll see if we can. I mean, it was a bit of an uncharacteristic. I didn't expect him to be missing that one.
I don't know why he played dead weight either.
Yeah, he should play with a bit more positiveness and a bit of authority.
He's been punching them all in until then.
Yeah. Well, he's had some chances in this match. There's another look at it here. Just didn't. It obviously just played a little bit too pacey. And it's just hit the near jaw, then hit the far jaw, but then straightened up as it wobbled. So
he's hit the far knuckle, he hit the near knuckle, and
yeah, and it's just kept it out. And I mean, we're talking millimetres. A millimetre the other side.
Dropped, to be honest.
Another millimetre the other side, it's probably dropped.
Yeah. Well, I thought the pace was alright.
Well, pace was all right on that break as well, but he ain't got a ball. And now looks like there's a bit of frustration creeping in Clint's corner. I mean, there's not many balls that threaten a pocket there apart from the white. If Gareth takes these out, he's one frame away. And getting into the semi-finals. Again, played with a lot of positiveness there.
Oh, imagine that for a semi-final. Could be Farnsworth and Gareth Hibbert.
Yeah, that's if Farnsworth. Well, that's if Gareth beats Clint and Farnsworth beats Luke Sanchez.
I said Luke. You know, I don't know much about Luke, but
he beat him last time. Luke did.
Yeah,
in the Isle of Man.
Luke, like he buzzed at Isle of Man, didn't he?
Yeah.
Hopefully, he's kept his form going. You can see, like, he's only a young lad as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he read his luck a little bit against Mark in that semi-final.
There he is.
Yeah, I'm talking Luke Sanchez. There he is. Battling away.
Must be waiting for Farnsworth.
Yeah, seems to be having a few looseness.
Oh, the white.
Foul.
Gareth.
Oh, that's another loose white from Gareth Hibbert.
One free
well,
shot.
Clint has had numerous chances in this. And canning into balls, things can go wrong.
It's tricky as well. It's a tricky run out, isn't it?
Yeah, it is now that black's rested on top of that yellow. It just oh, he needs to make his mind up.
No, he's called an extension. I'm not sure of this shot, to be honest. I'll be playing the two reds with each other out. I think, I don't know. It's easier said on the mic than on the table, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
Why don't you pop the yellow?
Well, I mean, Clint doesn't have to attack here. It was a clever shot. Has it come out? Can he get the potting angle on that one in the bottom left-hand corner? I mean, this is very attacking here. I mean, he has got a bit of security because that red has covered that yellow. But he's got these.
Into this.
Yeah, he's got to get these two reds out in the middle of the table.
No,
he's got one out.
No, oh, I thought the white was going to go top.
Yeah, things aren't going Clint's way at the moment.
He's not getting the flicks, is he?
No, and I can't believe he only got one of the two reds out. That was
double
bizarre.
now. Double, yeah.
Was he playing double and then taking his tough red next? Probably not. I mean, he didn't need to take this in the left centre next.
That red must go past the yellow.
Yeah, he must have a potting angle there. Might be his last ball.
I'm shocked he's playing. I'm playing the one down the rail now. He's going to do it now.
Yeah.
Just wait out.
Yeah, he had a nice angle on that one on the left centre, where he could stunt on and off the cushion. But he's puffing his cheeks. He's not in the position he wanted to be. I think he was hoping that would have bounced off the cushion, just so he could get the white away from it.
Top through a little bit now, isn't it?
Well, he can top through, draw it back. He's got options, just depending on how he's seeing it now. And just making sure of this pot. And he's already missed one in that right-hand corner, and you're just wondering how much that was playing on his mind with that previous shot there.
He's got a kick then.
And he thinks he's got a bad contact there. But Brian Moss back into action. He is. Have we seen any shakes yet? No. There's absolutely nothing there. There is not one shake yet. Well, we're going to keep checking that. We're going to see if we can get a shake out of Brian Moss. I'm not sure we can. Them fingers don't seem to be moving. Are they real fingers? Oh.
He's played it. It doesn't go then.
Wow. Well, I thought he could get a potting angle there, but I mean, he's not going to get a potting angle now.
He's got to play this. He's surely got to play this red. Dead weight, top bag.
Yeah, I mean, if he does play that dead weight top bag, then, and if he can pot that red.
Obviously didn't go.
Yeah, obviously not.
He's played reverse double.
Well, that's
white. Oh,
that's desperate.
I think he's just trying to get some momentum going.
Yeah, trying big shots. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, he's pretty frustrated. Just not happened. Been quite fortunate where he's left his cue ball.
He's had chances though, hasn't he?
Clock's ticking down. One good pot here. He's missed it. Clint's back at the table. I mean, Clint's not out of this match yet. And I know he's frustrated with the misses that he's been getting. But he's far from out of this one. Good pot. Yeah, very solid pot that was. Straight, straight down. Punching them in. Spinning them off cushions. Clint's back in this match. 6-4. This black. It's definitely 6-4 now.
Break now.
Yeah, back in it here.
Gareth's break.
Yeah, Gareth on the lag. And, Gareth is ready for breaking off. He's already got hold of his break cue. He'll be a little bit frustrated there, gifting that frame to Clint, but Clint tried to give it back to him and didn't really get a good chance at a pot. Well, Brian Moss, again, putting in a lot of effort into making sure this rack is absolutely spot on. Steady hands of Mr. Moss.
Thanks, Gareth.
The Mossinator. Is that what we're going to call him now?
Frame 11.
I might start naming him that, because when I start naming people nicknames, they stick. The referees haven't got nicknames, have they?
I thought he does. On Facebook, doesn't he?
No, I'm going to call him the Mossinator from now on. yeah, I'm going to ask him. I'm going to announce it on this YouTube channel tonight, what all the nicknames of the refs are. And if they ain't got one, I'll just make them up. So that's the type of chap I am.
Just put it on Facebook as a poll.
I like the Mossinator. Can I get that on? I'm going to, because I've got to sort out all the new shirts, so that'll be on the back of his shirt on the next talk. Any ideas for referee names, referees' nicknames? Send them me. Clint Hansen, is he back in this match now? Looks like he's just trying to cover this pocket and leaving a good cue ball welded against that top cushion. Change of tactics here for Clint. He's not out of this match yet, though.
Nah, big frame this one, though.
Yeah, if Gareth gets to 7-4, you're only looking at one winner, but is he trying to cover the pocket of his own? But problem is, Gareth's so accurate at potting. He just never misses. Is he going to go all out attack for these? He's one of these players that likes to go all out attack. He doesn't like to let his opponent come to the table. I mean, this is a 2-in-1 shot. If he gets the pocket or if he gets the pot, he'll be going all out attack.
What's right is if he's going to go all attack, see the yellow, the red and yellow in the middle?
Yeah.
Take that at the top left bag. And you're going to swing back round.
He's probably he's seen something.
He's going to play the red off the red into the middle.
It's not frozen.
Or maybe not.
Well, cock ticking down. He uses extension. Just dropping, trying to drop the red in. He didn't have all the pocket there to play with. And Clint Hansen, he's back to the table.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, opening up this frame now, Clint has.
Last quarter-final match, Luke Sanchez and Farnsworth has started on the outer ring tables, isn't it? You can see it just on the top end. Oh no, on camera.
Yeah, just started, have they?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll keep you right up to date. The latest scores on that one. While we're talking about that one, Clint Hansen, has he under hit this?
Bit short.
Has he got the plant right, the yellow one to go? I mean, that's a difficult shot if it is. I mean, can he get this cue ball out of the way? Is he going to be blocked by a red or black? He's got to be careful.
Oh, yeah, double kiss that well.
That could have gone wrong. if he's clipped the top side of that red, he's behind the other red. He's very fortunate there for that to double kiss as well.
It's an over yet. It's got
Yeah.
all this black yet.
He is.
He's under it.
It's under it by
a long way.
A yard. Oh, 3. Wow. It weren't easy to get on that black.
I know, but
I mean, but maybe he should have just dropped it in and played the black in the bottom right. I don't know.
They play it in the middle off the red.
Yeah, yeah, possibly, yeah.
No, it's too.
I don't think it doubles. Is that red in the centre of the table, covering it? I think it covers it. I don't think this goes. But that
Gareth thinks it don't go.
No, No, he'll be waiting to get back to the table. Oh, Clint Ianson, this is another opportunity he's had here. And these skid off these cushions.
Played it well.
Oh, how well has he played this double. A brilliant double there from Clint Ianson, and he's right back in this match now. 6-5. I didn't think that double was on. It only just glanced past that red. Well, there's Viv Rusko, ladies representative. She's Gareth Hibbett's partner. She's playing. She's not interested in what Gareth's doing on this TV table. She's got work to do of her own.
Frame 12. Clint Ianson to break.
She'll be
trailing 6 frames
trying to
5.
find out how the match is going on. But at the moment, 6-5. Clint to break. Good connection.
Surely a ball's got to go in there.
Oh, is that red going to drop in the middle? It has. Clint Ianson. Things are changing around a bit here. I didn't think there was one going to even threaten a pocket, especially when they got blocked in the middle. And then this last red travelling there drops in. Does that red go to the top left?
Big shot, whatever. First shot is massive.
Yeah, he's either got red onto red plant into left centre or a long red
I don't think it
bottom
goes.
left.
I think the plant's on.
Oh, right, I say.
Yellow's in the way.
Oh, yeah, it is, isn't it? This is a big shot. Big moments in this match. And he's up to it.
Great queuing.
Yeah. This is why you cannot ever write Clint Ianson off. We're going to go into a best of 3.
You can see it decided now, can't you?
Yeah. I mean, from the very start, when he was at 3, locked at 3 frames each, it was looking like a decider. But then Gareth's gone 6-3 up, and now Clint is on the comeback here. I mean, Clint could be over the line now. If he'd have took them frames that he should have taken when Gareth gifted him the opportunities. He's let him off, but he can't let him off in this one. He needs this frame. And I think he's perfect now. Hasn't got all the pocket again. So, Clint Ianson, he's looking at, I mean, he's stepped up the pace a little bit as well.
Yeah, he's got a little step in his...
spring in his
yeah,
step.
That's it.
I'll help you out, Scott. You help me out. There you see it. 6 frames apiece. We're into a best of 3.
When it was 6-3, you'd never said Clint was getting back in this. Like, manner around the... Well, not manner around the table, that's the wrong thing, but his head was dropped, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's what you see with Clint. You see a
Now
lot of
he's chatting.
emotion. He looks a lot happier, and his corners lightened up a little bit, and he's beaming a bit. But Gareth Hibbett, it's him to break next. And he could be sat in his seat a little while longer, Clint.
Big break now. Massive frame for Gareth, anyway. Clint will just want that one chance to get in the lead now. I like how this arena's set up, you know. Especially when you do it on the tour and that.
Frame 30.
Yeah, it's nice to have it all in one room. Just everyone together, isn't it? And one big happy family. Big break coming up. Gareth Hibbert, great connection. Ball. Black's in though.
Black's in.
Look at him. He looks absolutely devastated. He knows how big of a break that was. It's his best connection in this match.
That's going to hurt, because we all know what happens as Paul plays next.
Yeah, he's got a ball off the break. That black going in. It's a re-rack. That's what happens with the black ball rules. They're re-racked and played by this, and the break off is behind the same player. That's 6-all. Are we going to see a bit of another twist? Are we? There's always plenty of twists in our IPA matches. Well, that other semi-final is directly opposite this table. You can see Luke Sanchez just getting down to his shot on the red top. He's playing Mark Farnsworth.
Do you call that red?
Well, reddy, scarlet red, or yeah, mixture of reds.
Farnsworth is winning 1-0 by that.
There you go. We'll keep you up to date with that. Anybody wants to keep up with any latest scores, are all on our website, ipapool.com. All the links are on there. And I think you've called it. You've called a dry break, and it's exactly what's happened. Gareth Hibbert. Oh, that's why he was pretty gutted, to be honest, when that black flew in. It was inevitable.
It's standard, isn't it? It's just, it happens every time.
It happens to the best players in the world.
Even when you're down your local pub, it happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it happens to the pub players, and yeah, it's happened to us all.
Oh, them Reds are absolutely, they're sitting there for Clint.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the first time. Probably Clint's going to be ahead in this match, and I can't remember Clint being ahead in this match yet. But he should have been ahead a lot earlier at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, Gareth's not done much wrong, really, but Clint's the one who gave chances away, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had a couple of in-offs on his break, Gareth, a couple of poor in-offs, and then obviously that bit of bad luck or bad fortune, whichever one you want to call it, where on the break of this frame with that black going in was just a bit of a turning point.
I don't like leaving the red last on this top pocket, but depending where he leaves this red,
he's overdone that a little bit, but he's got a lovely angle.
I didn't like it.
Yeah,
because now he's got stood across.
I think he's tried to play that to the top cushion.
Well, then go middle.
Yeah, and then just drop down on the middle. Yeah, he's out of position. Are we going to see a twist?
I think he's got to hit this screw back to go top cushion now.
Well, not to the side cushion.
No, I don't think he's. If he didn't want to do it last time, why would he do it now?
Oh, so he's going to stun on and off the cushion,
yeah,
and try and get on the top cushion so he can drift down for the black.
Yep. I know. You said.
Kept it simple. Now, can he screw this straight back?
I think if he plays it with side, he's got a chance of hitting the yellow.
Yeah, but can he screw it straight back?
But he's got a chance. If he hits it wide, as like trying to cheat the pocket, he could hit the yellow.
Yeah.
And not leave
like a double kiss off the red.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can happen.
I think it's too far in the far knuckle for it.
Yeah, you're right. That's why he's elected for this, but he's played it.
He's played it well.
Played it very well.
Because he could have hit that.
It'll have another 6 inches on that. But it's a great opportunity to take the lead in this match.
For the first time.
Yeah, for the first time. Thank you. There you see it.
It's a great shot. To get on the black is a great. People don't realise how hard that. It might look basic and simple, but you could have easily hit the yellow and then been in no man's land.
Yeah, there's so many variations of shots. With this smaller cue ball, you can get a lot more stun and a lot more different directions from these cue balls, can't you? And
well, we were talking about it in Isle of Man when we played.
Yeah. You
didn't believe me, but
no, I still didn't believe you.
Frame 14.
Well, 7-6. Clint to break.
Leading 7 frames to 6. Time running.
Head ball again here for Clint Ianson. Is it a good break? He's got a ball. He's got 2, 3. Has he got an opening pot? These reds don't look bad. Does that red pass? Oh, does this red go? Apologies about that. I've been distracted with some activity in the comms box with some members of staff there. I've taken my eye off the ball, and I do apologise. Clint Ianson is on these yellows. And what this plant now, if this plant goes and comes out nice, that yellow next to that red, does it go into the bottom left? Does it go in the bottom right? I think it definitely goes in the, wait, 100% goes in the left centre.
I think if he plays the plant, the yellow might nudge the red. He's going to go forward. No, he's played it well. Must go.
Yeah, I think he's perfect on that there. Oh, this is one of them shots that can go wrong. Oh. I think he's going to play it with a bit of positiveness, bit of pace, yeah. Played it all right, but the yellow drifting to the bottom part of the table, there might be some drama yet. This is far from over. I think he's got to take the one in the bottom part of the table first. This is a thin clip with the white travelling everywhere. Or does he take the one in the top table and leave himself a difficult yellow? He's not had his, he's asking now if he's had his extension. It's getting edgy out there now. These are crucial moments now in this match. Yeah. What, can he get anything out the top half of that table? Just seems to be everything in the way up there. Well, he's trying to make something happen. Yeah. Well, it's not bad. The only problem is how does he hold for the black? He's going to have to play it possibly into the right centre. What a big pot this is. This is one of Clint Ianson's strengths, these single ball pots. Huge pots of the match. Is he going to make another one? Yes, he is. Is he on the black? He's travelling. He's travelling. He's fine. And it looks like he's on this black to the right centre. What a brilliant match this has been. This black. And there you see it. He's beaten Gareth Hibbett, Mr. Consistent, by 8 frames to 6. And Scott Anderson, thanks very much for your assistance again in the commentary box. Really appreciate your time here. And Clint Ianson, he's going to be having a few words in there. I'm sure he's feeling really positive now after that big win against Gareth Hibbett. And wow, what a great clearance in that last frame there. And really good to see Clint just clearing up there. And we're going to join Clint Ianson and Kevin Barton in the studio. And they're going to be talking about how Clint did in that previous match. Over to you, Kev.
Thanks a lot, guys, and absolutely right. Another absolutely epic tussle, and the winner of that one, who takes his place in the semi-final later on tonight, Clint Ianson. Clint, you knew it was going to take a monumental performance to beat Clint, and you delivered.
Yeah, I mean, Gaz.
To beat Gaz, I mean.
Yeah, Gaz. Gaz is he's probably one of the in-form players at the minute. There's obviously Gaz, there's Liam, there's Farnsworth, but Gaz is right up there with them. So I knew. And to be fair, the last couple of times I've played Gaz, he's beat me. So I knew I had to play really well to beat him. And I feel like I played well, but I mean, just the table caught me out a couple of times, just with how fast it is. But the table's playing lovely. Just as soon as you can adapt to the table, you'll be nice.
Do you think it actually plays faster, or is it just all in the mind because you're in the lights and the environment?
I don't think it plays that much faster. I think it's the reaction. You know, when you're screwing back, it's a lot more reactive.
Yeah.
That's probably to do with the heat and stuff like that. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Is it heat at the table?
Well, I don't know, but there's certainly a lot of heat in the room at the moment.
Yeah.
Isn't there?
But yeah, it's a lovely table, and you just got to get used to how reactive it is. And
so you've got some support that come down to watching this match as well. That's always nice, to have people in your corner.
there's a few players from the club that I practice at. A few of them lads have entered the tour this year. There's like 2 or 3, so, and then they've brought a few people down as well. So, and my sponsors here. So yeah, it's nice to have the support.
So you've sort of gone a little bit under the radar in this tournament. A couple of comfortable victories, I think 8-1, 8-5 in the earlier rounds. How do you feel your form is? Where do you think your game's at this point in time, on the back of the fact that you won a tournament last year, which is no mean feat in itself, isn't it, with what's going on with Liam and Mark last year?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so many good players on the tour. It's to win one a year is, well, I'd be happy with that. Do you know what I mean? It's just so many. But yeah, my first 2 matches, I felt like I played really, really well. I didn't break well, but fortunately for me, either they didn't break well either, or they made a couple of mistakes. But literally, I think the first 2 games, I only missed 1 ball in each game. So I'm feeling really confident. So if I get the chances, if I can sort my break out and I get the chances, I feel like I can go all the way. Definitely.
What do you think you're going to have to do with the break? Is it you're going to change it up a little bit, or just go with what you do?
I think on the TV table, I haven't got to change it at all. Just the front break, down the middle. You haven't got to hit it hard. You can kind of control the white a little bit more. On the outer table, it's a little bit more difficult because they don't spread quite as well as they do on here. But hopefully I play on here.
Well, you certainly be on here in the second semi-final. You play the winner of Luke Sanjeev and Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, that should be a good game. Luke's another one who's, for me, is probably, well, him and Ross Fernie are definitely the 2 most improved players, I think.
And probably with Corey as well. He's up there.
Corey. Yeah, forgot about Corey. He won't be happy about that.
Yeah, and I think Luke and Mark played in the Isle of Man at the grand finals, if I remember rightly, and I think that went down to the last frame.
Decider. It was 8-7, I think.
I think Mark just got over the line, but I think Mark got over the line, but
yeah, he did. Yeah.
It was 1-1 last time I checked over there, so they'll be they're on one of the outer tables, and you'll just have to wait a little.
Yeah, I don't
more
mind
to find out who you're going to play.
Might go and get some food and stuff because I'm a bit peckish, you know.
So what does it take? You know, you've been a multiple winner on the IPA. You know, 4 or 5 years ago, pro number 1. I think you won three tours on the trot. That was, you know, a feat that not many people have done. You're in a really elite club there.
Yeah.
You know, can you get back to that? You know,
that's the aim. That's what I want to be. I want to be world number 1. Obviously, you want to be world champion as well, obviously, but obviously that's just gone, so I didn't manage to do that this year. But it's 100% that's my aim, to get back to number 1 spot. I mean, that's tough order because Liam's at the top and he's comfortable at the top by quite a margin, but next year or so, that's where I want to be. I want to be at the top again.
Cool. Well, you're certainly going the right way about it, Clint, and well played. We're going to see you in the semi-finals later on.
Cheers.
Good luck.
Cheers.
So well played, Clint Janssen. We're going to see him later on in the semi-finals. As I said, he plays the winner of Luke Sanjeev and Mark Farnsworth, and Mark Pickworth. Good to see Clint back in the winners' enclosure again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he showed a little bit of frustration there, and I think he thought he'd lost that match or was going to lose that match, but he kept in there, and he just pulled off these big shots at crucial times, and. He's going to get a little bit of buzz there, beating Mr. Consistent Gareth Hibbert. I think he gave himself no chance and proved everyone wrong again. And Clint Janssen going under the radar once again in the semi-finals, and also in the semi-finals. I mean, what the number 1 seed in there, number 2 seed. Well, number 2 seed's playing now. The number 3 seed's in, Clint Janssen, then number 4 seed John McAllister. So it's going within form of the rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and. If Mark does get through, it's going to be some semi-final line. Well, even if Luke gets through, you know, that is a fantastic semi-final lineup. And what's your gut feeling with what you've seen with the players and the form that they're in? How do you see those semi-final, potential semi-final, and the final. What's your crystal ball?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got Mark Farnsworth and Luke Sanges playing at the moment. That's currently 2-1 to Mark Farnsworth. They're just in that fourth frame now. I mean, Luke Sanges, don't forget, he got to the final. He lost to Gareth Hibbett, the Ironman, 7 frames to 6, and he's already beat Mark Farnsworth in that semi-final. So he's not scared of him. He's one of the most up-and-coming players of the IPA, along with Corey Rees, Dean Shields, Alex O'Donoghue. There's quite a few of us to mention as well. And you can't rule Luke Sanges out of this. He's got a spring in his step now. He knows what it takes to get to a final. But he's got a tough match against Mark. Mark's not really shown the form in the last 2, maybe 3 tours. But I'm sure he wants to bounce back, and he normally does well at the start of a season, Mark does. And this is the start of the season now. This is where Mark normally does it. But he's going to have a tough match with Luke Sanges first, and then possibly playing Clint Ianson. It'll be a fantastic semi-final lineup. And then don't forget the one at the top of the bill. It's going to be Liam Dunster against John McAllister. That is going to be a sensational match.
It certainly will. And we're going to take a very short break now. We just need to get the table ready for the semi-final. We're going to be back with you at 6 o'clock on the dot for the first semi-final, the second semi-final, and then the final straight after that. So don't go anywhere. Join us back at 6, and we'll see you for the conclusion of the Fair Professional Championships. See you soon.
The next match on table 7, Martin Walker and Clark. Martin Walker and Clark, table 7. Table 1, the ladies, Kim Beresford and Holly Ribble. Kim Beresford and Holly Ribble, table 1. set. Stratford, table please, Nick.
Andy Lucas, top table, please, in the row. Andy Lucas, top table.
Table 5, Andrew Whitfield, Adam Griffiths. Andrew Whitfield, Adam Griffiths, table 5. On table number 2, Dominic Kamara and Danny Turner. Dominic Kamara, Danny Turner, table 2. On table 7, John Herridge and Keith Paul. John Herridge, Keith Paul, table 7.
Paul on table 7, please. Waiting for Keith Paul on table 7.
Robson, Simon Ayres, Robson, Simon Ayres, table 16.
the European professional event here at a very sunny Coventry, where we are going to give you some fantastic entertainment. We've got the 2 semi-finals and the final coming up your way. Delighted to be joined by our resident expert, Mark Pickworth. Mark, what a tournament this has turned out to be. And this first semi-final, Liam Dunster against John McAllister, the current against the former world champion.
Yeah, and you queued it up really well, to be honest. And what a fantastic yesterday's action we had, and we're having some fantastic matches already today. And I'm sure there's going to be a few more tomorrow as well. But what's coming up in store today? 2 semi-finals and a final, which could be some incredible lineups. And this first one, Liam Dunster against John McAllister, it's a mouth-watering task.
So Liam, obviously current world champion and miles ahead in the rankings, #1. Obviously the favourite going into this match. What has John got to do to rein him in and overtake him and get to that 8 frames first?
Yeah, I think we just said it just before we came off air. John needs to break well. He can't have any unforced errors. We haven't seen too many unforced errors from John, but he seems to just chuck one in now and again, and at crucial times, a bit when it gets down to the critical part of the match, and he needs to cut that out. And with Liam, you can't give him them sort of chances, because he'll take them out, and Liam will just do what Liam does as normal. He's just clear up and punishes you severely if you really give him them chances. But John, what we've seen is he really leads matches very well, and if he gets in front of Liam, I don't see any way back for him, to be honest.
And these two last played in a final last year when John was looking like winning the title back in the beginning of 2021, I think it was. And Liam came back and took the title, and I think that hurt John a little bit, that one.
Yeah, it did, and that probably changed the way that John played for the rest of the season. I think it knocked his confidence a little bit. I think he was 6-3 up, and he should have closed out the match quite easily, but Liam came back and won a really sort of titanic end towards that match, and took that title, and Liam had a few more titles in him as well, and became world champion, and the rest is pretty much history.
Okay, and coming up after this semi-final, we will have the second semi-final, which will feature Clint Jansen, who you would have seen secure his place with a fantastic victory against Gareth Hibbert. He's playing the winner of Luke Sanjee's and Mark Farnsworth, who I'm just looking on the outer table. It was 4-all-ish, I think, or 5-all.
Yeah, it's tight.
Yeah, so that looks like it's going all the way. So we'll see the winner of that, as I said, against Clint coming up right after this match. But I think that's enough from us, Mark, isn't it? So let's get over to the commentary box with the 2 Dans, Fairway and Davey. Over to you, chaps.
Liam Dunster and John McAllister is the first semi-final of the IPA European Professional Championships. I'm Dan Fairway, joined in the commentary box by Dan Davey. Good evening, Dan.
Evening. We call it evening when it's still light outside, 20 degrees.
Well, it certainly doesn't feel like evening.
Doesn't, no. Feels like a sauna, actually.
Not recently, yeah. It is in our little box.
Yeah.
So Dunster v McAllister, the battle of the current and previous world champions.
Yeah. Battle of 2 players that jointly dominated junior pool. Pure domination for a good 5-6 years on the international scene. And I think the last time these 2 played on stream against each other was the final of, was it the 4th or 3rd event last year when John was 6-2 up?
Oh yeah, that was a...
Yeah, John was 6-2 up on Liam, and Liam ended up winning 8-7 in one of the best matches you'll ever see.
And one of the things that we would certainly have spoken about in that match was the so-called curse of the world champion. The fact that, other than Gareth Hibbert, many years ago now, no world champion has won a tour event in their reigning championship year. So John looked like he was going to break that cycle by beating Liam when he was 6-2 up, and he didn't manage it. Liam Dunster, he lost in the final of the Champions Cup recently, having won the Worlds. is he going to be the person to actually strike out and have a good year after winning the World?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, you're that confident. He's a different breed.
It's almost a silly question. Yeah, any proper questions? Of course he is. He'll probably win this weekend. He might even win both.
But we would have said that about Mark Farnsworth when he won the Worlds. We would have said that about John McAllister when he won the Worlds. Probably Ben Davis and Craig Marsh as well. And they didn't. They didn't win a tour event.
I didn't say it.
In that year. No?
No, I didn't nail my... No, Dunster doesn't. He goes on and he wins another 2 or 3 tournaments this season because that's just what he does. I think he's the most consistent player, really. Much more consistent than Marsh and Davies.
Yeah, I think Marsh and Davies.
Farnsworth is arguably the other, the others kind of dip in and out of form a little bit more than Dunster and Farnsworth, I think. And
even Farnsworth, to be fair, Farnsworth had a dry spell, and it admittedly was after he won the Worlds, but even for probably half a season after that, it took him a long time to get back to winning ways. Yeah. And then when he did, he really did.
Yeah, he went, made up for lost time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't see it. I think Liam's too dedicated. I don't see him as somebody that will, say, for example, win the Worlds like he did, which he's been so dominant, and he's arguably been the best, if not one of the best players in the world for the last 3-4 years now, just consistently winning every tournament he enters, no matter what, no matter who's in it kind of thing. And I don't see him as one of these... It's not a hobby to him. Do you know what I mean? He's one of the few that really does sort of... It is his main income. I think he maybe works part-time as well, but it is like his main... I just can't see him slacking off. He's very dedicated. Can't see it. Too good.
He is... Yeah, he's the hardest working player in pool.
I would say so, yeah. Yeah, I think so. There might be others that work, just as hard in the game as Liam, but there won't be many. And of the ones that do, they're just not as good as him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's more to it than just hard work.
Yeah, you can put all the time in you want, but if you ain't got the brain for it, the temperament for it, or handle the pressure situations, it's semi-irrelevant.
Liam Dunster is going to start this match off in flying fashion. A reverse dish. A good break from John McAllister, but nothing down. And Liam took out a nice pinpoint finish while we were waffling away.
Waffling away? It's waffling on, isn't it?
I mean, I would like a waffle.
No one waffles away. They waffle on.
My apologies.
That's all right, mate. No worries. Don't do it again.
Stop waffling away, Dan.
Got some treats in the commentary box today, haven't we? We've got this... I've stumbled across this dried mango. Unbelievable stuff, is.
Yep, you are really selling that. And
really
I have to say,
good.
you gave me a bit earlier, and it was...
It was. I saw your face. You
yeah.
Your eyes lit up a little bit, and then you went, and then you went, and then you... All of a sudden, you was they are good.
Yeah.
Very good, yeah.
Frame 2.
Nice little thing to pick at in the commentary box.
You
Keep
need
your
something
energy
to pick
levels
up.
up. Yeah.
Apart from your co-commentator, obviously.
No, pick on you, no.
Liam Dunster to break in frame 2.
Cut break again. He's stuck. I haven't seen him do anything but the cut break for quite some time now.
Yep. Surprised me at times as well, because at times it really hasn't worked for him.
No. But then when you break and clear 7 times in a row in a World Championship final on the biggest stage of all, with a 30-second shot clock, it's hard to change, isn't it? It's hard to sort of go back to...
That World Final...
It was a joke,
honestly, if you haven't watched it, obviously not now, because we're currently broadcasting and you should be watching this, but if you get the chance over the weekend when we're not on, and you want some more pool to watch, and you haven't seen the IPA Championship World Final between Liam Dunster and Gareth Hibbert, I implore you to go and watch it, because it was the standard was unreal.
Yeah, it was a masterclass of all. It was a masterclass from Gareth Hibbert, and he lost.
Yeah, that's a perfect descriptor. Yeah,
he played that well, you know, and he lost 4-2 in sets.
Yeah, he wouldn't have lost that game to anyone else.
No.
Liam just the way he handled the pressure of Gareth, just continually punching away at him.
Just coming at him, just keep going.
Yeah.
Just nothing just would keep him down.
No.
And he was like a machine. He just kept going, like a robot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was almost sort of Rocky Balboa, if you like. You know, Gareth was catching him on the chin flush every single time, and he just stayed in there and kept hitting him back.
Yeah. Yeah. He was he Mr. T or was he Ivan Drago?
Ooh, or Apollo Creed.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
I think Hibbert's probably Drago.
He probably is. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just finds a way. Finds a way.
He's in prime position here.
Just never lets the shot clock get to him.
No, never lets the shot clock, never lets the situation.
No, he just, as much as he really isn't a fan of it.
He hates it. He told me. Yeah.
He really does hate it, and it's understandable because he really, on an outside table, he will take a lot more time than he takes here. I mean, he'll take, you know, probably 30 if he plays a shot in 30 seconds. That's probably quite rare. He's probably between 30 seconds and a minute for every shot. Just gathers himself in a very robotic manner every single shot.
But when you see him on the shot clock, it does sort of beg the question why. Because if he can do this.
No, and if you can break and clear 7 times in a row under the most pressure you're ever going to be under.
Yeah.
I know, yeah. No one likes to feel rushed, do they, I suppose? In anything. He's gone about these as he normally does, just pinpoint with his cue ball. Probably see him just take the white up just to the left of the yellow below the black. Unless he decides to just drop it in dead weight. Not sure if he can or not.
I do love watching Liam from a perspective of improving my own game, because his patterns and his position is so good.
It is, yeah.
You know, if you want to learn how to play this game, and you want to play at this level and play in these tournaments, just watch Liam Dunster and copy the way that he finds the patterns and he finds the routes around the table.
But that's so easy to say and so hard to do.
Absolutely, yeah. I couldn't agree more.
I actually think, I've done a bit of coaching, and I think it's fairly easy to give someone the basics of, right, stand like this, you know, you're gripping it too tight and so on. The mechanical side of it is quite easy to guide someone on. You know, step into the shot, and so just the basics is quite, you know. But the thing that is almost impossible to teach someone to do on their own is pattern play. You can say, right, okay, so you would say, when I was taught, I would work backwards from the black.
John McAllister to break.
So say I'm going reds, right, okay, well, how am I getting on the black? Okay, well, one of these 2 reds. Okay, so how am I going to get to those? Have I got a problem area? If so, am I going to go into it early? How am I going to get into it? But because every frame is so different, you can give someone a basic rule or 2 to go by, or a basic, you know, use these 2 principles. You know, always do this and always do that. Work backwards from the black and attack your bad balls early.
Yeah.
But the figuring out what route to take them in and what order to take the balls in, it's quite hard to explain unless you're just going to say that.
Extension call.
Use your common sense. You know,
I do understand. I think you can sort of say, you can give hints. You can say, for example, economise your use of the cue ball. So try and do as less travelling with the cue ball as you can.
Yep. Yeah. If you can clear up in sections, clear up in section.
Yeah.
Great. You know, try and figure out. But sometimes you can almost try and make it too easy for yourself, and it fries your brain a little bit, because if you can't see the perfect pattern, it's like, hold on a sec, well, I don't want to have to play a difficult shot.
Yeah.
But sometimes you have to accept that you're going to have to just leave yourself one really difficult shot that frame.
Yeah.
And the point is teaching people to think on their feet, because every frame is different. It's really hard. It's hard enough to do anyway. But to teach someone to use their common sense or think outside the box now and again, or, you know, it's the hardest thing about Paul, and that's probably the thing that he definitely does best.
It's one of those. It's one of those things that comes with experience, isn't it?
It does. The more you play, the more you see it, and the more you play, the more naturally you see the patterns. Definitely. But some things, it's the hardest thing to teach. Definitely.
Do you think that's why Paul isn't necessarily a young man's game? Because it isn't. You know, when you look at the players who win regularly and the players who are close to the top of their game, none of them are under 25. You don't often see a young Paul. You'll see a young Paul player come and make a bit of a stir, but you very rarely see them win a major.
Well, you know, Mark Farnsworth didn't play, so he's 41, 42, maybe 43 now, I think.
Yeah, he's been in the seniors a couple of
Couple
certainly.
of years,
So,
so, but
42, I'd say.
He didn't start. I mean, so he played a lot of like money games and stuff like that, but he still entered tournaments. He still entered the big tournaments, but he didn't fully commit to the IPA for, you know, full seasons until he was in his early 30s. So for him to go on and be, for me, one of the best players I've ever seen,
yeah,
he wasn't that good until his early 30s. He was very, very, very good.
Yeah.
But he, you know, I spoke to him about this in the Isle of Man, and he said that he kind of, he didn't really fully commit, so he didn't know how good he could be, kind of thing. You know, he believed in himself, that's why he played these money games and stuff like that. But he didn't really fully commit to the tour until about 10 years ago. So then you realise how good you really are. And like you say, it comes with experience, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. And John McAllister showing a bit of his experience. He's been probably the youngest world champion. I think he was younger than Liam when Liam won it recently. I think John's deceptively young, actually.
Yeah, he had a full-grown beard at 14, so he's younger than you think. He did. He did. I think Liam and John are about the same age, actually.
Yeah, you said they dominated the juniors together, so I would assume.
Yeah, they'll only be a year in it or so.
Yeah.
Frame 4. Liam Dunster to break. Leading 2 frames to 1. Time running.
Liam Dunster to break off in frame number 4.
So John McAllister is 28 years old.
Yeah. See, that's what I mean. It's, you know, 28, so Liam's about 28 as well.
I think Liam's 27.
Okay, so Liam is the youngest world champion then.
Well, John would have won it 2 years before Liam.
True. Oh, wow. Is he on that yellow? If he's on the yellow to the bottom left here, then this is fine for Liam Dunster. But if he's not, that is a horrible leave.
I think he is just.
Extension called.
Can he get past it with just a hint of swerve, maybe?
I think he's on it. Pretty sure he's on it.
Liam was able to get out of that sticky situation.
That's come out pretty well.
Yeah.
That could have come out a lot worse. I mean, he's a very precise player, but even the best rely on a nice rub of the green now and again. He controlled the pace of it very well, so it was always likely to land something like that, but that's landed absolutely spot on.
Deserved it, to be fair, because it was a good break, and he'd have been really unlucky if he'd come out unable to pot anything.
True,
It's
true.
rare that happens from the break, but you do see it every now and then.
Yeah.
Liam, that was a nice shot in the centre. That was one of those that I would be nervous about playing, just in case you got a kick. If you got a kick there, he's in serious trouble.
He is, yeah. As he is, he's perfect. Just had a message in, I think, saying maybe Jack Whedon was the youngest ever.
Oh, good shout.
But I think, so he was 2015, and he's born 1989, so he'd have been 26.
It's really close, isn't it?
And yeah, it's about right. I think John was 25 or 26. I think 25.
It still goes back to my point that
Either way, about 25
25-year-olds,
is about as young as
yeah. You don't get many, teenagers going really deep in tournaments, even, to be honest.
Not really, no. It's just about okay there, Liam, but black's now a lot more difficult to land on. I mean, it goes into the bottom right corner pocket, but he's never going to get on that. So I think his only option, really, is to take it into the top right.
Yes.
And that all stemmed from the shot before, where he left himself far too much angle when he potted the one over the top left corner pocket.
It's a bit further than he'd like.
It is.
But I guess it was better to overhit than underhit there. If you underhit, you're snookered. If you overhit, you've got a shot.
Yeah, and is it that much difficult than if he's straight behind it? 10-15% more difficult? You're better off, just like you say, making sure you leave yourself a shot.
Big shot this, though.
Huge, yeah.
In perfect pull all the way through so far this match.
Buzzer's just gone, 10 seconds, now he's got 5.
Oh, and it's still perfect pull. That's a magnificent pot.
Perfect pull, perfect head position, just kept his head. If you watch the replay there, his head did not move. Dead still.
Liam Dunster leads by 3 frames to 1. Reverse dish and then 3 break dishes in the first 4 frames of this match. Not bad standard. Seen worse, Dan.
It's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all right for these two, I suppose.
Do you ever feel spoilt by this?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
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 John McAllister trailing by 3 frames to 1, essentially by that dry break in frame number 1. That has been the difference so far between these two.
Frame 5, John McAllister to break. Trailing 3 frames to 1.
Well, anything
Time
fine
running.
gravity this time.
Went to John's local on Thursday night. Riley's.
Oh, Coventry. Yeah.
Me and mate Luke, who I'm sharing with, we came here on the Thursday night. So should we go and get a game? Because you hadn't set the arena up quick enough.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah. You were slacking a little bit, so we went down to the local Riley's. And very good one, I must say. Credit where credit's due.
Yeah.
Spent like £500,000 on it, apparently.
So
lovely place. Somewhere you'd go to actually watch. You could go there, you could have some food, you could watch the football. It's not just a pool club, you know. John McAllister's local. He's literally, what was it, 15 minutes from here?
That is where he practices, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where his local club team plays from. It's a very local tournament for John. He'll be very happy there's 2 of these this year.
It's got to be brutal, isn't it? Say you're you know, local league player, you get drawn against his team in one of the cups and you end up playing 2020 world champion in your league game. There's some pressure on that, isn't there?
A little bit, yeah.
I suppose there's more pressure on John in those situations, actually.
Yeah, there is actually, yeah. I know what you mean. Of it a little bit in Reading. I'm not a former world champion, but...
No, you're a future world champion.
Oh, brilliant. I'll take that. But if you're one of the best players in your area,
yeah,
there is a bit of spotlight on your frame, be it a Monday night or a Wednesday night, whatever league pool you play. So actually sort of fairly good practice, because there's a bit of... It's a very strange kind of pressure of, you know, expectancy rather than...
And single frame pool is like playing a decider every frame.
You can lose to anyone single frame pool.
Yeah. John McAllister is working his way around this table quite nicely. I think he's got a nice angle on this red just below the black, just to push the cue ball through and land on the red in ball, because his penultimate ball.
Yeah, doesn't want to be straight.
No, just that's a nice angle. You might have to punch this a little bit harder than you'd necessarily like, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, ran slightly out of position when he had 4 reds left. He didn't want to be going down table than up table. Like you mentioned earlier about taking them out in sections, but he was slightly off straight on his 4th last red in the middle, so he's had to just reroute slightly, but no big deal for someone like John.
And neither is that black. That is 5 finishes in a row from the break. Liam Dunster with the first 2. Reverse and then a break dish. And then the next 3 have been... The spoils have been shared between the 2.
So a grand total of 0 mistakes.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, 0. I might have to get my calculator out for that one.
Yeah. It's the mad thing is, it's not surprising. We should be waxing lyrical about the standard, and don't get me wrong, we're not exactly...
Yeah, these 2 are rubbish.
You know, they're playing great, but these 2, you know, especially when they're kind of on centre stage,
Frame 6.
you just expect it.
Liam Dunster to break.
That's how good they are.
Leading.
Yeah, you
3
do.
frames to 2.
And it's why, actually,
Time running.
the Champions Cup, the final 3, if you like, the other night, Liam, he didn't even play that badly, but he came off the table and he said in his post-match interview, I was embarrassed with how I played. And he probably missed 3, maybe 4 shots all night.
Yeah. I think that's the... You're obviously, you're always your own worst critic anyway, but what you... By his standards, like you say, he made those 3 or 4 mistakes, but there was still some very, very good stuff in between. You know, it's kind of having a... Yeah, but obviously all he's going to remember is the bad stuff.
Yeah.
But there was lots and lots of good stuff in between.
Well, we've spoken about how perfect these 2 have been. 0 mistakes, 0 misses. If this frame is a reverse dish from John McAllister, I will be surprised. This one would shock me. This is a horrible looking table.
It is nasty looking.
The yellows are probably slight favourite, but I don't know actually. I don't like the red. The reds on the right hand side.
I think these are the ones I've learnt to just keep my mouth shut and just let them do what they do, because his pointless predict. I mean, what? I've no idea.
Well, these are the ones where certainly if Liam was at the table, I would expect him to take a colour set and then try and take some control.
Yeah.
With John, it's a bit different. John's more aggressive than Liam.
Definitely more aggressive, yeah.
John doesn't really want to get drawn into a safety battle with Liam either.
No. And also, it's one of those where if you didn't have the shot clock, John would probably still be thinking about what he's going to do now. But John won't have any qualms about leaving himself playing the double here on the red and leaving himself the double on the black. So really, you know, this is about, for John, if he can leave himself, in fact, actually, if he can kind of leave himself where he is now, to which point he's going to play the shot now. He's obviously just about got enough angle to dislodge bad balls now. Just don't want it to run too far, and it has. But
it's doubleable, isn't it?
It's doubleable. That's a really good word.
Yeah.
It's doubleable. Doubleable. Double.
Try not to say it too many times fast.
No. It then becomes not a word.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he can double this, and he can dislodge the other bad one when he does it. Just a little bit up in the air as to where that's going to land.
Oh, missed the double. That is a surprise.
Well.
And Liam Dunster comes to a table that is not straightforward, but much, much more gettable than John McAllister's chance at it.
Extension called.
Now, obviously, tricky yellows. You've got one on the right-hand cushion. The one above the black is a slightly bigger problem. I think the black's probably in the way for a double. And although you could get on it in a position to cut it in, it's going to be a tricky shot. There's a chance he could go into this now.
Yeah, he's done it with some precision as well. And if anything, that's come out as bad as it could.
Yeah, that's a pretty horrible leave. I think he's only really got a plant, hasn't he?
I think he can cut the yellow in the centre of the table to the corner pocket just. Although the whites may be going dangerously close to the middle pocket. It's always a little bit deceiving from our angle in the commentary box as to whether that's an in-off or not.
Plant it is.
Plant it is.
Oh, no.
Well, second prize, I mean, I think he was going for the plant. There's no way he'd be leaving John a double.
No, but he's left him a double next shot.
Yeah, and it's a doubleable double as well.
It could be a double-double.
Yeah.
It could be two doubles in a row here.
Oh, yeah.
After the next shot. Certainly looks that way now to me. Double left, double right. Doesn't have to do too much work with the cue ball.
He really doesn't, no. I mean, the first one, although he is slightly hampered cueing, these really are sort of, I'd say, 8 or 9 out of 10 for somebody like a John McAllister. The second one, if he does get this first one, he's gone a bit far, but you can straighten them up on these cloths. The firmer you hit them, I think this...
He's got to screw out of this one now, hasn't he?
Yeah, but I think it is possible.
Oh, it's very possible. That is the heart of the pocket. That's a much better shot than it looked.
Yeah,
and it looked pretty good.
He's a very good doubler, John McAllister. And backs against the wall clearance as well. 3-2. Liam looked like had a chance to kind of nip in and win this frame and take control. He's missed it. A lot of pressure on this clearance.
Yep. Liam perhaps considering himself a slightly unfortunate. He went into that black and yellow on the left-hand side and it really came out nastily for him. Only left himself with a tough plant that he didn't make. And John McAllister capitalised on the Scotsman's misfortune. 3-all.
Patting his forehead with his towel. Very warm out there today.
First to 5 now between these two. That really is a coin toss. Who would you back in a first to 20?
I would back Liam Dunster against anyone in the first to 20.
Fair enough. Can't argue with that.
But John, along with Mark Farnsworth, Gareth Hibbert, maybe Corey Rees, they're only very slight underdogs.
But 2018, isn't it? In terms of the scoreline, it's...
Yeah. I mean, Liam's the most consistent player, but he's not undefeatable. He's not.
Frame 7.
He's just in a rich frame of form at the moment, and obviously you add that to just permanent class. Do you know what I mean? It's a recipe for losing against him.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the moment, I'd back Liam against anyone on the planet. It's a good break.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, just look at the reds as well.
Yeah, the black goes in. So our referee Jim Maidment will have to rack them up again.
Jim Maidment,
Darren,
aka Darren Maidment.
I think it's probably the other way round. It's Darren Maidment, aka Jim, because his actual name is Darren. But
hold on.
Well, apparently, so I'm told, he's called Jim because there were 2 people called Darren somewhere he used to work.
All right, fair enough. Okay.
No
That's,
actually, I get that. I used to work in a call centre, and there were 2 Maries, so one of them were called Louise.
Oh.
Yeah, and I found out about 5 years later that Louise wasn't her real name.
I've just noticed, Dan, we share a name. So
Yeah.
which one of us is going to have to change?
Well,
would you like to be Bob?
No. No, you can. You pick your own name.
Fair enough.
All right. We'll just call you Fairway.
Yeah, but most people do actually, because there's so many Dans around. It's ridiculous.
I had 5 Dans in my class at school.
I had 7.
One of my classes. I had 8.
All right. It's not a competition.
Yeah, no, I used to get called by my nickname actually at school. Dan's a very popular name because it's such a good name.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah.
Typically, for John McAllister, after such a brilliant break, seeing that black fly in, the next one comes up dry.
Always the way.
Liam's he's having a good study of the table here. For me, it's all about the 2 on the bottom cushion, because actually they're really awkward. I think you could probably just about get on the yellow, but the red definitely doesn't go.
Might be going into it now. Has he got the angle? Okay, so he
thinks it goes. It must go.
It must go, yeah. If it doesn't go from there, then it probably didn't go at all, surely.
It's very tight. When you look at that overhead shot.
That's a very good shot he's played there as well. You don't see pool play. You see it a lot in snooker where there's a lot more.
Really tight.
The table's a lot bigger.
Yeah.
The stun run through. He's wide on the angle with almost, you might call it a trace of stun, if you like.
That was surely a foul. It was tight on that red. And Liam Dunster caught the red first.
I wonder why you leapt up like a meerkat.
Yeah, well, the red couldn't move, could it, if that...
Yeah, well...
If he pots that clean, the red doesn't move.
Your eyes are probably better than mine. I wear contact lenses.
That is a big error from Liam Dunster. It was almost one of those where he'd sort of convinced himself, I think, that it was on, when it potentially wasn't.
Well, it must have been on because he's potted it, even though he's flicked the red, if you see what I mean. So flicking that red is going to just widen the angle ever so slightly, even though he's only grazed it. So it's going to mean he's caught it thinner.
I do take your point. Yeah.
So
I see
it must
what you're
have
saying.
just gone.
Yeah.
Albeit maybe, he had to cheek the pocket a little bit, or... So John, really, his only obstacle is the red just below the right middle pocket. It's about the only thing that should and could possibly stop him from taking a lead.
He could land nicely on that at the next shot, to be honest.
He could, yeah. Just doesn't want to leave himself hamper queuing.
No, it could be one of those ones where you straighten up the cue ball with a bit of right-hand side, let it run through. I think that's what he tried, but probably caught the red just a touch thinner than he'd like, and now he is hampered on that one. His only other option is really quite a thin cut back into the left centre. So there is a
extension called.
Still a glimmer of hope here for Liam Dunster. Well, I wasn't sure that red went then, but that's made life a lot easier for John.
Yeah, he's just going to have to. I mean, he may even end up leaving the red below the right middle pocket as his last ball, or at least second last ball.
Yeah, I think probably second last. Because that red to the right centre, he can just drop that in. He can get very close to straight on that red that we were talking about. If you get nicely on that, it's not too difficult just to pot that and screw back, and then take the red and the black in the same top left pocket afterwards. It's just going to be about judgment and pace, basically.
So just can underhit this slightly, but doesn't want to overhit it. Ideally wants to land around about the line that goes across the top of the table. But if he overhits this, he's going to be in a bit of trouble. Underhitting it, he could probably kill the cue ball a little bit.
Fraction over, but I think he can just drop this in and hold for the black.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's okay. He's going to leave himself still quite an easy black for someone like John. Still a 95 out of 100, barring some sort of kick or bad contact, really.
Yeah. Even 98, I mean, it's just off the cushion as well. It's not that difficult. And so it proves to be. John McAllister takes the lead for the first time in the match. Not very often Liam Dunster lets a 3-1 lead slip back to 4-3 to his opponent. And he has let it slip. You know, that foul in this frame, that was a big error. The missed plant in the previous frame, little more unlucky on that because, you know, the plant was the only shot he had after quite a good positional shot.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of mistakes creep in from the perfect start. The perfect first 5 frames, and the last couple of frames has been the odd mistakes crept in.
Yeah, well, they aren't robots. They are human.
No, that's very true. Just about.
Still plenty of action going on the outside tables. The amateur, the open, and the ladies' competitions all underway still.
Frame 8. Liam Dunster to break. Trailing.
We will be sticking with the professional event right the way through to tonight's final. Just a couple of matches time. Both semis and then the final. Will it be Liam Dunster or will it be John McAllister taking the first place? Liam's break again. Oh, he's made a ball into the right centre. He's not been left very much. He's got one red to go at, really, up to the top left. He's nowhere on yellows at all, I don't think.
No, haven't really got anything on yellows, I don't, by the looks of it.
Can he possibly see that one that's sort of top left of the 4 in the centre of the table? He might just be able to get through to that. And I think it sneaks into the bottom left. And he's obviously made up his mind either on reds or that one doesn't go. Queuing off the cushion, this isn't easy. He drops it in, and now it's time to get to work.
Yeah, it's all going to be about. I think the 2 reds nearest the right middle will probably, just with the gentlest of nudges, if you can run into it now, go. And then he's looking at I think possibly if he can just rest into the one just to the right of the one he's playing now, then he can leave himself a natural angle to play the one perfect. So that now goes.
Yeah.
And the one on the middle of the table, furthest left on the middle of the table, he can pop that and with a fairly natural angle go into the yellow, which will open up the other red. So they're all kind of... It takes a couple of very precise shots, but it's not as complicated as it first looked. That's the beauty of someone like Liam. He makes it look a lot easier than it really is.
Yeah, at first glance, I think if... And this is where the shot clock comes into effect. Okay, he uses extension, so let's say a minute. If you asked 100 players to pick out their route for this, you know, you showed them that overhead and you gave them a minute, there wouldn't be many that would pick this route, and yet Liam's found the easiest possible route.
I think that's one of the things that, as much as he hates the shot clock, how much success has he had since the 30-second shot clock's come into play? Arguably the most he's ever had. Well, world champion, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
So I think his speed of thought and... Yeah, speed of thought. How quickly he figures out he may not be a very quick cueist or a very quick around the table. You know, he seems to move in a very, like you say, a very robotic way, pre-shot routine, never seems rushed. But the thing that kind of messes you up most with the 30-second shot clock, in my opinion, is planning your route and figuring out how you want to go about your clearance. So the quicker you can do that, the more of an advantage you've got.
Frame.
Liam Dunster stops the rock. 3 frames in a row to his opponent. He's finally put that run to an end. This is the foul from the previous frame. You could see there, he did just catch that red.
Frame 9, John McAllister to break. Scores tied, 4 frames all. Time running.
On table 11, Dean Wilson and Chris Earl. Chris Earl, table 11.
Extension called.
Well, tricky layout. Tricky layout for Liam. Very difficult layout for Liam, but it's almost like he loves a hard one. Seems to make these difficult clearances look a hell of a lot easier than the rest of us. Absolute master tactician, shall I say. Like he really engages when it's at his toughest. Well. Is exactly what he was trying to do there. But he's taking his eye off the pot.
Extension call.
Crucial stage in the match. Now 4 each. Liam making an error. Might not get another one of those from Liam in open play for an hour. Need to punish him on that. Well, good news, bad news. He's freed up this area a little bit on the left-hand side of the table, but the black doesn't go into that top corner pocket. Now the yellow's in the way. He has got the perfect ball to break it out, though. The perfect ball. The one that he's just queuing right next to now. He's actually screwed into it there, which is a little bit surprising. So he now has 2 problem balls. He's got the one just by this right middle pocket, which he's got the perfect angle to screw into now, off this side cushion. Sorry, after putting the one to the top right, if he wants to. Can just leave it for a double. He loves a double. A little bit more of a reach, but he's a tall guy. All about the pace, this shot. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. So if this goes well, it's guaranteed it's gone behind it. It's the problem, really. The natural angle was to go behind it. He's now running out of pockets to double it in as well, if he does want to end up taking a double. Really good angle. Options, by the looks of it, could possibly stun him behind it off that top cushion, or screw off of 3 cushions with reverse side. So on for the highlight reel. I think he might regret that. I think in hindsight he might regret not just leaving himself a double into the middle pocket. He's so good at doubles. What's he got up his sleeve now? Not the double in the middle, surely. You're good at doubles, John, but that's pushing it. A little bit of a nervy one just across the bed of the table there. Now, Liam's got options as to how he attacks this. His only yellow that's in a difficult position on the right hand side of the table. You could maybe argue he's got a big pocket for it up into the top right hand corner. Maybe not. He can plant it into this bottom right corner pocket if he gets on it after this. That's probably what we'll see Liam do. He could double it into the middle pocket. He's eyeing up the plant. Perfect. Wasn't as easy as it maybe looked because it was just the yellow was a little bit further away from the pocket than what would be ideal. Crucial frame this. Both had a chance. It's going to be Liam that comes away with the frame and takes a 5-4 lead.
Frame. Frame 11. Liam Dunster to break. Scores tied. 5 frames all. No, that can't be right. No, 6 frame. It should be 5-4. Should be 5-4, shouldn't it? Yeah. It's 5-4 to Liam. Correct.
Liam Dunster with cue ball in hand.
That's fine. That's right.
Meticulously placing that cue ball to break off.
Rare bit of emotion there from Liam.
Yeah, just pushing the reset button.
He almost cracked a smile.
Oh, I did see one earlier, like a proper full-on one. It was in the background of another game. I might go back and look for it later.
Away from the table, real good laugh.
Yeah.
Get on really well. He's brilliant. On the table, miserable as sin. Just a robot, you know, there to do a job, and that's it. Ultra professional.
He's certainly done a job on that break. One of each colour set down. And a wonderful chance on reds. All yellows, to be honest, but I just think reds is a slightly easier starter.
Yeah, I mean, he goes to bed dreaming of clearances like these. Look how easy these have come out.
Extension called.
For someone of Liam, if you could tell him he's got to take reds or yellows, I'm backing him to get both.
Yeah.
He's got that knack as well of the more crucial the frame, the more he kind of switches on. You know, I think Liam is. I'm clutching at straws here, but he is definitely more likely to make a mistake at 6-2 up than he is at 5-4 up.
Yeah,
he really knows when to turn the screw and focus and switch on.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons he wins so many tournaments, isn't it? Because as the pressure builds, he gets better.
He does, yeah. He's ruthless. The black one ain't getting on, obviously. But, I mean, if you're right behind it, you might be able to dribble it into the middle pocket. Otherwise, you're going to be needing to get the cue ball over towards that left middle pocket to get right behind it. Will need to leave himself a good angle on his last red to get there. But that's about all you can see going wrong for Liam.
Yeah, he's going to have I imagine the next shot after this one is going to be a bit of a transitional shot from
this one's all about the pace.
Bottom to top. Doesn't want to be hampered behind that yellow. Oh, that's pretty horrible, actually. I think he's just going to have to leave some distance for his next one now.
Yeah.
Just push this through a couple of inches and leave the left of the two reds in the top half of the table. Just nice and straight on that. He wanted to leave this cue ball a bit lower so that he could punch this down the table.
So you see his pre-shot routine with these slightly longer distance shots. He likes to get right behind it. Kind of step into the shot. Five seconds left to play the shot. Just pulled the trigger on 2 seconds.
Perfect stop shot.
Yeah, now we're going to see how Liam's feeling. If by screwing back, is he going dangerously close to that middle pocket? Does he want to risk that? Does he want to risk maybe leaving himself tight on the left-hand side cushion and be slightly awkward queuing?
Could he leave a double?
Or does he just leave a double?
It's an easy double.
That's what I mean. These doubles for these top pros.
Yep.
I would argue this is a good. This is a 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10 minimum for someone like Liam Dunster.
This is easier than a three-quarter ball down that rail.
I would say so, yeah. But I think people sometimes don't like to, you know, if you can land on it, you want to land on it. And he could have landed on it there, but.
Right. But why bother? Why bother when you've got a double like that available? And Liam Dunster pulls ahead by 2 frames for the first time since he was 2-0 up. Seems like a very long time ago now, Dan. But 2-0 is a good scoreline. 6-4 is an excellent scoreline.
Yeah, John needs to win 4-1 from here.
Yep.
Which is tough against anyone, let alone Liam Dunster.
John does have the next break, and this puts a lot more pressure on that now. A dry break here, and it could well be curtains, because you're going to leave Liam Dunster 3 breaks of his own.
Yeah.
You know, you almost think, honestly, with Liam, you almost think if he's going to have 3 breaks in a match, he's going to dish one of them.
He will,
yeah. It will be rare that he has three breaks in a row where he doesn't get one of them.
John persisting with a cut break. Hasn't served him great in this match, has it really? I mean,
it's unusual for him as well. It's not something you see from him normally. It's not something you expect to see from John.
I'm pretty sure he didn't win the world title cut breaking.
No. Liam Dunster did, though. Maybe that's why he's changed.
Maybe. I don't know if I've mentioned it, Dan, but Liam Dunster broke and cleared 7 times in a row.
He did.
In the world final. You hear about stories of people breaking and clearing 7 times in a row in practice, and actually I normally don't believe them. I've done quite a few in practice before, but you know, the hardest thing to do, to actually pot off of 7 breaks in a row, is
massive.
way harder than you realise.
Yeah.
But to then clear off the break 7 times in a row, under maximum pressure, I don't think there's anything ever being done in pool that's that impressive. I don't care what you've done on table 21, then there's no one watching in the last 64. I don't care if there was a match in the last 32 of a tournament, you know, that was £1,000 to the winner, and you did first visit clearances on 12 of the 13 frames. I don't care. 7 breaks in a row he's cleared from, he's potted and cleared from in a world final under a 30-second shot clock, which no one can argue isn't more difficult than having as much time as you like.
Yep.
No one's ever done that before. I don't think anyone will ever do it again.
You've made a very, very confident and very bold claim there, but I am inclined to agree.
No one will do it again. Not 7 on the
He
bounce.
might.
He might. He might.
Okay.
You get 100 top players out there and say, right, pot off the break 7 times in a row.
That 90 of those 100 gone straight away.
Yeah, they're gone straight away.
Yeah.
Well, then you say you've got to clear off all 7 of them.
Yeah.
There goes the other 10.
Yeah.
Or if there was one that was going to do it, all right, fine. Do it in a world final.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if they were going to do it, right, now do it with a 30-second shot clock.
Yeah.
Ain't happening.
Yeah. No, yeah. You've made a very compelling argument.
Yeah, you're all chasing this man.
Everyone in the world is chasing this man
And I
right
don't
now.
care if you say that I'm kissing his backside. I appreciate good pull, and he deserves all the plaudits he gets. Cue ball control, little shots like that. The amount of times you see other players land welded to that yellow awkward cueing.
Okay,
we've got it on a string.
We've talked a lot about Liam in this match, and rightly so. He's the new world champion, and to be fair, we've seen a fair bit more of him in this match than we have John as well. Do you think he'll be the first double world champion?
Well, I suppose so. Yeah, in theory. Yeah.
No one's won that title twice yet. The IPA World Championship.
Not since it's been Black Ball rules. No, yeah. I mean, he'll be favourite to win it a second time, but it's not nailed on.
No.
But he'll definitely win another one in the next 4 or 5 years.
That's what I mean. I don't necessarily mean he'll do it back to back, but you know, no one's won it twice. So,
no, true.
Do you think he'll be the first, or?
Yeah, probably. Interesting one here. He just needs to. I don't know if he's just slightly too straight on this.
A little bit, but he's on this actually quite nicely bottom left.
Yeah. I'd love to have just slid by it and then played it into the middle pocket, but easy enough.
Yeah, these are actually these aren't too difficult, these shots where you're this sort of distance away. If you get an inch closer than this, it becomes difficult. But
just a little bit jabby, aren't they, these ones?
A little bit, but he's got a good 3-4 inches there.
Yeah.
He leaves a simple black, and he's going to be breaking in the next as well. John McAllister hasn't done a lot wrong in this match. Really just a couple of errors each. Potential 4 frames remain in this match, but if we are going to have 4, John McAllister needs to win at least 3 on the spin. A very tall order against the reigning world champion Liam Dunster.
Frame 12. Liam Dunster to break.
It's been a while since John tasted victory.
7 frames to 4.
It was the Worlds
Time running.
in 2020 in an IPA event.
It was, but then I suppose COVID wiped out an entire season.
Yeah. and Mark Farnsworth and Liam Dunster wiped out the other season pretty much, yeah.
Yep. Careful, we can't kiss too much backside.
Liam has come up dry.
He has.
Just when you thought the writing was on the wall, John McAllister will come back to the table with a more than presentable chance on reds. This looks a slightly messy table in that top right at first viewing. But the middle of those 3 balls around the balk line on the right-hand side, that will go.
It's tough for John as well because he's just missed a good chance. By his standard, it was tricky. You know, he had balls to dislodge and whatever. Ended up missing a double on the black to go 5-4 up to John. And then a dry break and then a breaking clearance from Liam. So basically the last time John had his hand on the table, he was missing a double to go 5-4 up. Now he comes back to the table 7-4 down. I mean, it's brutal, but that's what it's like at the top.
Yeah, it's a tough school out there. And Liam Dunster's the star pupil.
Certainly is at the moment. I think I mean, he gets the credit he deserves now. He's won the world title, and he's won tons and tons of titles in the last 2 or 3 years. But I think at the start he didn't get the credit he deserved because he's quite methodical. And
it's just
you know, the players that aren't as easy on the eye, fast-flowing cue action, the quicker players. I always think the quicker players tend to get a tiny bit more credit than they do deserve because they're entertaining.
That's natural, though.
Natural.
You know.
That's just the way life is. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
That's same with actually most sports.
People talk about David Beckham, for example, as being one of the greatest ever to pull an England shirt. He probably isn't, but he just came alive at those moments and did such wonderful things.
I mean, they talk about Ronnie O'Sullivan being the greatest of all time. He's definitely one of the top 2 or 3. But a lot of people are saying that, and you kind of think, it's part of that because he's the greatest to watch.
Yeah.
Because he is the greatest to watch. But is he actually the hardest one to beat when he's at his absolute best? And Hendry was just a machine that just never missed. And
that is a very hot debate you've opened up there.
I know. Federer. Federer's my favourite, but actually, it pains me to say it. Does he beat Djokovic in a first? No, it just doesn't anymore.
That's a trickier one though, because
he's a robot. But Djokovic is boring to watch compared to Federer, because everyone is compared to Federer.
Yeah, but Federer. I mean, I'm a Federer. In that debate, I am definitely on the side of the Swiss. But for me, Djokovic has had less competition in his prime.
I suppose.
Djokovic is just that little bit younger, isn't he, than Federer and Nadal?
But you know, I think principle as well, and I'm not saying it after it's happened, because I would sing John McAllister's praises long before he won the world title.
Yeah.
Started seeing, you know, some odds and stuff like that. It always amazed me why he was... But it's your flamboyant players that tended to be the shorter prices because people get a little bit fooled by it.
Yes.
By the flamboyance of someone. They go, oh my God, he's so... Okay, well, who's going to win in the first 25 when consistency and mindset and, you know... it's not your fast flamboyant players. It's one of these two. Look at the rankings. It's one of these two. Which one of these runs around the table? None of them. Does Farnsworth run around? No. He just picks them off.
It's a really good point you mentioned.
You can keep mentioning the other. There's, you know, greats of the past and current top players, and there's a bit of a trend there. The best ones, that consistent tournament winners, tend to just come across as just steady players that just control the white well.
Yeah. But it was a really good point you brought across there, because actually John McAllister, before he won the world title, and even when he won the world title, even afterwards for a couple of events, he was consistently in the 16 to 20 to 1 price bracket for a
Which
tournament.
was just wrong.
It was just when and actually when he was world champion, Liam was like, and Liam and Mark were like 4 or 5 to 1.
Yeah.
In the same tournaments. Yeah, I think John has always been good value in the betting in our events. To be
Always. Great break.
Oh,
front ball break.
Why hasn't he done that all match?
Nice to see him go back to it. He won the world title, clattering them like that.
Does that red go past the yellow into the top left corner from this camera angle? It will be top right. I think it does. There's a case for either colour. Does the yellow pass? If the yellow passes, then yellows are probably marginal favourites here. It's really tight, but I think that yellow does squeeze through past the red.
Yeah, just.
It's one of those where you might have to just sort of play it slightly into the cushion and
if you
let
play
the
it
far
soft,
jaw take it.
Yeah, on brand new cloths, if you play it soft enough, it will probably still drop.
We'll find out in a couple of shots' time. John McAllister's going to go up to that top left first. And make sure he leaves himself nicely on that yellow we're mentioning.
Started a bit of a debate on our YouTube page.
Oh no.
Yeah. Ronnie is the GOAT. Get off it. Yeah, another one that's just been bamboozled by the way he plays quickly. Yeah,
you are. How's that fishing rod, mate? Is it?
Huh? That's my opinion.
Are you getting nice? Are you getting nice lot of bites on that?
That's my opinion. I don't even need any bread on the end of this one. It's just an empty hook.
Yep.
Here's one for you, and we'll get away from it and get back to the pool. If Stephen Hendry played at the pace, as in 5 to 10 seconds a shot quicker than he did, if he played at the pace that Ronnie O'Sullivan played, and Ronnie O'Sullivan played at the speed that Steve Davis played, it wouldn't even be a debate. It would be Hendry's the greatest of all time by a mile.
But would Hendry have been as good if he played at that pace? And would O'Sullivan have been as good if he played at that pace?
No, and that's the point. That's another point. But people get a little bit masked over by thinking that quicker means that they're more naturally talented. That's just the way they play. It's not natural, it's just the way they play. Anyway, the way John McAllister plays is to just pick these balls off.
I'm having to try and avoid lots of these hooks that are floating around me right now.
Yeah.
But John McAllister is picking these off, and he is going to force Liam Dunster.
He is.
Is he going to force him?
You know, and this is just where that crucial frame at 4 each where John missed a double on the black and had a couple of chances to get it out before he ended up having to double it. He'd now be 7-6 up instead of 7-6 down.
He would be. I don't think
margins
he's going to look at it like that. He's going to look at it like Liam's got one more break, and Liam's break hasn't been amazing in this match so far. He just needs to get one more chance, and then he'll fancy himself. The fact that he's gone back to the front ball break as well, and it worked so well, John McAllister will fancy himself the break dish in the last frame if he gets a chance in this one.
He will. He will. This could easily be a match where Liam Dunster is 7-4 up, has 2 dry breaks and loses 8-7.
To be some revenge for that final you mentioned earlier on in the match last year.
Very.
From Bournemouth? Was it Bournemouth?
I think so, yeah. It was the one just before COVID kicked in. 6-2 John was leading and lost 8-7.
Yeah.
Frame 14. Liam Dunster to break. Leading 7 frames to 6. Time running.
So YouTube's wasn't truly biting.
You're a horrible man, Dan. Liam
determined look on his face. You ever seen a more determined look before a break? He couldn't have hit them much better. Oh no.
Well.
Oh well.
Liam Dunster has found the middle pocket with the cue ball. Let's take another look. Watch that cue ball. Oh, that's horrible. That is horrible. He's played that cue ball perfectly off the side rail, straight into the middle of the pack. And then
just a little bit of a saving grace. There's the black's tied up, and then the area where he's pointing his cue now as well is a mess.
Extension.
So he's got a bit of figuring out to do here.
This is almost one of those tables where you have a quick look at it and you go, just push some balls around, see what happens. Do you know what I mean, though?
Yeah, sometimes you got to. Sometimes you can overthink it, and there is no perfect shot to play. Sometimes you got to do something like that.
There might be a perfect shot to play, though. That is brilliant.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Because that black goes up to the top right.
I think, and even if it doesn't,
it does.
You sure?
Yeah.
I mean, the commentary box can be deceived. Even if it doesn't, he's got the perfect angle now to just top into it and break it out. Guaranteed to be on on another red as well.
Yeah, it 100% goes up to the top right. If he drops that in the centre and gets straight behind it, there's no problem there at all. John's just got to hold his nerve here, and he will be breaking for the match.
He's got plenty of nerve. I think that's one thing these two players don't lack. Bottle.
I'm a little surprised at this, but I think he's got the perfect angle to top up the table and avoid the yellow.
Or just stun to the side, yeah, and then he's basically got to just leave himself on the red into the right middle as straight as he can.
Yeah, I half expected him to go down there in the previous shot, but there was certainly an argument for either way. Nicely done. He's forced that little bit of side and a bit of a punch. Now he has a nice angle just to drift back down table. Anywhere close to straight on this red is fine.
Just about got there, but
he's just about.
He don't want to be.
He's thin on this. He's thinner than he wants to be on this. That's for sure.
Yeah, he don't want to be. He doesn't want to be running towards these yellows and leaving himself hamper queuing. He's really going to drag this and pinch the pocket. That's hamper queuing. That's horrible.
I thought he'd drag it. This is.
No, well he did. He just didn't. He probably potted it a bit thin, and this is horrible.
Oh my word! This is awful bridging. Look how far he's got a bridge.
He's got two. He's got two yellows in front of him as well. So this is horrible. How's your nerve?
Oh, that's class. That is pure class from John McAllister. That was so tough.
Smooth, wasn't it? Such a smooth piece of queuing under maximum pressure.
That's going to hurt Liam Dunster, isn't it?
That was brilliant. So he's now from 7-4 up, Liam. All he's done is break twice.
Yep.
He's now 7-all. He's second favourite because John's breaking the decider. What a match!
And John's gone back to the back to the front ball break, rather. Oh. Do you think John's got any memories of that particular final that you mentioned, where he was 6-2 up and Liam pulled it back?
Oh, he'll remember it. If we remember it, he definitely.
But I don't mean that. I mean right now. Do you think this is this is revenge?
7 frames all. This is the 15th and final frame. John McAllister to break. Time running.
Needs a ball. Oh, which ball has he got? He's got a red, he's got a yellow, but he's got the white.
Well, well, well.
1 free shot, 1 visit. Time running.
What a match this has been. What a match.
It's been astonishing, but it's over, isn't it, Dan? I mean, surely Liam just nudges the black out and takes these yellows.
You'd think so, and it would be it would be a huge surprise if Liam weren't to take these out, but pressure affects everybody. He's taken his extension already just to think through what he wants to do, compose himself. We maybe see him play off the red and then into the cushion and just bump the black out slightly to hold the cue ball. Yeah, lovely.
Yeah.
He's left a plant on for John if he does get a chance, but he won't be thinking about that.
He won't be getting a chance.
No.
He just wait. This is just tailor-made Liam Dunster.
Yeah. He's just an absolute machine. I think one of the things that, I mean, gee, it's not like he doesn't get enough credit, but he has got a very good bottle, Liam. Excels in the pressure situations, doesn't miss more than normal. If anything, he misses less than normal when the pressure's ramped up. Just needs to control the white now. So he'll take the 2 at the top of the table. It's going to come down. Ideally, take the yellow into the bottom right corner as his second last yellow. And leave himself on the yellow into the right middle as his last ball. It's all about, if he can leave himself perfect on this second last yellow, it's pretty much game over. Ideally wants to be dead straight. Would love that red that he's bridging over now not to be there. It's kind of on the line of where he'd naturally like to take the white. Oh, what's he done?
Oh, that's
there?
a nice little flick.
Yeah.
That is a lovely little flick.
It's a lovely little flick, and Liam's immediately asked for the cue ball to be cleaned. Thinks he's got a kick. I mean,
it's easy for us to. We can't tell, can we, for certain? But it didn't look horrendous, did it?
Didn't look horrendous, but he did. I mean,
time running.
Let's face it, this guy has the cue ball on a string most of the time, and he's just run out of position there. So maybe he did get a kick. Maybe.
I don't think he's got too much angle here. I think he can hold the cue ball quite comfortably for the yellow to the centre.
I think he's landed perfect. Yeah, he has.
Yeah. That's got to be slightly heartbreaking for John McAllister to watch that cue ball flying around, and
it has.
It catches that red and you think, oh, this could come out bad, and then it comes out absolutely plumb.
It has, but at 7-all against me about 5 hours ago, he left himself welded to his last yellow, lashed it, and it found a way in off of about 5 balls. We laughed about it afterwards, but I'm not bitter.
I wonder why you hadn't spoken much about John.
I'm not bitter. What a great match. What a great match that was. Had a bit of everything, didn't it?
Yep, a terrific performance from Liam Dunster. John McAllister with a valiant effort at the comeback from 7-4 down. He won the next 3 without Liam seeing the table. The in-off in the final frame means that it's Liam Dunster who goes through to tonight's European Professional Final. John McAllister, go away and lick his wounds and come back for the Open either tonight or tomorrow. I'm not sure when he's due to play. But for now, we will go over to the studio, and Kevin Barton is with your first finalist, Liam Dunster.
Thanks a lot, Dan, and I'm not sure running out of superlatives this weekend, but joined by Liam. Liam, tell us your thoughts on that match, an absolute classic.
Yeah, I mean, him to get kicked off of his and the decider, of course, is unlucky, but the exact same thing happened to me at 7-6, so I mean, you could look at it that way. Felt like I played well the whole match. I think I made 2 mistakes the whole match, which I'm okay with in a race to 8, to be honest. So yeah, 7-4 up, cruising, and then I think a dry break and then an in off for me.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, it's 7 each, and he becomes favourite for the match because it's his break.
Yeah.
And then, like I say, fortunately for me, he's got kicked in off, and that's the only reason I won that match, to be honest, is because that last break.
They were all there, yeah. I mean, John obviously showed great character. 7-4 down, it looked like, you were just going to cruise into the semis. But as happens with these matches, with great players like you and John, inevitably they end up at 7-all.
Yeah, I mean, John hardly put a foot wrong in the whole match. I think it was all down to the breaks. So the first half of the break, sort of maybe 2/3 of the break, 2/3 of the game, sorry. My break was working, his wasn't, and then he's obviously changed the front break, and then mine started to dry up. So it's kind of swayed a little bit, and then so I think it deserved a 7-0, to be honest.
Okay, so another final coming up in maybe an hour and a half's time. Obviously, another bit of silverware, that trophy cabinet at home. Has it had an extension recently?
No, I've got a trophy room, but it's full now. But I mean, I'm playing well enough to win it. I just hope it continues.
Yeah, well, it certainly did play absolutely fantastic there, Liam. Held your nerve when you needed to in the final. We'll see you later on.
Yes,
well done.
thank you.
So we're running out of superlatives with the way that Liam's playing. Mark did what he had to do, cleared up under pressure, and John was unlucky, but like he says, he was kicked in off the frame before, so it was even Steams on that front. But there's literally nothing between these two players, is there?
No, there isn't nothing between them, and that in off, it's criminal, really. It happens on the last frame. We see it so many times, and that was probably the hardest break I've seen John hit all weekend, and it just like he had a little bit more extra on it. Maybe the pressure was mounting a little bit, but he had the momentum, and winning them last 3 frames under pressure, and he did it against Liam's break as well. He'll be disappointed, I think. But Liam, he's got another one over John again.
Yeah, and that black that John potted, awkward queuing down the rail more or less to get to 7-0. I mean, that was some shot under pressure.
It was some shot, and I'm still telling you now that didn't go. And the way that he's done that with all the hamper queuing, he's playing over 3 balls bridging, and just dropped it in like it was over the pocket. A brilliant clearance under supreme pressure.
Like I say, John will be scratching his head wondering how he didn't win that match. But as you say, Liam's just got the advantage over him at the moment, last few times that they've played. But as we know with these players, it can soon turn around, and next time they play, it could go John's way quite easily.
Yeah, very much so. And we saw John there. He got a little bit closer to Liam from the last time, and he might get a little bit of confidence from this. And it's good to see John back in a little bit of form and doing it when he needs to. He's now got to try and get that duck off his back and try and beat Liam, because them two are going to be coming up against each other quite a lot in this coming season.
Yeah, and for the years ahead, they're both pretty young guys, aren't they? And with the likes of Corey and everybody else, and Gareth Hibbert, he'll still be playing when he's 70, won't he? So,
yeah, he will.
Yeah, the next few years are pretty much guaranteed excitement all the way. So I noticed at the beginning of that match, John started with the cut break, and we all, he won a world championship based on down the middle, absolutely smashing the balls to pieces. What do you think made him go to the cut break?
Whether it's just down to Liam, he sees that it works for Liam and Mark Boyle. They just crucify the cut break, then they use it quite well to their advantage, and maybe he's just been watching them a little bit, thinks, well, it works for them, why can't it work for me? But for me, John is a head-on breaker. I think he needs to stick with that for this coming season. I think it works for him better, just because of his natural cue action. He's so clean cut straight through. His direction of the cue ball would be straight back anyway, straight down the centre. So I'm not sure why he used the cut break. Maybe he just thought he weren't working or never felt confident on it. But for me, go back to the head-on break for John.
Yeah. So as we said, all 4 semi-final spots were taken by the top 4 seeds in the rankings, so which proves the rankings don't lie. So we've seen the numbers 1 and 4, so we're now 2 and 3. Clint and Mark. Mark obviously number 2, Clint 3. Are we in for a Dunster Farnsworth final, 1 and 2, the top 2 in the world right now?
Well, I mean, it's on the cards, isn't it? But you can't write off Clint. I'm not sure what sort of record these two have got against each other, but Clint, he's got to cut out these errors. We saw him have plenty of errors against Gareth, but yeah, once he got to the closing stages of that match, took that match out in superb style. But you cannot afford to have mistakes against Mark Farnsworth, because he will punish you. First time we've seen Mark on this TV table this weekend, and he always performs on this table, and he just loves the limelight. He really does, and no doubt it's going to be an incredible match.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Mark. You've set it up excellently. It's time to get over to the commentary box to talk you through this fantastic action. So over to you, Dan.
Thank you. The Fair.com IPA European Championships.
Right, here we are.
Final. Race
Second
to 8
semi-final.
frames. First frame.
Clint Irons and Mark Farnsworth.
Time running.
I'm joined in the commentary box by Rob Donkin.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, Rob.
Not my favourite person this weekend, by the way.
Didn't you beat me at the one before?
Yeah, well, it was a long time ago. I suppose you owed me one.
No, I'm still sore from it.
Yeah, you took it out of me yesterday.
A role reversal, wasn't it?
Yeah. Mark looks like he's broke off really well there.
Is it me, or has his break got a bit better this last year?
I think so, yeah.
Hasn't it?
He is using a braking cue now, isn't he, I think?
He is, yeah. He always seems to me to queue up with it. And I know the overheads can be a little bit deceiving, but he seems to me to queue up almost with a little bit of side spin when he breaks.
Yeah.
Looks like that, doesn't it?
I've heard of players who say they do play the brake with side when they put the white to the side, as if the spin would move the balls around more. But I'm not entirely sold on that.
No, I don't think so. I think it's hard for you to transfer all the force through the pack if you're hitting it with side. Yeah.
And surely there's no way of controlling the white that way, is there?
Harder to, surely.
Has he tried to get straight on the hard ball there, I think?
I think he's tried to. I don't know if he's quite got there. He thinks he's on it.
I think, yeah.
Looks like he might be playing it with a bit of side as well, though, just to turn it in. No,
Helps it in, doesn't it?
Perfect.
He's actually played that too well in some respects, hasn't he?
He's played it really confidently.
Yeah.
Quite similar players, these two, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah, both couldn't clear up at any point, but also don't mind the little bit of tactical side of it that's needed every now and again.
Yeah, good all-round games.
Yeah,
they're not sort of.
Two of the best at it, aren't they?
Yeah.
I had a little bit more angle on the red there than I thought. What's he playing next then, Dan?
Oh, if he plays the plant, he's losing the white, isn't he?
Yep.
Sometimes Mark will take on a more difficult pot to give himself better position. We might see him do this here. The one in the middle. Oh, he's playing the plant, so he's to avoid any cannons that are going to mess things up for him.
Or he's actually played for the full ball cannon there.
Yeah, and he's sort of got it. And it
still landed a bit awkward though, isn't it?
Yeah, not great. It all stemmed from that shot 2 shots ago.
Like you say, he's the kind of player with a shot like this, where most of us would be ruined that we're slightly out of position. He just backs himself to pop balls like this, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, and he just very rarely see him miss them as well. I mean, he's knocked that in like it's over the pocket.
Yep.
So all going to be about how he gets on the black. In theory, he could top this in and go into the black and push it down towards the table, but he won't be doing it. He won't be doing that.
No.
He'll just back himself to land on it. The straighter he is, the better.
Just draw the cue back across the table then, and then he's going to have the black into either corner pocket.
He's pretty perfect. It's been a tricky finish, but doing what he does best. It's quite nicely controlled, overrun it a tiny bit. But like you said, these sort of trickier pots, he doesn't seem to be too bothered about leaving himself, does he?
It's like it helps him concentrate more, doesn't it? It concentrates him to not taken for granted. Oh,
there's your commentators, guys. Oh, look at that though.
Oh.
That's a stroke of luck.
Touching ball.
I think that's touching ball.
Is he called touching ball?
He has called touching ball, I think. So all he's left Clint is a really long, tricky. He's really got away with that. How's this for your first shot of the match?
That's a great shot.
Cued it like a dream.
Like you say, you want an easier starter than that for your first shot, didn't you, normally?
Yeah, maybe a turning point already.
Had a lovely angle to get on the awkward yellow out of the rest of them, but straight on it. And now it's massive favourite to win this frame.
Yeah, and it's Clint to break next as well. So I feel like he's kind of broke the serve. I think Clint's quickened up over the years.
Yeah. I think it's the shot clock makes a difference as well, doesn't it? You kind of have to quicken up a little bit, don't you?
It does, yeah. I mean, when I've been practicing recently, I'm trying to make myself play quicker.
Yes.
So that it's a nice luxury to be able to have as long as you want on your shots on the outer arena.
But you don't get it on this table, do you?
Exactly. And if you've got any ambition to win things, you've got to learn to deal with a 30-second shot clock.
Yeah.
You know, pretty quickly.
You got to know that the big shots that you need to play, you can make up your mind within that minute if you take your extension. It's a good thing to practice.
Yeah.
Like you say, 1-0 against the serve. You're hoping for a good break.
I mean, these two would have played before, and there's probably matches where Clint can say that Mark hasn't made a single mistake in open play.
Yeah.
Just got one there.
Frame 2. Clint Jansen to
He's
break.
quite close to it, isn't he, Clint?
Leading
Nottingham?
1-0.
Not too far away.
Time running.
Is that not far?
Be nice to have a local tour, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah. This is my local, two hours away.
I've done exactly the same. It feels like a doddle. It feels like it's down the road. 2 hours away.
I was surprised when I was actually here. I was waiting for the other 2 hours.
Well, Clint's made a ball first up. Uses that funny looking black.
Yeah, what is it? Is it graphite?
I think it's graphite, I guess.
Okay. Well, I think, was it Chris Mellin, I think, used a graphite break cue?
I think so. And then I think maybe Clint uses this for when he's played a bit of Chinese 8-ball in the past as well, I think. It's got a big old tip on it.
Yeah, it looks it. Both sets are awkward here, aren't they? It's not a straightforward clearance on yellows or reds.
It's not, no. Look at the tip on that. I mean, that's...
Yeah, it is a large tip.
That is huge. I
Looks
think
like it's got a washer on it.
Yeah, I think it's not a metal ferrule either.
Right.
Seems to be breaking pretty well with it anyway.
Yeah.
It's nicely controlled first shot. That can easily go wrong. Tough clearance though.
Very tough, yeah.
Problems all over the place.
It's hard to see the pattern with this one, isn't it?
Yeah, very hard to see the pattern.
Oh, so he's played. I didn't know he could screw deep enough into that to leave that angle, and now he's going to look to screw across into the yellow and red, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he seems to, he's down pretty. He's obviously figured out his route.
Yeah.
He obviously thinks he knows what he's going to be doing.
That was always an option there, wasn't it?
There was a chance. He needed to catch that sort of full ball at worst. You catch it half ball, 3/4 ball the wrong side.
Time running.
And there's always a good chance of it flicking in off the red. So
needed to hit the red first, really, didn't he? Like full ball. Like
yeah,
you said.
or the yellow full ball.
Or the yellow full ball, yeah.
but a tough finish to be going for. He was up against it from the start, really.
Definitely, yeah. It's one of them sometimes that it's hard to explain, that you're kind of forced into going for them, even if you don't want to sometimes, aren't you?
Yeah.
And now with the first shot that Mark's played there, he's just brought every red out into the open. And should look to make it 1-1. In fact, he'll be very disappointed if he doesn't make it 1-1.
Yeah, see Clint's mixed doubles world champion partner there, Amy Beauchamp. Don't know if I pronounced that right.
Beauchamp?
Beauchamp?
Yes. Is it French?
I don't want to get in trouble. I don't
I'm
know.
not sure.
It's an honest mistake if I've got it wrong. Made easy work of these, one apiece.
I'm not saying anything to Pastor Black this time. That was a bit more straightforward than the last black. Happy to get it back on serve.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised to see this go 8-7 as well, like our last semi.
Yeah. Seems to be a lot of deciders going on the match table, isn't there?
Yeah, I think pool's just one of those games, isn't it? It just kind of lends itself to like all the swings and momentum.
Yeah.
Lends itself to a bit of drama. See Mark with his break cue. Again, a much bigger tip than his playing cue. I don't think it's quite as big as Clint's, but
They usually play somewhere between 11 and 12 mil, isn't it, for the break cues?
So, and I think the American pool cues are like more like 13.
Yeah, 13-ish, yeah. Because I've tried everything with my break, as you found out yesterday. I struggle a lot, yeah. But it's I tried a 9-ball cue, and I found however you hit it, you just don't know where the white's going.
Yeah, I found that. I tried that a handful of times, but I think they're too heavy.
Yeah.
And I had a break cue, which was good. It worked. It did its job and stuff. But I just think, for me personally, break cues are maybe for people that struggle with their break.
Yeah.
If you've got a good break anyway.
You're not a player that struggles with your break, are you?
Not normally. Not if I'm cueing while I'm playing a bit better.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest danger, and it's happened to me twice now, which is a massive reason to have a break cue, is it's split under the ferrule, where it weakens it where you're hitting it.
That's why I don't
so
break
hard.
with my original snooker cue. The guy whose dad actually made my cue 26 years ago actually asked me not to break with it anymore because it split the ferrule, and he ended up having to chop an inch off the top of the cue. Now it's shorter than a standard cue, but I find it's good for Paul, but breaking off it's not very good. And the annoying thing is it's one of these cues that's forward weighted, so if I pick up any normal cue now, I always feel like they're lifting every time I play the shot, whereas mine is weighted towards the middle. So when you play a shot, it's like it dives forward.
Yeah, I suppose you change the balance point when you take it down by an inch or two, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Because I use the same cue for 13 years.
Right.
12 or 13 years. And then it broke under the ferrule, snapped under the ferrule.
Yeah.
So I had to get it taken down, and I probably lost more like 2.5 inches.
This is quite a lot they have to take off, isn't it?
And it felt like I was using a toothpick.
Yeah.
It was awful.
Yeah.
And I then said, look, I need to get this. So apparently you can get them respliced, which I didn't know. You can get them respliced so then they're back to the same length as before. Anyway, the guy said he needed like 3 or 4 weeks to do it. So I said I'd give it to him after the first IPA tour of the season. That was in 2016.
Yeah.
And that's the only IPA tour I've ever won. So I was going to give it to him after the first tour of the season.
Yeah.
And that was the only one that I've ever won. I beat Farnsworth in the final. And I'm kind of like, well, I can't give it back now. I can't change it, because when it changed the balance point and it was so much shorter, I found that the that the control, because it was a lighter cue, and it was a shorter cue, the delicate shots where you know, the touch shots were easier with a lighter cue and a shorter cue. But anyway, I ended up changing it 2 or 3 years after that. Got another cue made, longer, heavier, and it just took a bit of getting used to, and I've just gone back to my old cue now. I went back to it. I had a couple of years with the other cue, but I've gone back to it now.
You seem to be playing better this season as well. So.
I just started playing a bit more. Not enough to be ultra consistent and whatever, but I've started playing a bit more. I keep swearing I'm going to do it. You know, either just...
Practice is key.
Yeah, either just, look, you know, don't bother playing at all or put some effort in. And I like it. I love the tournaments. I just don't enjoy practicing. But you can't have one without the other.
Yeah, exactly, I'm the same.
You know, I love coming away to these weekends, competing, the buzz of playing, you know, top players and stuff, but you got to put the time and effort in, as these two do. Farnsworth got his own club up in Sunderland, Washington. Been there actually. It's a very nice club.
I haven't yet. I spoke to him at the last tournament. I'm going to try and go a couple of days early. And I said to him I might pop over and have a game with him if you don't mind. I'm going to see if I can try and figure out how to beat him in practice, because I can't seem to beat him in the tournament. But he's probably even better in practice than I
He's
think.
probably even more annoying in practice,
Frame 4. Clint Hansen to break. Trailing 2 frames to 1. Time running.
There we go.
So yeah, have you noticed that a lot of players now, I do it myself, Dan, as well, they don't tend to put the white as far forward as it can go.
No.
Because it's all about where you feel comfortable with your hand, isn't it? Like if I put the white on the balk line, even though you can get that extra bit of power in it, I feel like I'm too far away from it. Yeah, reaching for the shot.
Well, in theory, and I suppose, I mean,
he's hit that well there, isn't he? He's kind of deserved the ball there.
He did deserve the ball there. That's harsh. But yeah, in theory, I mean, there isn't no right and wrong answer. It's not like you can look it up, but everyone's going to have their opinion. But in theory, surely you need to position that white so that you're hitting it when the cue is at maximum acceleration.
Yeah.
So you're kind of accelerating through the white.
Yeah.
If it's too far away, maybe
you lose acceleration.
Yeah, maybe you're not hitting it at the point where the power's at its maximum.
Yeah.
And if it's too close, you're definitely not. You know, because you're not at the end of the swing, are you?
No.
So, but then I suppose that point probably should change depending on if you've got a shorter cue or a longer cue, because your point of being at the end of your swing is going to be different if you've got a different length cue to someone else. If you've got longer arms, there's all sorts of things. That
Every tiny little aspect makes a difference, doesn't it?
Massive,
Mark, that first shot Mark's played there has completely opened them all up there.
Yeah, very good shot.
Although
a little bit awkward.
That's got a bit awkward.
Yeah, as he's always got this yellow at the bottom of the table to bail him out if he needs to. As he lands on the plant, he's looking at the plant.
Either the plant or he wants to be on the third yellow there in the row, into the corner.
Yeah, the plant's definitely close.
Looks it, doesn't it?
He's already used his extension though, so he's only got 10 seconds now to play a shot. About to get the 5-second beep. Needs to hurry up.
He was forced into taking his backup ball there.
Yeah, no, he's
left it awkward.
Hampered cueing again. I think the yellow does just pass into the top left corner, but I don't know if he's got a full pocket. This is difficult. Oh, he's missed that by a distance. Not even close.
Perhaps it must have been that the other yellow didn't go then, because I'd have thought surely even though he's bridging over the red, the the other yellow into the left-hand top pocket would have been the easier shot. Because
Yeah,
that plant wasn't dead on, was it?
Wasn't straight on, no. Maybe it went, maybe one of those from a distance, awkward cueing. You're probably not going to want to play that shot if you've only got half a pocket. And also, if he did get it, he was running into the other yellows. Is he going to stick to one of them afterwards?
The first, although he might have got away with it. The first shot Clint's played there, I think he's gone a bit astray there.
I think the bad shot for Mark was his second shot. Played a lovely first shot to get himself in amongst them on the yellows, and then the second shot he just lost the white ball a bit, and it all just escalated from there, really. It's a tester. It's a very brave shot.
That was tough.
Such a brave shot. I mean, he definitely had a safety of sorts, didn't he, to play off the red on the left-hand side and try and get in and around or behind the black. Not easy, but was it easier than the pot he just took on? Anyway, Mark's back in. Chance for 3-1.
He'd be delighted to be back at the table, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he wouldn't have been expecting it.
Just got to keep his concentration on this yellow down the rail. Stun it back 3 inches or so, and just he's got a dead straight yellow to the opposite middle, and it should be game over. Over screwed it a tiny bit there, Dan, isn't he? But I think he can still just drop that in.
Just about.
Yeah.
I think I need to cheek the pocket a little bit, play it dead weight.
That's perfect.
That's perfect. So then, 3-1. Should have been 2 each.
Should have been 2 each.
He'd be over the moon, Mark Farnsworth, after the black he's missed in the first frame.
Yeah.
All right, he could be kicking himself and saying he should be 4-0 up, but he won't be. He'll just be over the moon to be 3-1.
Yeah.
After that,
I think he'll know himself that it should be 2-2, or in some respects, on another day, it would be 2-2, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So here we go with the Mark Farnsworth break now, Dan, again. What do you think he gets the ball here?
Yeah, I'll start calling it the
Frame 5.
improved, the new and improved break.
New and improved, yeah.
It's definitely got better than last year or two.
It's not as. I mean, everyone used to say it was the only weak part of his game, didn't they? And
yeah.
I know he used to say himself. I think it used to grate on him a bit that people used to say it, but he's definitely put some work in on it, hasn't he?
It's definitely better, and it's definitely better since he's had this break cue.
There you go. He's put another.
He didn't always have this break cue. Made another ball. Don't ever seem to make threes and fours like some people, but it doesn't matter, does it? As long as you get one.
As one goes in. Sometimes it can be a bit harder when you pot 3, 4, 5 balls, and because you end up with so little balls left on the table, you don't have a good shot to go for.
No. Mark had no choice on this one. He had to take reds.
Yeah.
Literally didn't have a yellow on.
I think he would have preferred reds anyway, was it?
Yeah, I think just about. Just would like a little bit more angle on this red. As it is, he's a bit straight.
As long as he plays short on the red in the middle. Oh, the other red goes behind. I didn't see that, so.
You can easily get.
I was thinking he was going to be playing the red closest to the middle pocket.
No, the amount of times you sort of don't spot things from the overhead is really.
He's actually perfect on that one, looks it.
Just needs to stay away from these yellows. Don't want to stick behind us. Almost perfect, not quite.
think if he's on the red in the corner, would you play that first?
Might
screw up
actually.
towards the two reds.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's almost played that as a two-way shot, and if he'd have landed a bit shorter, he could have played the one in the middle next.
Oh, he's playing the one in the middle.
Again, just a tiny bit short of perfect, but he can just drop this in, leave himself a little bit more distance. Always want to get as close as you can to these ones when you're playing them down the cushion, but
make sure you leave a tiny angle as well, isn't it? You don't want to be playing that straight, do you? So you're screwing towards the cushion. At least this way he's able to just pull the white away from the cushion.
He's not taking any chances of that, has he?
No.
Just backed himself to get a...
This is what I was saying earlier, wasn't it? I think nearly every player would try and screw that in, get closer towards the black. But
definitely would, yeah.
It's like he's like, no, I'm going to pop this black. It doesn't matter if it's slightly harder.
Yeah. Gareth Hibbert does that a lot.
Yeah.
Just he won't. Oh wow!
Again.
Wow! we literally. I must have commentated on him a lot of times now, and he just doesn't miss single balls.
No.
He just doesn't do it.
That's 2 in 1 match, isn't it?
2 in 1 match, and it might be another 10 matches before he misses 2 mid-range, tricky pots like that. Brave one from Clint, but
yeah, I
played it with an element of safety.
I thought we would have played that the other side and run off the cushion onto the 2 yellows to guarantee the snooker.
No, they're not.
But that way he's guaranteed the snooker now.
Mark's furious with himself. He sees a bit bright red in the face,
total snooker.
Shaking his head.
He knew he had a chance of a free-frame lead there, didn't he?
He's not happy at all.
This is tough, not only to hit it, but to keep it in play.
He's just concentrated on the hit. I think.
1 free shot, 1 visit, time out.
Did he hit it? No.
No, just slid by.
Time running.
So Clint needs to play a clever little shot here.
Bring 2 yellows out in 1 and land on the two yellows next to each other.
Very clever player, Clint. You saw that straight away.
Yeah.
Other people would have stared at that for quite a while before figuring that out.
Oh, he decided to play another little safety.
Well,
I thought that was time to go again then.
Yeah, maybe the first yellow didn't pass the second yellow then.
Possibly.
I mean, it's such a difficult...
Maybe it's just turning the screw.
Yeah. It's a difficult enough hit, let alone to
It
pop
is,
it.
yeah.
Almost caught it on the way back up, but
1 free shot.
there we
1
go.
visit.
Golden chance now
Time
for
running.
Clint to make this 3-2.
Time out. The white, yeah.
They're the ones that are so tough to take, aren't they, when you mess up. You do all the hard work, and like you say there, he left himself a slightly longer distance black than he needed to, but he just backs himself to get it. He wanted to make sure of the pot. On his last red, didn't want to take any chances by pumping it up the cushion on, at pace.
So if Clint clears these up now, he then Farnsworth sits in his chair at 3-2 up, disappointed.
Very disappointed, yeah. He shouldn't be.
No, he shouldn't be, but because of that the situation that you've just said there, then.
Yeah, but. Mind you, to be honest, that's one of the reasons why these players are the top players. So much of this game's in the head.
Yeah.
You see so many great players don't achieve what they should. Maybe they just, lose their head a little bit after mistakes. Farnsworth, your Dunsters seem to kind of just bat it off and
just sort of shake it off, doesn't they?
Clint as well, very good temperament, Clint.
Yeah. I used to go 1-0 down and think, I've lost this. You have to tell yourself that it's every frame of ball is different.
Always shift,
yeah, of course it can. I think every game I've watched so far today has gone from one to the other. Not one game has gone all one way.
I was 4-1 up earlier, lost 8-7. I was 4-1 up, 6-4 down. Went 7-6 up.
Yeah. Prime example then, isn't it?
The last two. Yeah.
There you go. Clint slots it in for 3-2. Like you say, Mark could be kicking himself there, wouldn't he?
Yeah, well, I mean, he should be 4-1 up and halfway through the next frame by now.
Oh, he looks angry there, Dan.
Does, yeah. Just raging. Red in the face. Shiny forehead. It's a bit hot out there.
It is warm out there, yeah.
Very warm out there.
When we was playing yesterday, I think when I first started playing, I thought I could do with a thinner shirt.
Yeah. I thought I could do with a thinner stomach. Well, we know it's hot if Clint starts using the towel.
Yeah. And he hasn't got his long sleeve top on.
He ain't got his undersleeve, yeah.
He likes his long sleeve top.
He ain't got his long vest on underneath.
Showing off his tattoos today.
Yeah, different sleeves out today.
Clint Hansen to break, trailing 3 frames to 2. Time running.
He's got one of the nicest shirts on tour, I'd say. These new on-board shirts are very classy, I think.
You found a Clint shirt?
Found a Clint shirt, yeah, definitely. Yeah. When they first come about, I remember a bit thinking to myself, what's wrong with the polo shirts that we were wearing? But now they're all about. I think they definitely make the difference. They're
so much better.
They're so much better, yeah.
They're really, it's a really comfortable.
Yeah, material. Isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like an expensive material.
Yes. Yeah, very well made.
I mean, they're not cheap.
No.
You know, they're not £10 a top, but you get what you pay for.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
they feel like they're going to last as well, don't they?
They are going. Yeah, they do feel like they're going to last, and they got a real classy look to them.
Like that, you don't have to iron them either, really, Dan.
No.
Me and the missus are not fans of the iron.
No, I don't think I own an iron.
Oh, we've got one of them steamers as well. Don't use that.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, man. So
I might use it on the curtains soon.
Straight out the washing machine.
Yeah.
And either straight in the tumble dryer, that gets the creases out,
Oh,
or
so
from the washing machine
tumble dryer.
On a coat hanger, and hang it, and the creases fall out.
Leave it in
Top tips.
the bathroom.
Yeah, we're not just pool players.
No.
Top tips.
Very domesticated, aren't we?
Yeah, domestic gods. Yeah. We had Alex O'Donoghue at the last tour.
Yeah.
He, I think it was on the Sporty Stuff, the TV event actually.
Right.
And he turned up, and so he's driven 250 miles to get to Newcastle.
It's a mission for him, isn't it?
Yeah, a long way from.
Worse than for myself.
Ironed his top, left the iron on too long, and damaged his top. He had to play like an hour later.
Oh.
So he's played. He's had to tuck his top. Luckily, it was at the bottom of his top.
Very lucky, yeah.
So he's had to sort of tuck his top in, and kind of disguise it a little bit.
That would have been a fun game if he had to play with an iron hole around his abs or something.
Yeah, round by the nipple. In a bit of trouble, wasn't he? But yeah, real good quality tops. Onboard sportswear, they're called, I think.
That's the one.
Anyway, Clint's back to 3 each by the looks of it.
Looks like it, yeah.
Should have been 4-1 down.
Do you know what? I think he's just landed a tiny bit awkward there, Dan.
He's a little bit, yeah.
But I think if he can just run the white through and land sort of full in the face on the red on the cushion, he's guaranteeing himself a shot on the black then.
Might be okay, yeah.
Oh, he's just flicked a bit aside on there just to avoid the red in the middle.
Just about got there. So 3 each it is. Always going to be the way, wasn't it, after Mark missed that chance? You just knew Clint was going to take the next one to go 3 each. There they are, onboard sportswear. They've done a bit for the 9 ball.
Yeah.
I think they provided tops for the snooker as well recently.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. the modern way.
Getting everywhere. The darts as well, isn't it?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, the modern way, getting all these players out of waistcoats and, you know, we're sportsmen, aren't we, I suppose?
Yeah.
Should be wearing sports gear.
Definitely, yeah.
Get the shorts out next. Trainers. Yeah, we're
I'm
athletes.
surprised you haven't pushed that more, Dan. I know you're a shorts fan. I've got the legs for it, Dan, so yeah.
I'm a shorts fan. We're professional athletes. We should be out there shorts, I'd rather wear shin pants than trousers.
I don't mind the trousers.
I can't stand it.
No? Okay.
I buy trousers that are about 4 sizes too big, so that they're ultra loose and they feel like shorts. See Mark there, awful break from Mark.
That's his worst yet, isn't it?
It's worst yet, yeah, it's gone straight in off.
Straight in off. There's no unlucky about that, is there? It's just a bad break.
Centre of the pocket and, I say, always the way.
Yeah.
Would he have done that if he was 4-1 up?
Yeah.
And probably not. He probably would have hit that break a lot better if he was 4-1 up. Might have even won the next frame 5-1.
Game is a funny way of turning against you, doesn't it, when you make mistakes?
Still haunted him now.
Extension call.
I think Clint goes reds here, doesn't he? I think he just leaves the yellows where they are. I'd be tempted to maybe even push the yellow amongst the other two as well.
Well, I'm sort of thinking if he goes reds, just take the bad red off the side cushion on the right hand side.
I don't think he needs to, because if he plays the red in the middle, he's only got to drop that in. He's got 2 reds in the opposite middle, so it then makes that shot even easier.
Yeah, he's just taken the. I see what he's done there. It's a good shot. So he's just planned his route. He's taken out that yellow, which would have maybe got in the way of playing position on the black. Always thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead.
Yeah.
Or 6
like
or 7.
I just said, he's now just going to play the red into the middle.
Yeah.
And it just makes this red so much easier, knowing that there's 2 reds waiting over the opposite middle, isn't it? If this shot it becomes a false shot, it actually makes it a lot harder, doesn't it?
Yeah, and he's not quite happy with that because he's just a little bit straight.
A little bit too straight, yeah.
You don't want to be. Just to get the white away from the cushion if you can. You might have to just jack up a little bit here.
Yeah, I think he's fine there.
You do it now and again, don't you? When you've got an easy clearance on, you kind of take it a bit for granted.
Take it for granted, yes, yeah.
Just a
They're actually sometimes the more difficult ones, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because I think when you have got difficult balls to go at, you kind of, it's like in the back of your head, you're like, oh, this is awkward, and it concentrates the mind.
Yeah, you switch on a bit more, yeah.
Whereas when they look straightforward, I had a snooker coach when I was younger, and the amount of times I'd come off of a table and miss a ball like over the hole, and I'd go, I missed an easy red, and he'd go, it's not easy. And I'd go, what do you mean? Of course it was easy, it was over the pocket. And he'd go, well, if it was easy, why did you miss it?
Yeah.
And then it sort of drummed into your head that you can't take any shot for granted. Liam Dunster's a great one for that.
Yeah,
you watch him on the simple shots, he still takes his time, make sure of every single shot.
Yeah, he gives every shot the same amount of respect.
I don't know about yourself, Dan, but many a times I've not respected a shot, and you come unstuck a few shots later, don't you?
Yeah, and it's quite often it's when the pot's very easy, and it's that needing to be anything but straight on your next ball kind of thing, and you just take it for granted a little bit because they're all quite easy. Before you know it, you ended up playing just a tricky positional shot, but one thing leads to another, you know, and you start running out of position. Sometimes 3 shots later you're snookered. And like you say, it's just giving every shot that bit of respect. That's what someone like Dunster's so good at.
Yeah.
You see it sometimes, and
Frame 8.
he's got 3 easy balls left.
But he still doesn't take it for granted, does he?
No,
yeah.
20, 25 seconds to play the shot. Waits for the beep, gets down.
That's it. Uses his same routine.
Yeah. He knows he doesn't need to, but...
Clint got away with that one, I think. He was tracking very close to that corner pocket, wasn't he?
Well, look at that for a break, though. I mean...
Every single ball bar one in the top half of the table.
One ball, yeah, bottom half. You don't see that. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before.
No, I don't think I have.
Ever?
I think 12, 13 at most. And even that is very rare, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even someone like with a powerful break like yourself, Dan. I think one of them you hit so hard yesterday, I think there's about 17 balls ended up in the top half of the table.
Yeah, probably didn't pot one.
No, you did. You potted off every break yesterday,
Did I?
by the way. Yeah. I was concentrating. Or crying in the chair, should I say.
I think a lot of it with a break is timing. You see it's not always necessarily the. I mean, I carry a fair few extra pounds. It's all muscle, obviously.
Clearly.
But it's not always the bigger guys that have got the best breaks.
No.
It's just timing. And I've found that since I started playing a bit more,
yeah,
not a lot more, but enough more to make a difference.
Yeah.
You just cue better, and it sort of hit me a little bit when I sort of thought back to myself. I always seem to break well at the end of a tournament. If you go to a comp on a day, £20 a man, something like that, you get to the semis and the final, and all of a sudden you start really creaming the break.
Yeah.
So then it is timing, isn't it? It is all about actually you're just cueing better.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not a whack.
Yeah.
It's not a hit.
Yep.
It really is a shot.
A proper shot, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's such a huge part of the game. It needs to be hit right, doesn't it? But
yeah. Clint's really not happy there. I mean, this is exactly what we were just talking about there. You know, he really needed to give that shot a bit more respect. He needed to be straight or just
he needed
off straight.
to guarantee that straight, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he's now made it very awkward for himself. He may have to go twice across here.
I think he is, yeah. He's stunning this.
Yeah. That's a great shot.
It's a great shot, but he just shouldn't have had to play it.
Looks like he's landed with a nice angle to get back up for the black as well, isn't he? I think if he gets these, he'll be delighted with himself, wouldn't he? To come back from 3-1 to be 5-3 in front now.
Yeah. I mean, what was it? All of 10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Mark Mr. Black to go
4-1 up. Yeah. That's how quickly this game changes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Always looks so calm and collected, doesn't he, Clint? I'm sure he isn't inside, but
yeah, didn't give much away.
Frame.
Lovely clearance in the end. What do you think about these new, the lines down the middle of the spot now, Dan? I think it's because I think there was a point where people were questioning whether people were setting them up straight, weren't they? Especially using the cut break. But with this, it takes that out of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good idea, I think.
Because you just like I think we had a conversation once where the amount of people that set the balls up and they don't check whether the black goes on the spot. And it actually sort of awakened me to it, and he's gone enough again there.
Again.
And I'll make a point now of taking the black out and dropping it on the spot, knowing it's on the spot, because you don't realise sometimes that when you set it up, and if you walk round, you'll look in the line of the corner pocket to the middle pocket, where it's supposed to be a dead straight line, and it's not in line.
I noticed it from, I won't know any names, but it was a referee.
Right.
Not one of our referees.
Yeah.
But it was a referee that I was watching, and
he wasn't checking it.
He or she wasn't checking.
Okay.
Wasn't lifting the black to check, and you think, hold on a sec, that's. I mean, that's the basics, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and
it does make a difference, doesn't it?
Massive difference. I had the conversation. I sort of brought it up in, as a sort of joke, and he or she said, I know where the spot is. I've done it thousands of times. Well, we all know where the spot is, but it needs to be exactly millimetre perfect every single time. Otherwise, I mean, these referees do a great job, but that's 50% of their job is racking the balls. And it's crucial that they're in exactly the same spot every time.
You're never going to get any consistency in the breaks unless that happens.
How can you sit there and figure out as a player, you know, you put all this practice in these players, these top players, and then you come away, feel like you figured the break out, and if they're not getting racked up exactly the same spot every single time, how do you know what spot and what pace you should be hitting the balls at?
Yep.
Anyway, Clint, he's
He's
dangerously
overscrewed that.
Oh, that is,
I'm not sure he can cut that back now.
I don't think he can. And it all stemmed from that shot before. He just wanted to be a little bit straighter than he was, didn't he? And
Can't even play the double there. I don't think.
No, I don't think he can.
It may. No, he can't play the double. I think it's the cocked hat or nothing. Oh no, he is going for the cut. Oh.
Oh well.
I didn't think that was on. Did you, Dan?
Well, clearly not. I mean, he's tried to hit that as thin as he could, and he's missed it altogether.
Restarted, please.
That's going to be a really annoying one for Clint. 5-3 up, momentum completely changed.
Yeah.
You know,
he's now
switched in your
opened
favour.
the door for Mark, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Mark would have been sat in his chair chomping at the bit to try and get another chance as well.
Yeah.
And now he's just been gifted it. I think he's going to be fully concentrating on this one, making sure he punishes Clint.
Perfect, nicely controlled. Always going to have an option of all three of these reds, really. He's played that well.
Yeah, left himself as many choices as you'd want to there.
So it's kind of been paid the favour here. One big mistake from Mark at 3-1, and you've got to say a big mistake from Clint there. Should have been going 6-2, 6-3. Now back to 5-4, but it is Clint to break next. Mark's going to win this game. He needs to stop going off the break. Twice in a row now he's gone straight and off in that top corner pocket.
Plays on your mind as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to miss this one.
Right. Not going to miss that black. He's missed 2 already in this game.
2 already, yeah. But I think you tried to make sure that that one was a lot easier than the others.
Yeah. You need to put your house on him getting that one. It's a big old bottle of water he's got there.
Looks like it's warm out there, Dan.
Yeah.
Got to hydrate in these situations.
Keeps reaching for the towel. So does Clint. Must be warm out there if Clint's reaching for the towel. There's a bit of a gathering now watching this. Corey Reese there, recent Champions Cup champion. £10,000 better off.
Frame 10.
In the middle there.
Clint
yeah, he needs to get the drinks in, doesn't he?
He does need to get the drinks in.
Time running.
Never seen anyone walk slower than Corey Reese.
Really?
No, I was walking behind him at the Isle of Man. Honestly, there's a stroll, and then I'm a slow walker. I was strolling, and I steamed past him.
Like he was racing, yeah?
Yeah. Really funny guy, Corey Reese.
Yes, he
really
is,
funny.
Had the greatest answer to those questions we've done recently.
Oh, so funny.
What's your favourite takeaway? Everything.
Everything? Oh, it was gold.
Brilliant.
I don't think he realises how funny he is.
No, he's a funny guy.
Well, back to the serious stuff, and that's a
great break.
Oh, perfect. Look at the reds. Reds or yellows, I'd fancy him to get, but reds are better.
Red's a favourite, I think.
You just think he's probably going to give these ones that tiny bit more respect, maybe take the extra little bit of you know, after messing up on the last.
Yeah, it's a good idea to do that, isn't it? When you know you've messed up the frame before, just give it that little bit of extra concentration. Make sure you don't do it again.
Yeah,
he then keeps his lead.
Yeah, it sort of works both ways, doesn't it? I mean, sometimes you can put yourself under a bit more pressure because you've just messed up, but other times it could be a blessing in disguise
It
because
can
you
actually
just
wake you up, can't it?
wakes you up, makes you switch on a bit more, and then you don't make the same mistake again.
Yep. I don't think he will here either.
No, the only thing I don't think the black goes into the bottom left corner pocket, so he needs to make sure he maps his route out so that he can
play to the left side of the table for the black,
get over towards that left middle pocket with the white.
I think that's probably why he'll be trying to take the red next to the yellow first and then leave the angle to stun down past the yellow in the middle for the black.
Yeah, I just want to top this through. I don't know if he's got the perfect angle. I think it looks alright to me from here, but
looks like it's straight, doesn't it? But
yeah.
If it's slightly the wrong side, then he's going too close to the other red, isn't he? No, it's nice and straight. Oh, he's just overhit slightly. See, that's the way he was planning, wasn't it? He didn't want to take. Sorry, he didn't want to be anything other than straight on this, did he?
No, and look, he got the option. He can play the other one and leave the white maybe centre of the table, and
he's always got the option if he ends up having to play the shot to the right-hand side of the table. The black's nice and open for the middle pocket, isn't it?
Yeah.
Play past it.
Needs to carry
He's
on.
played that very well, very well.
Well, can he actually just screw straight back?
Yeah, I think he can there.
Clint just asked if he's got an extension.
I think he's perfect on that, just to screw straight back past the yellow.
Yeah, and if he was just short on it, he could have played it off the side cushion and back across. It's probably his original plan, but he's cued that really nice. Just held up a little bit. It's missable, but wouldn't expect him to miss this.
Right, slots it in nicely to keep his two-frame lead.
Yeah, 6-4. It's almost more exciting when they miss the odd one. You get so used to watching Mark Farnsworth play faultlessly for an hour and a half.
Yep.
Clint as well.
Yeah, it becomes a bit predictable, doesn't it? That's why I like to miss balls then.
Yeah, that's what
makes it more
too,
exciting.
yeah, it's just we're just fan pleasers.
Yeah. Who needs money for tournaments?
Nah, we got jobs for that.
Well, I haven't at the moment.
All right, Mark. Need to keep the white on the table.
Mark Farnsworth to break.
Need to keep it away from that corner pocket.
Do you think he moves the white slightly, or just trusts that he just wasn't timing those correctly and goes back to what he was doing at the start?
Seems to have positioned the white pretty much the same spot as it was before. And he's lost it again. I mean, it's
gone out the other side, but
it don't matter. He won't care. Look at them.
He'll take that.
Look at them.
Reds or yellows there, I'd say.
Yeah,
I think more reds.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you got.
Although you have got the red at the bottom cushion. I didn't notice that when I first said that, actually.
No.
That straight away then means you're travelling.
Does, yeah. Red's slightly easier starter. The yellows are kind of in the way of each other, I think. I mean, he'll know better than us. We've only got the overhead camera, but he took his extension anyway while he figures it out.
Yeah, no, I think he takes the top yellow, and even though those two yellows next to each other look like they're in the way of each other, I think as long as he's high on the top yellow, he can pot that.
Just don't want to run behind the black with this.
No.
Well, he hasn't even given it the chance to, but he's took his eye off the pot. You don't see that often from Mark.
No, yeah.
Wow. You don't see that often. And he's just disgusted in himself, isn't he? You can see he's.
Yeah, poke the tongue out and everything.
Yeah.
Didn't enjoy that one, did he?
Very animated. Hasn't got much of a poker face.
No.
Wears his heart on his sleeve a little bit, but
straight away handed Clint the opportunity that he should be having.
Yeah. He needs to make these pay. We saw this in that last match. So Dunster was 7-4 up on John McAllister, and John did 3 off the break. So Liam just literally had a 2 breaks. All of a sudden, it's 7-all.
Yeah, I was actually sitting watching Dan. I was on the side there. Yeah.
So it's so crucial, these frames like this, where Clint's got an unexpected chance.
Yeah.
He needs to make it count. He's just messed it up.
He's just messed it up, but he can play. I think he can play a really good safety here.
Yeah, has he left the gap?
Has he left the gap? I don't know.
He ain't left the gap there, has he? Surely not. If he has he left the potting angle?
Do you know what? He may well have done. Mark's giving it a good look.
Well.
And if he hasn't, he's definitely left it into the opposite pocket.
He's trying to play a safety or a containing shot.
He's played a great containing shot there.
Well, look, he's just at least bought himself a bit of time, doesn't he? I mean, that's a good shot. That's a good shot because he's, I think, covered the yellow top left corner from a direct pot. I don't know if I'd say he's favourite in the frame, but he's hanging in there.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, Clint's played a very clever shot there.
He has. He probably didn't want it in there, did he?
Known as the billiard shot, I take it.
Billiard shot, yeah. Has he got the angle?
Do you not think he played? Do you think maybe he was nudging the yellow, trying to nudge the yellow over the corner?
Pocket, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, thinking about it, he may have done. But now he's actually got a perfect angle to screw into that yellow.
He has. Yeah, he'd love to skill shot this. Oh, that's even more delicate. Yeah. That's a great shot. Because he has played to wedge that, top cushion, then yellow.
As long as the white sits in behind, it's like you're leaving yourself on the cushion, but these players will back themselves to pot that.
Yeah.
And he's flicking the yellow away from the cushion, and he's guaranteeing himself to put it over the pocket, isn't he?
Yeah, that's a great shot from Clint. And this yellow, effectively, is the black for me. If he gets this. He gets this with 7-4.
7-4.
Bad mistake from Mark Farnsworth there first up.
That's this game all over, though, Dan, isn't it? I mean, I think we've both sat here and thought Mark's played a really good shot there, and Clint straight away has seen the shot to play and ended up winning the frame from it. Yeah. Whether he's actually meant to pot the yellow, I don't know. He'd need to tell us, but. Yeah. Even if he didn't mean to pot it, it was very clever to try and push the yellow over in front of the red. Would have made it very, very difficult for Mark to clear up then.
Yeah.
It's just thinking of these extra shots at the right time, isn't it?
So 3 down, 4 to play. Mark Farnsworth.
You just saw Clint just look over towards Mark there with his head in his hands, looking a bit tired. I think he's
happy to see it.
Happy to see it, yeah. I think he's looking at him thinking, right, I'm going to finish this off now.
Really not happy, is he, Mark?
Clint to the break.
Such a perfectionist, used to playing to such a high level consistently. Made a ball.
Nice break from Clint there.
Made a couple of balls. It's probably wants reds.
Wants a red, yeah. But where's the first red?
He's definitely got a plant of some sorts. He can maybe clip the red.
Off the red in the middle.
Off the red in the middle.
Yeah.
And really, he's just got one bad red, which is over on the left-hand side cushion. It's an easy enough double if he lands on it. He's just getting that first red.
Yep. Just making sure he doesn't, because I think if he plays that, he's going to be cannoning into the red in the middle of the table. He's not playing it, he's playing the plant. Well, that's it.
I think 7-4 up, play that riskier first shot. Yeah, he's played it well. Played it really well. Let's just try and figure out how he's going to go about it. What order is he going to take him in? Is he going to leave that red as a double as his last ball, maybe? And then play just sort of stun down and play position on the black from that. Just really needs to make sure he leaves himself perfect though on that.
I'm not sure if he'd be tempted to drop the red in the corner that he's doing now and leave yourself short and play the red off of the red.
Into the middle to open it up.
Just to open it up and bring it out in the open.
Maybe he is. I don't know. I don't think he will from there.
No, he may have gone a bit too far there.
So he definitely can drop this in the middle, play the other one in the opposite middle, and just leave himself a double.
Leave the double, yeah.
But
it's all about the white with this shot, though, isn't it?
Yeah, you really need to be exactly where you want it to be, because you don't want to be cannon into the other yellow after you've played the double if you can help it. You don't want to be leaving a horrible little thin snick from distance.
Yeah.
Don't know how easy it is for him to avoid the yellow. If he was a bit straighter, he'd probably be able to avoid the yellow and play it more of a stun than a screw.
I don't think he can there.
I don't think he can, no.
I think he's got the angle, though. I think to play into the yellow with right-hand side, so as the white heads towards the cushion, it then flicks up towards the black. But see, that way he's always pushing that yellow and the white into the middle of the table, making the black more difficult.
Exactly, spot on. And then if he was just a little bit straighter on it, he could have stunned that and avoided it.
You've used it.
But if you'd have offered him this at 7-4 up at the start of the match, he just snapped your hand off.
He's got his opportunity to win now.
Yeah.
That's a great black to finish it.
Great black, great performance.
Well played, Clint Jansen.
Very well played. All seemed to turn a little bit there. Mark Farnsworth missed the black to go 4-1 up.
Yeah, game completely turned around after that.
Yeah, next time he sort of came to the table properly, he was 5-3 down. And it was always uphill from there, but
yeah, they may want you for
another miss as well. Bad miss from Mark there at 6-4. Should have gone 6-5, but Clint, clinical, played well. It wasn't perfect, but it was a good performance.
Definitely good enough to get through. I think Mark will be bitterly disappointed there.
He will be, yeah. So we're going to be back at 9 o'clock for the final, and in the meantime, we're just going to get a couple of words of our winner, Clint Jansen.
Cheers, Dan, and another absolutely fantastic match there. And our second finalist, Clint Jansen. Clint, when I interviewed you last time, you said you just want to focus on getting to the top spot, winning titles. You've taken another step towards that after that fantastic performance there.
Yeah, I mean, I think I struggled a little bit at the beginning, but as soon as I settled down, I mean, Mark missed a good chance to go 4-1 up. He missed the black. After that, I don't think I put a foot wrong. I just took, I think, all the chances I had and played well. I feel good. I feel like I'm playing well. Break seemed to work well for me there a little bit. I was a little bit lucky because I didn't time some of them that well, but still managed to pot a ball. So.
Yeah, you think that black that Mark missed, you think that was a real pivotal point in the match?
Yeah, 100%. That was to go 4-1 up. Instead, he went 3-2, and then I think I broke and cleared up to make it 3-all. He should be 4-1 up, and he's halfway there. Then you know what I mean. He's a big favourite to win the match if he pots that black.
Yeah. Well, you showed great character to come back, and you talked about the break. It seemed like you were absolutely throwing everything, the kitchen sink, everything at that break. Do you think you're getting closer to where you want to be with the break?
I'm not sure. I don't know. My break's too inconsistent, to be honest. Like you see there, it worked pretty well there, but it could soon dry up in the final. Well, hopefully it don't, but it could soon dry up. Just got to try and hit him as well as I can hit him, I suppose, and just hope one goes in.
And the confidence you must take from beating the number 2 ranked player in the world into the final now, where you've got one more mountain to climb, probably the biggest mountain to climb in pool at the moment to beat Liam. Yeah,
I mean, Liam, hands down, he's the best player in the world at the minute. So, but that's what I want. I want to play the best players. I don't want to play someone who's ranked 32 in the final. I want to play him because he's the best. You know what I mean? I want to dethrone him. Do you know what I mean? That's what I want to do. I want to beat the best. I don't want easy draws. I want to because I know I can compete with the best. So.
Yeah. Well, you certainly proved it there. Well, you've got 25 minutes. We're going to start the final at 9. What are you going to do in that time? Not a chance to do much. Will you get anything to eat?
No, I had a bite to eat before the semi-final, so I'll probably just go up to my room, wet my face, chill out.
Shave, maybe?
No. I could do with one. just chill out for 10-15 minutes, then come back down and try and go again.
Okay, well, fantastic performance, Clint. You're in the final. We'll see you at 9. Well done,
Cheers,
mate.
Thank you.
Well done. So it will be Clint Jansen against Liam Dunster for the Fair.com European Professional Championships. It's going to be a great final, Mark.
Yeah, it certainly is. Clint's showing a repeat of some form, and it's good to see. It's all down to his break now, and just depending on how he can cope with that throughout the final. He just needs it to hold up, because it's held up in that semi-final against Mark Farnsworth. Mark probably didn't really turn up, and Clint's a deserved winner.
Yeah, it was a bit of a patchy performance from Mark, wasn't it? He started off the match pretty well, but that black that he missed to go 4-1 up, that must have really knocked his confidence, and it probably showed in the rest of the match, maybe?
Yeah, it's probably a little bit of a turning point, and Clint capitalised on that and opened up a nice tasty lead and never looked back from that moment.
Yeah, probably typical of Mark's form, I guess, since he had that fantastic season, but the Worlds, the Champions Cup and the Tour here just not quite reached those heights at the moment.
Yeah, and as you've already said, patchy. He's got to really tighten that up if he wants to win a title again, and I'm sure he will. He's too good of a player not to be picking up a title. He knows what he's got to work on, and he's a good enough professional player to do that.
So the final, Liam and Clint, number 1 and number 3 ranked players in the rankings. Can Clint do it? Can he beat the world champ, the robot, Liam Dunster? Can he? And if he can, what's he got to do? He talked about the break, but what else has he got to do to win that match?
Well, he's got to take his chances, without a shadow. If Liam gives him any chance at all, Clint has got to take it at that moment. We saw in one of his matches that he didn't take them chances, but he seems to have learnt from that, and in that match against Mark, he took them chances against him. So it proves that he's thinking very clearly. He seems to be very positive. Even when you was talking to him, he's looking forward to this final. And both of these players, they both deserve to be in this final. They've been the best players over this weekend, and deserve it. It is going to be a really good final. Liam, it's all down to his break. If this cup break works for him, this match table seems to bring out the best of the cup break for Liam. And if that continues to keep working for him, he will take some stopping. But I think it's going to be a great fight. It's good to see. I mean, I can't remember a final between these two. Not recently, anyway. And yes, they've probably played each other a dozen times, etc. Where Liam's probably got the edge. Again, Liam's probably favourite going into this match, but Clint's got nothing to lose, and it's going to be an exciting one to watch.
Yeah, and you said there when I interviewed him, he was so pumped up. He's ready for this. He wants to play Liam, and he wants to beat him, and he wants to send him home without the trophy, doesn't he?
Yeah, of course he does. And Clint wants to, get a number 1 spot. He's like the fans' favourite. Everybody loves Clint, don't they? He's followed all around the world, and it's great to see him back in the final. But Liam, as you've already said, he's quite robotic the way that he plays. It just makes the game look effortless, and he is a credit to the IPA, and he's a deserving world champion and a deserved number 1 player as well.
Well, maybe if Clint does win, he might treat himself to a new razor. You never know. Right then, we're going to take a very short break. We're going to be back at 9 o'clock with the final. We'll see you in about 20 minutes for a fantastic conclusion to the Fair.com European Professionals Championships. See you at 9.
of classes, the wrestling and class for table 12.
And welcome back for the final of the Fair.com European Professional Championships here at the Doubletree Hotel here in Coventry. And what a final we've got in store. We've had 2 fantastic days here, and we're down to the final 2, Liam Dunster, Clint Jansen for the title. Joined by our resident expert, Mark Pickworth. Mark, these 2 have been the best players here this weekend and rightly in the final.
Yeah, definitely. They've been playing the most consistent. We've probably seen Clint probably lift his game a little bit, and he's lifting his game at the right time. Liam's just been his normal self, and as devastating as ever. And when you play Liam, when you sat in that chair, you just don't know what to do against him. And Liam's been doing what Liam does pretty much all the time when he plays on these IPA finals.
But we spoke with Clint after his victory, and he is up for this final. He's not going to be intimidated by Liam whatsoever, is he?
No, he's not, and he's got a bit of a resurgence, an extra spring in his step. Seems very positive, and I bet he can't even just wait to get started, to be honest.
Yeah, a fantastic performance to beat Mark Farnsworth, the number 2 seed in the semi-final. Can he get over this final hurdle to take the title? Climb Everest, as it were, to take home this fantastic silverware.
Well, Liam's there to be shot down. He's the world champion. He's the IPA number 1 player. That's exactly what Clint wants to do, and he's playing some good stuff. There's no reason why he can't, but he's going to have to bring a super A game to beat Liam Dunster. Yeah, and Liam's break throughout this tournament has been the platform for him to take out the finishes and just to basically steamroll his opponents. Yeah, he's done exactly that pretty much to all of his opponents. Whoever wins this title, they're going to be a deserved winner of this European professional title. They've played some terrific players to get to this final, and it's just one more step and one more hurdle to go. OK, well, sails to the mast time. Who's going to win and what score? Well, on pen and paper, Liam Dunster's the outright favourite, but the way that Clint's been playing, you cannot write him off. If he can keep his break working, he could be the new European professional winner. But Liam, he's going to take some beating. He really has. I've got to stick with a favourite. I'm going to stick with Liam Dunster. Right then, you heard it there first. So, without further ado, let's get these 2 great players out and over to the commentary box. Who's going to guide you through? Dan Fairway and Dan Davey.
Thank you, Kev. Liam Dunster and Clint Jansen will be taking to the main stage any second. There's Liam on your left, Clint on your right. These 2 fighting out for that magnificent trophy on the table there. The IPA European Professional Championship of 2022. This is the first final of the 2022 season. Liam Dunster and Clint will lag to determine who will break first in that final. It's not very often the lag is particularly vital, but every now and then you get a game where it makes all the difference who breaks first. And joining me for this first final of the season in the commentary box is not Dan Davey, it is in fact Mark Pickworth. Good evening, Mark.
Now then, Dan, what a final this is going to be. These definitely have been the informed players this weekend so far. Clint's been playing some brilliant stuff. But Liam has been doing what Liam Dunster does best. Just clearing up tables after clearing up. I mean, if he was a waitress or a waiter, well, not a waitress, but a waiter, he would, he'll be one of the best in the world, and he's definitely one of the best in the world at this small table game. And
is that his new nickname? Are we losing the Duster?
He just clears up tables, so that's what that's going to be a new nickname for him. But
please mention that to him in the post-match interview.
Yeah, I think I will do actually, to be honest. But no, Liam Dunster, he's got to be the best player in the world right now. The world champion, the IPA number 1 player. But he's up against Clint Jansen. He's got an extra spring in his step. Got to get this break working. This break cue needs to be on fire in this final.
There is the man tasked with stopping Liam Dunster. Clint Jansen did win an event last season.
He did. He lost 4th.
Yeah, up in the northeast of England. Terrific performance, I if I remember correctly, in the final against Mark Farnsworth.
Extension, please.
Yes. Yes.
No doubt in your voice there at all, Pix.
Yes, no, yeah, you're right. I had Mark Boyle in my head, but he got to the other final.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
He did.
And Clinton has drawn first blood with his break. It's come out awkward. He's going after... Well, he's actually going after a safety first off. That's a slightly risky ploy, because I think he's left Liam a look at that red in the right centre. But Liam might just touch Clint back into a similar situation here. There's no obvious finish on yet. The black is very much tied up, and so are those two on the right-hand side of the baulk line.
Yeah, I mean, this is a delicate little shot. Needs to be careful with this one. I think he's going to try and rattle it in the jaws as well. What a touch that is, but I mean, he couldn't hit that clip any thinner.
No, for me, that's a big error. If in some ways that's a good time to make an error like that, but you've got to expect that to go in, haven't you?
Yeah, playing it at that pace, if you played a red or a yellow down at that pace, it definitely would have dropped, and that's what we've seen. And it's given this first opportunity now to Clint Ianson, breaking out that black ball straight away.
Oh, that's a terrific shot. And he can take reds or yellows now. Entirely up to him.
Yeah, I mean, the reds, that red at the top half of the table, that's going to be his most difficult one to get on. But does it pass into the top left? Because if it does, it'll make this clearance a lot easier.
Well, he's left the plant here, and he's going to play on that red you were talking about to the top right after this, I think. So, it's really nicely worked out and confidently played.
He's playing at a beautiful pace, Clint Ianson. He really is. I mean, he's jumped up the rankings. I'm wondering if he's got a bit of a boost. You know, doing pretty consistently last season, and he's just come to he's like a resurgent Clint Ianson. He's a different one.
Yeah, he's one of those players who's talked about, and certainly has been talked about in the past, as at times being the best in the world. He's not at the moment. That's Liam Dunster. There is no question about that. But Clint, I think, had a season where he won 3 tour events. That is almost unparalleled. I think Mark Farnsworth beat that record last season with 4. But Clint is... Yeah, he's been slightly lost in the wilderness in recent times, haven't he? We haven't seen as much of him as we would necessarily expect to.
No, I think you're right. But he's a consistent performer. He's always been in the top 5. Yeah, he might have slid into number 6 or 7 for the odd tour, but at the end of the season, he's in that top 5 every time. And that just shows you how consistent he's been. There's not many players in the top 5 currently that have probably had that statistic. Not over a serious amount of years, definitely not.
Slightly awkward here. Can he just avoid this black to hold for it for the centre? No. That's not the best of nudges. This is a very tricky pot up to the top right corner.
These shots, though, this is one of Clint's strengths, these single ball pots, when the pressure's on. He's been nailing these all weekend.
And he's done so once again. That is superb from Clint Ianson. Punishing the error from Liam Dunster. That in off was... He was just trying to be a bit too clever there, Liam, really, wasn't he?
Yeah, really. He was just trying to really put Clint under pressure. I mean, the best thing he probably could have done is just put that red to the side cushion. He didn't need to do that, and there you see it. Look, everybody's crowded in to watch this final. I mean, at the start of the tour, would everyone predicted this to be the final? Would they expected Clint Ianson to get in there?
You'd have certainly called Liam.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely.
You'd sort of be
You'd be
mad
silly.
not to at the moment. But yeah, Clint probably wasn't. I mean, he was probably in the top 3 or 4 favourites to get through to the final in the bottom half of the draw, but he certainly wasn't the name that you would necessarily expect. You'd probably have called Mark Farnsworth, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's just down to Clint. He's been playing a little bit under the radar, not been noticed as much as. But when you've got Liam Dunster and Mark Farnsworth in the pro ranks that just seem to be taking most titles, it's hard to be noticed. And also we had John McAllister, who was the world champion for over a year and 18 months or whatever it was in the end. And they're the players that we was talking about most of the time. But Clint deserves to be in this final. He really does.
Liam starting off with a good break of his own. And these reds are okay. He doesn't really have a starter on. He does have a starter on yellows, but that yellow on the right-hand side is so tied up. He's almost certainly going to go reds. That yellow over the left centre pocket, that's a tricky one for Liam to negotiate. He's going to have to either move that or pop those 2 reds in the centre of the table somewhere else. But he's missed. This is not the Liam Dunster we're used to seeing, Mark.
No, it's not. And this is another error. This is only the 2nd frame in. I mean, we saw at the Champions Cup last Sunday, Liam, he is quite normal. He does make errors. And we are seeing it at the start of this final. And Clint, who's playing with a lot of confidence, and he's picked up confidence as every match that he keeps winning. And Liam, he's going to have to find something to stop Clint here.
Well, he was trusting to luck with that shot. He hasn't necessarily got the result he would have wanted. And he's tried to play safe there, tried to get in behind the black. And that's an error. I expected him to go for the pot there, to be honest, Mark. I don't think he's necessarily looked as fully as he could at the table, because I think that previous shot, I think that made those 2 reds that were stuck together quite awkward. They look like they're a dead set plant now.
Well, he might have missed an opportunity there, like you've said.
What's Liam looking at here? Is he just going to try and tie that bottom left corner up?
Oh, he's played that to perfection. Brilliant shot. But
Clint's got an angle.
Yeah, just seen it, and we probably just saw it both at the same time there. He's getting straight into this. He's not hanging about, Clint, here. He wants to get this final over and done with. One good shot here.
Oh, Clint. It wasn't an easy shot, but you don't see him missing them by that much very often. And there's definitely some early nerves and some early tension out there from both of these players. Yeah, it's a great chance now for Liam, though.
Time running.
That pentagon of yellows in the middle of the table. All of them go. Just get nicely among them, and that should be that.
Yeah, it should be. This is why he's getting the black out, because as you already mentioned, all these yellows have got pocket. Some of them have got 2 pockets. But I'm sure we're probably going to see Liam now level this match up. There's quite a few people now crowded in to watch this final. Seems to be quite a big crowd there behind Clint. And there's a few players still waiting to get on in this next session. Is he okay? He looks disappointed. He's just overscrewed that by about 6 to 8 inches quite easily.
I'm really surprised, honestly. The shot after he took the black out of off the side cushion with his free shot, He was nicely on that yellow. He wasn't perfectly on that yellow that's tied up with the reds, but he was nicely on it. And I think if he'd taken that then, he'd be in a lot better shape now.
Yeah, he's struggling now. I mean, this pot, I mean, I'm presuming the yellow definitely goes into the top left. It looks quite clear cut that he does go. But what a shot this is to take on into the bottom right, bottom left. Hampered queuing. That clock's ticking down as well. He's used his extension. On 5 seconds now. 4, 3, 2.
Oh, that's a little wide. It's just a little wide, and it's wide enough for the pocket to say no. Clint Jansen comes back to the table. That is not a visit he was expecting from Liam Dunster, but he will be delighted to be back there. Can he finish this off? I still think those two reds are a plant, Mark, and that may make his life easier. Oh, but he's missed the first one. That was a tricky clip into the right centre.
Well, we're definitely seeing some edginess out there, and wow. Both these players are human.
Clint showing his pearly whites to the public, but it's not a smile of joy, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get another chance here. I mean,
you don't, but this black is tough.
It is tough, and some of the pots that he's missed are probably a little bit easier than this black.
And you wouldn't, if you were going to choose a ball to get position on that black from, it certainly wouldn't be one that's hanging over the bag.
No. Key shot though. Is he going to try and get close to it? Is he going to just leave himself a shot? He's trying to get close to it.
Oh, this is spot on. That is spot on.
Doesn't have to do a lot with this cue ball.
I can just stamp
drop
this
it in.
This is gone.
Oh,
if there was a 3/4 ball angle on this or something, there might be a little bit of doubt about it, but Liam's right behind this. He doesn't miss these.
Frame.
Never in doubt for Liam Dunster. He does tie the scores up, but Clint Jansen had 2 glorious chances to win that frame. You could argue he had 3, because I mentioned that he made that plant earlier on, and he went for a pot that he didn't get. He went for a safety that he didn't get.
Yeah, he did. There are errors that we didn't expect to see.
Scrappy frame. It's been a slightly scrappy match so far. We've seen the foul from Liam in frame number 1, Clint with the counter clearance. And that previous frame was very scrappy by their standards.
Yeah, extremely.
Frame 3.
But it's an even start. One apiece. This break, though, it's been a talking point all day, all of today. And he has got better with it. Is he going to continue? Oh. He just hasn't found the right rhythm. He's trying to really hit him and hit him as hard as he can, and we all know the break is down to timing.
Yeah, this would be a pretty gruesome replay for Clint Jansen to watch. That cue ball flying straight into the centre pocket. The cardinal sin of breaking. It's not even a great split though, Mark, and that's the only good news for Clint. That cluster in the bottom half is tricky. That's really, I think Liam's got to use his free shot to try and develop the black and the balls around it.
Yeah, it's a nasty little cluster, that. I mean, the way he's playing this, it looks like he's trying to open a couple of shots up in one shot.
Yep, he's playing the yellow onto the black to open everything out in one. I think that's the plan. Oh, it's worked out perfectly.
He's terrific at them shots, though.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen it on numerous occasions with this one shot. He's so devastating with it, and it's so controlled. And well, another one, another one for the portfolio with CV, whichever one you want to put it on. It's incredible.
Yeah, you would see a lot of players, even in the professional ranks, where a lot of players would have hit that with a fair amount more pace. They may have seen that shot, you know, developing that yellow into the pack, but Liam's judged that to perfection.
Yeah, he knows exactly where each of them balls are going to land. He really does. I was just wondering, with all the previous errors that we saw with Liam in that previous frame, because he's been off the table about an hour and a half, just waiting for Clint and Mark's match. I'm wondering how much that would have affected him. He's had a little bit more rest, so he should be a bit fresher, but also be a little bit cold, where Clint, he's only just come off the table, and you'd think he had a real great momentum to win that match, and you think he'd still be in sort of red hot, a little bit of form, to be honest.
Yes, but you would hardly describe, I can't believe I'm going to say this, Mark Farnsworth's performance in that previous match is not going to be anywhere near the level of Liam Dunster in a final, you suspect. Having said that, Liam has not been at his best so far.
No, and probably Clint has, and he'll be the first to criticise himself, Clint will. We've not seen the best of him in this final yet, but it's still very early stages. But Liam seems to be in the motions now, getting all these previous errors out of his system.
Just slightly betwixt and between here for Liam. If he takes the yellow next to the black, he's got to be careful of the black coming on and off the bottom cushion. And if he takes the other one first, he's got to be mindful of that red on the right hand side. Any kiss on that could be fatal. He's judged it well. Probably played that yellow just a fraction thin. Potted it in the left hand side of the pocket from this view, just to make sure that cue ball didn't kick off into the red. Oh, that's a... Ooh. Well, he's nearly missed that. The yellow's just dropped, and he certainly didn't want that cannon on the black. But the cue ball has run far enough that this should be straightforward for the Scotsman.
Yeah, we'd love that to just move on another 2-3 inches maybe. But yeah, don't expect him to miss this one.
So it comes to pass. Liam Dunster leads by 2 frames to 1. He gets over the line in that frame. Sort of falls over the line in that frame, really. He certainly doesn't appear to have got the pace of the table just quite right yet. Of course, Mark, this may be the final of the professional event, but we have plenty more action to come across the rest of the weekend, or tomorrow, I guess. There's plenty of open qualifying and open last 1-2-8 matches happening on the tables behind the main table.
Yeah,
we also have the ladies and the remainder of the amateur matches as well.
Yeah, there's a lot going off. A lot of the titles will be confirmed tomorrow. One title that's going to be confirmed tonight is this professional event. This is the final. Liam Dunster against Clint Jansen.
Liam Dunster to break.
And it just makes you wonder if one of these two are going to be getting to the open final tomorrow. They seem to be in a little bit of form at the moment. But there's going to be a lot of players that's going to have a say in that one. Yeah, the ladies, they're competing now. They've started in their main event early this morning. They're battling it away now. We'll give you some latest scores as we go along tonight. What a great break. What a great cut break that is from Liam Dunster. Wow, look at these reds. Gotta say, these reds are probably gone.
Yep, the only slight question mark is the one on the right-hand side. It's tight on that rail.
Extension, please.
Nothing too easy to nicely drop on it. He's going to have to force it into that area.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, we'll just be working that out now. I mean, I was talking to one of my co-coms earlier about Liam Dunster's style. He's probably 4 or 5 shots ahead. He knows exactly which order he's taking these out in.
Yeah, I think that's true of most of these professionals, to be honest, Mark. It doesn't work with every table either. But there are some tables where you know in 2 shots' time you've got to make a cannon, and then you're prepared to reroute after that. In situations like this where all the balls are there, yeah, he's 100%. He knows his route.
Yeah, absolutely. And these top players, they get the route right. God, 99% of the time, they really do. They're just so consistent. And Liam, he probably doesn't get as much credit for pattern play. And in the likes of Mark Boyle and Mark Farnsworth, who are probably two of the best players in the world at pattern play. And Liam, he probably doesn't get the credit he deserves with his pattern play, because he makes it look so easy, probably.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, Liam gets a lot of credit because he's so good, but I think he just gets credit for his all-round game because he doesn't really have a weakness. Even you don't see him play, you know, you wouldn't describe him as a shot maker, but when he needs to be, he's capable. You wouldn't describe him as the best at pattern play, but when he needs to be, he's capable. He does everything well when he needs to. And I think that's why it's so difficult to pick out. Well, I'm not going to finish that sentence because I'm stunned at that.
Yeah, and that red that you mentioned earlier, Dan, that's the one that's caused him a problem.
It's another miss, though. Liam's made an error so far in nearly every frame. It's
10 seconds.
Clint needs to get this pocket covered. Oh, he didn't pot it, and he's not on. It's yellow. I mean, when you nudge into balls or get other balls moving, they can cause problems. And that's exactly what's happened. Clint needs to come up with something spectacular now. We're probably going to see him use his extension because he don't know what to do here.
Extension, please.
I mean, does he play the one on the top cushion, double it down? But he's going to be leaving Liam a chance here. If anything, he needs the white ball back down in this area. It looks like he's going to try and cover the black, get the white back down here.
The red's in.
Yeah, I don't know what he was trying there. He hit it too thick, I think. I think he was trying the yellow on top of the black and try and get the white back down into the bottom half of the table. Well, either way, he's made a mess of it. He'll think he's a little bit unlucky the way that red's moved into an area that stopped him getting to them 2 yellows. But when you nudge into balls, that's what can happen.
I said this in the Champions Cup, Mark, and it seems to be coming true here at the moment. I don't know whether Liam Dunster has a fear factor of sorts or something similar, some kind of mental edge, because, and I don't know if you've noticed this, and you might say I'm completely wrong, but it feels to me like when Liam Dunster doesn't play his best, neither does their opponent. In that Champions Cup, he was back against the wall 2 or 3 times. He didn't lose a match until the final in that tournament, but there were 2 or 3 times where he looked like he was about to get beat, and then his opponent made an error. And I just think, I don't know what it is, but when he's not playing well, it's almost like he drags his opponent down with him.
Yeah, yeah, it can happen. I mean, Liam, he didn't win a a match in the Champions Cup. But yeah, you probably saw his opponents not play the normal selves, and we're seeing that here again in this final.
Yeah, not necessarily in the final of the Champions Cup, because he wasn't. He was poor in that, but in the semi of Event 3 certainly, and his group stage, there was a real chance that he could have gone out, but opponents messed up against him, and he's messed up again.
He's not turned up at the moment. Is he starting to overthink everything? Clint has just got to put him in a world of trouble here. He's got to put this one in the bottom left-hand corner and tuck him behind them 2 yellows. He's just put him in a world of hurt. This is the time. Liam Dunster, he's down here, and he's got to really punish him. Oh, he didn't want to be there.
Oh, no.
He did not want to be there. I mean, he could probably get both yellows out here and weld that ball up against the one on the cushion, but he's leaving Liam a shot. This is horrible. I mean, is that yellow just off the cushion? Can he play the one above it and just drop onto the other one on the bottom cushion?
Oh, I think he can. That's what he's looking at. Just a thin clip off the first one.
That clock's ticking down.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and he's blocked the up and down as well. There's no one cushion escape. This looks horrible to hit. Is there a shot?
Honestly, Mark, I'd be tempted by a masse here. It's not something that we see very often at all, and it's probably not the sort of shot that Liam Dunster would play, but if I was looking at this, I'd be sorely tempted.
10 seconds.
Well, he's used his extension. That clock is ticking down.
Nah, nowhere near that, I'm afraid.
I don't think the angle was there.
No.
Well, Clint Ianson, another chance for you.
And that's why I said about a masse, because I think had he got that angle right, he was perilously close to the black anyway. But Clint Ianson with a golden opportunity to level the scores. An opportunity that he's had several times. I'm sure he didn't think it would take this many. I'm sure he didn't think he'd get this many.
No, absolutely not. And we're only at the very start of this match at the moment, only in the 4th frame.
We've seen a couple of balls down the rails missed so far in this frame. But both by Liam Dunster. Clint Ianson is going to have to find one of his own.
Oh, this is awkward.
I don't know why he's played it like that.
I don't get it.
Just thin clip that. Why has he played that with a load of side?
He's trying to do too much with his cue ball. Just keep it simple. Back to basics. That's a great pot. A good pot. But it shouldn't be under this pressure.
No.
Now this black, it's dead straight.
It's a 9 out of 10.
And it's on the cushion.
It's a 9 out of 10, but it's
yes,
missable.
It is.
It's missable.
But them nerves, it's still the early part of this final. He knows he's been getting chances. He knows he's already missed. But he's held himself together, and it's 2 apiece.
Oh, that was... actually, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. That was one of the worst frames I've ever seen in an IPA final.
Yeah.
That was dreadful.
Well, let's wipe the slate clean.
Yep.
Let's move on to the 5th frame. Let's forget about that one. Both these players need to forget about it. So Clint's going to be breaking off.
I was watching our last match actually when I was supposed to be having a break, and I did see a comment on YouTube from someone, and I can't remember who it was, but if you're watching, I really liked it, and it said a good pool player has to have a short memory, and I really like that.
Yeah, absolutely. We need a plaque on the wall, don't we?
Yeah.
Well, last break for Clint Ianson was in off. Let's have a look at this break again.
Is that a 9-ball cue he's using?
Everyone says that. The answer's I don't think so, but it has got a huge tip on it. So it generates a lot of power. But it's all right having the power, but it's the way you control it. That's a better controlled white, but
nothing down.
Nothing down.
Oh,
look at these yellows, but the black.
You were literally saying my thoughts as I was thinking them.
Yeah, the yellows are dreams, aren't they? They really are.
He's got to go for them. He's got to go yellows.
But how does he get that black out?
Realistically,
The one in the
I think he's got to take the one in the top left. He's got to try and get on it early, really early.
That red's just stopping from getting the correct angle to go over there.
Well, if he
it.
can get somewhere just to the left-hand side of that red, I think he's okay. But he kind of almost needs to come cushion first and catch the black half ball and try and knock it past the reds.
Yeah, well, I think he's trying something here, is he? No, just keeping it simple.
He might be on that now.
I don't think he's dead straight on this one.
I think he is on the one to the top left, but whether he's got enough angle, he'd have to generate a lot of power to get any movement on the black, and there's no guarantee the cue ball comes out. So
yeah, exactly. There's no guarantee anything can move.
No.
10 seconds.
And he hasn't got a ball over the pocket, so if he does go over it, there's going to be a tough pot after it.
I'm almost a little surprised he hasn't put a ball over the pocket, actually. I'm slightly surprised that he hasn't put a ball over either the top left or the top
He's
top
perfect
right.
on this now, if he wants to get the black out.
There's no guarantee. If he catches the black too thick, he's on nothing.
Well, is he just going to screw this back to where... I don't think he's on this.
Yeah.
If he has screwed that back to have an angle on the one in the top left, has he got enough angle into it now? I'm not sure.
The further he gets through this clearance as well, the less likely he is to be able to break that black out and land on something.
Yeah.
Unless he is literally saving it for last and he thinks that he can nudge into the black. If he catches the black full, the black comes off the cushion into the red, and if he does that slowly enough, he'll be on it.
Yeah, he's obviously worked this out. He knows where that black is going.
That is a serious amount of precision in one shot, though.
I can't see him covering a pocket now. I wouldn't be surprised, but which pocket will he cover if he is covering a pocket?
I don't see why he would have gone this deep into the clearance
Absolutely,
if he was going to do that.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
But that clock continues to tick down. Liam continues to pot his yellows. Now, even this yellow, it goes away from the angle that he requires.
He's potted that thin. He's potted that last one thin.
Yeah, he's out of position for me. I mean, maybe he's seen something that nobody else has seen. Well, that clock continues clicking down. Just dropping it in.
Oh, doesn't want to be
hampered queuing.
He's dead straight on
And
this as well.
where's this black going? Does it come off the red and goes along? I'm not sure. Is he just going to drift it over the pocket and that's going to be his cover?
Well, we're about to find out, Mark.
I mean, we've been questioning this.
Yeah,
What's been going off?
I've no idea, but it's Liam Dunster, so I'm sure he's got a plan.
Yeah, he had a plan right from the start.
Yeah, I'm not convinced this was it, though. Well, that certainly wasn't. He can't see the black.
I don't think he can see it.
No. He's been out of shape all the way through this clearance. We said about getting the black out early. He didn't.
25 seconds.
We assumed he had a plan.
Clint's looking at Liam here as well. Clock's stopped.
This surely doesn't go anywhere.
10 seconds.
You can maybe just see an edge.
What an effort. Oh, has that not dropped in?
Oh my God, how did...
What a brilliant shot that was.
I didn't even think he could see it.
No, not only see it, it nearly dropped. I'm not sure how it hasn't dropped.
I don't know. I mean, Clint's got to find a safety now. He can maybe just drop onto the one on the left-hand side.
Well, the one just above the bulk line.
Yeah.
Yeah, just drop it out so he can't go up and down. It's going to be pretty impossible. Oh, he's left a shot. How has he done that? Clint Jansen. He's just hit it too thick. That's poor. I mean, it is quite a small black to hit.
Nah,
because it's in the jaws, but...
Up and down, he's getting this all day long.
10 seconds.
Well, I'm sure we'll know before Liam does. There's your bounce.
Yep, that's
Missed.
there.
Is he okay? Has he just clipped it? That's all he had to do. Great shot. Dunster and Clint Hansen. He's let him off there.
Massive let off from Clint Hansen to Liam Dunster.
And whatever Liam Dunster's plan was in that frame, obviously just to try and pot the black off the red, which he noticed very early doors. And that was a credit to him. But he's 3-2 ahead. Clint's going to be gutted with that one.
Yeah, and rightly so. That was a really poor safety shot at the end. You know, that was a good chance actually. Okay, the Reds were awkward, they were really messy, but you give Clint Hansen a free shot and a visit to take those out, he probably does. There was even the possibility, if he played a good enough safety shot, of Liam fouling and potting the black and losing the frame by default, but the way it's ended up, Liam Dunster retakes the lead. He leads by 3 frames to 2. It's Liam to break in the 6th.
Yeah, he's breaking the previous frame. Broke pretty well. Such a measured routine that Liam has.
10
Cut break it'll be. He's got a ball.
Straight in the corner pocket.
Oh, has that red not dropped? Well,
he won't care. These reds are gone.
Yeah, he won't. And this now looks like Liam. He's going to be opening up a 4-2 lead. These reds are just gimmies. They're roll-ins.
Extension, please.
Has Clint Hansen missed his opportunity here? When Liam does open up a 2-frame lead, it's really hard to get back at him. Well, we have seen him. He has had quite a few misses already in this final. But he's not really been punished severely, has he?
No, not at all. Clint. The thing is, Liam, actually, he's been quite poor in this final. But Clint's been worse. He's been nowhere near his game. After the first frame, you thought, OK, Clint's got a foothold in the match here. He's got a good chance. And then he made an error in the second. An error in the third. An error in the fourth, which Liam failed to punish. And then another poor safety shot in the fifth. It could have been one-way traffic, this game, in Clint Hansen's favour. He's had a good chance in every frame.
Ten seconds. Ten seconds.
Liam just got to feather this one in. He isn't quite touching that jaw, so it does drop comfortably, but doesn't. You've got to be careful not to catch it too thin and nudge that red. It's just above the line of the middle pocket.
Yeah, as long as he drops this in at a nice steady pace, if it does clip that red, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But this is very, very simple now from here. Clint seems like he's been sat in that chair ages.
And that is a long time to think about the past mistakes of the frame and the match.
Frame.
That really is the first perfect frame from Liam Dunster. And it's ominous timing for Clint Hansen, because Liam perhaps has warmed up now. Maybe he's got those gremlins out of his system. Clint needs to respond in kind, otherwise he may find a very premature end to proceedings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it won't be the first time that Clint's made a bit of a comeback, so he's capable of doing it. But is he capable of doing it against the world champion and the IPA's #1 player?
Mentioned, Mark, that we're moving our way into the Open this evening.
Yep.
The last 128 is underway. I've got a few scores starting to come in. No results as yet. But it does look like Andy Lucas is going to be the first man through. He is currently 6-1 up against Scott Anderson.
4 frames to 2. Time running.
And the rest of the match is really just getting underway. So we'll keep you posted on a few of those as we run through this final. Talking of running through this final, is Clint Jansen's luck going to change? Well, there is the first piece of the jigsaw. He's made a ball off the break.
Well, these don't look not as easy as Liam's, definitely not. And just having the
It's just that red in the balk area, just below that yellow, really, isn't it? If it wasn't for that, I think reds would be a pretty easy colour set.
Yeah, and that one that's next to it on that cushion, I mean, it's a horrible shot to get an angle on to dislodge it out, or to move something or make something happen. There you see the very steady hand of Brian Moss. Called him the Mossinator earlier on.
Are you okay?
No, I wasn't at the time.
No, that's fair. I wouldn't have
I was
brought that up
making
again if
nicknames
that
up
was
for
me.
the referees. I was making nicknames up for
Did you get any better ones than that?
No, I only had Brian's because I just picked on him, to be honest. It's just because he's got such a steady hand. And I'm not sure what Mossinator's got to do with steady hands, but look, he ain't got a flinch in him. Have a day off, Brian. That's what we having such a steady hand. I'm just impressed by him. I am just in awe of him.
Is everything okay?
Look, I'm just giving credit to our referees.
Right,
We have got the best. We have got the best referees in the business. There's no doubt about that, and they're a credit to us, and it's superb to see. And we've got to give them some credit when they're up against pressure as well. Everyone's got the eyes on them. They can't get away with anything, can they?
The credit is very well due. I'm not convinced the nickname is.
No, we'll skip on the nickname now, and that's it now. I'm not going to mention it anymore.
Okay.
I'm just going to put it on his shirt for the next tour. Nah, I'm kidding, Brian.
Back to the action. Clint Jansen has chosen reds as his favoured colour set. Now, it's very aggressive, but could he go into that area of this one in the centre? He's not going to. What's he got lined up here? This is a very thin snick. If he's looking to take that one on the rail, he's come quite a long way up the table. It is a perfect natural angle to drift into the red. If he catches the red full ball, he will very likely be on that red to the top left. Is that going to make it? It is. That's a brilliant shot.
Yeah.
Certainly used all the pocket, but Clint Jansen knew exactly what he was doing. At that pace, he knew it was going to take it.
Yeah, and that's exactly the shot that I was mentioning about how hard it was to develop that ball. But he's done a brilliant job. That pot was a lot harder than it looked. And he's in perfect position now. Just needs to maintain this perfect position. Needs to run a bit more. Not quite perfect.
No, he's got a couple of options. He could take the one down table first and bounce on and off the cushion. That's probably the easiest shot. Needs to get this right. Doesn't want a lot of angle on that final red. And that's okay, but he is going to be running away from the black with the cue ball. He's just got to stop this short of the yellow on the right-hand side. Doesn't want to be hampered on that. And that is spot on. He's got a nice gap to get his hand into to bridge. So one steady delivery of the cue, and Clint Jansen should halve the deficit to 4-3. which he does. Pressure goes back on to Liam Dunster. A good break and finish from Clint Jansen in the end. A very good break and finish, in fact. Oh, look, we've got some scores at the bottom of your screen from the ladies' matches. We have.
I was just looking at that now. I was. Look at it.
Maria Lewis currently 3-2 up against Sarah Middleton. Jenny Lawson 2-1 over Helen Sanderson. Scotland versus the Isle of Man in that one. Jodie Allen 3-1 over Lindsay Schultz. Lindsay, a new player this year. She made a bit of an impact at the IPA Worlds, actually. Saw her name pop up a few times. And Mandy Booth there, 0-0 at the moment. That is the first frame up against Sarah Dunn. It's all going off in the open as well. Andy Lucas has been the first player to make it through without receiving a bye, at least, to the second round, to the last 64 of the open event. A 7-1 victory over new professional Scott Anderson. That is a rather rude way to welcome him to the professional ranks, even though Andy is an amateur.
Yeah, it is. I mean, one draw that any of the professionals wouldn't have wanted would have been Andy Lucas, multiple world champion. Yeah. And just thought I was going to see a dry break then, but not from Liam.
Hell, absolutely not. No, Liam's found his groove with the break now, I think. Just that red and yellow up that top corner.
And even the ones on this bottom, this right-hand cushion as well.
If that plants, I'd be tempted. I'd be sorely tempted to just a little swerve shot and play that first off.
Yeah, but then he's got to get back up table for that black. And if that yellow does move up table a little bit further, that will block that into one of the pockets.
Don't see a huge amount of other options for him, though. He can't go yellows because that red is there. It's just, for me, a question of whether it plants. I think it probably goes in off the jaw. Liam doesn't fancy it. He's going to find a different route. Question is, which way do you approach this frame? Do you try and solve the problem on the right-hand side first? Because at the moment, you've got a fair bit of control with that red over the top right pocket.
Yeah, he has. I mean, it does clearly pop, but he's under shot clock pressure, and he's missed the red.
Oh, and he's opened up the pocket as well.
Yeah, I didn't think it, and that's probably the doubt in his mind. With that plant, it weren't a direct plant.
Well, that is astonishing, to be honest. It's yet another miss from the world champion. And it's another chance for Clint Jansen.
Yeah.
Not an easy one.
No, far from it. I don't think this is what he's played either. I mean, he's got a nice angle on to go into this yellow, but when you're nudging into balls, they can go into areas where they can get blocked or covered by other balls that are on the table. This is a key shot, this one. Just gently got it out, but look how awkward it's landed. Damn. Yeah, and it's felt very awkward indeed.
Extension, please.
Clint's decided to use the extension. I mean, the pot's not difficult, but it's just all about the positional play now. Oh, just drops it in off the far knuckle. Sends the red up there. But he needs to land on this yellow. The perfect angle so he can get on the black.
This is awkward because the natural angle takes him very close, if not straight into that red on the right hand side. Doesn't really want that. He could load this up with running side.
Makes the pot harder though.
It does, but that is what he's done. Check side.
Slow down.
It's okay, I think. He
Yeah.
can get to the bottom of the cue ball, and he's got an angle here. He can screw past the black, but he's got to get past the black.
Yeah, he has. I mean, he might just elect to leave himself a difficult black and just back himself to pot it. He's not going into it, I don't think. Oh, what a shot this is.
That's the one.
Brilliant cue ball control.
And actually, I think that red's gone just far enough down table that he can get comfortably to this cue ball.
The window he's had there between the black and that red that's directly below it. I mean, that's an incredible shot. Clint Jansen, he's back in this match.
Scores level. The
Four apiece.
Are level.
Well, we're into a best of 7.
We've seen a lot of matches on the stream go to the wire this weekend. A lot. Could this be another one? Oh, look at that. Oh, our chairman is currently in action. Giving Curtis Lee a good game, 5-4.
Those this morning's ones.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, because you are definitely not there.
Oh, I'm here.
I think that might need some update. There we go.
Yeah, just a quick update of a button, and there we go.
Although that is
that's the match we've got on now. But I'm sure we'll get there. Just getting them warmed up for tomorrow because there's loads of events on tomorrow.
Oh, yes. They certainly are. Michael Tomlinson is moving closer to the winning line as well. He's 6-2 up over Steve Wall. Liam Roberts 5-0 up over his fellow Welshman Mike Williams. Another Welshman going well as well, Simon Ward. 3-0 up over Lee Anderson. Plenty of action still to come. I think we'll be playing late into the night on the outer tables, but on the stream we will be finishing after this match. Clint Jansen has found a very good break, but he's got a very awkward start here. Nothing to go out on yellows really, maybe a really thin snick into the top right. I'm just wondering, Mark, how easy that plant is to the left centre, the two reds.
Well,
he's going for the thin cut. It's a good shot, but he's lost the cue ball a little.
yeah, he's got a choice of balls though.
Does that black pass the red to the bottom right?
Oh, I'm looking at the overhead. He definitely ain't got all the pocket. Does it just slide off the far knuckle? No, not get down to it first. Well, clock's ticking away.
Clock's ticking, Clint. Got to get on with it. Oh, this is close. Oh, second left on the clock when Clint Jansen struck that cue ball.
I don't know what he was thinking there.
I think he was lost in his own mind, honestly.
We can see he's had his extension. I mean, I'm not sure if he asked for his extension or when he's already used it. Well, he needs to step up the pace a little bit now. That 30-second shot clock puts these players under pressure.
I mean, that black's got to go.
Yeah, he definitely got all the pocket for it. But if he can get directly behind it, and the one in the centre of the table, that's the one he's going to be using to get directly behind it. Don't want to be clipping this red straight in the pocket. Perfect. To punch it on and off the cushion.
Just a few frames ago, we were wondering whether Liam Dunster was going to run away with this match. Whether his name was already engraved on that trophy, just behind Clint Jansen there. You better put your engravers away, because Clint Jansen, it's still, will have something to say about that. He now leads Liam Dunster for the first time since the very first frame of the match.
Yeah, and 5-4 ahead now. He's taken the last 3 frames. And he's got an extra gear here, Clint has. What is Liam Dunster's break going to produce next? He's been hitting them pretty well.
And we do have some live updated scores scrolling along the bottom of your screen. Miles Deleuze, Mad Dog. He seems to be going well so far. Dan Wiley, another new professional. That is a very tough first round draw against Michael Oliver.
Yeah, a very tricky one indeed.
Dan is coping admirably at the moment. Simon Ward now 4 to the good against Lee Anderson.
Lee Anderson's not no pushover either.
No. Dean Shields, a man who has been in very good form lately on the professional circuit. 3-2 down to Simon Baker at the moment.
Yeah, and these are only race to 7s in the Open. Anthony Mason 3-1 up against David Adenall. Break.
Liam Dunster breaking off in frame number 10. He's made a ball again.
These reds want a good pot on a red. They're all in the Open.
Yep. First shot, red to the right of the black, into the left centre pocket. If he gets that,
Extension, please.
Hanson will have to come back and break again. With the scores level, I strongly suspect.
Yeah, but he hasn't got the perfect angle on this one in the left centre.
He should just be able to drop this in, I think, and he'll have an okay angle on the next red to the right centre.
Yeah, you might have to use the yellow. Let's try to play it at pace.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What are we seeing here? And he's left Clint a look at it. I thought that red that he missed was going to come to Liam Dunster's rescue, but it hasn't. He's left Clint a look at this red to the right centre. If Clint can drop this in...
Extension, please.
Wow, these are crucial times now. I'm sure the crowd would have gone. They didn't expect that miss from Liam Dunster.
It certainly would have been an audible gasp, I'm sure. Massive shot for Clint Hanson.
Wow.
Oh, that is glorious.
That is the heart of the pocket.
He's not out of the woods yet. He's not yet in prime position. If he can find prime position, and he finds 6-4, he's got to get that cue ball under control and sharpish. It's not quite there yet, Mark. He's just still in the territory that I would describe as awkward.
Yeah, they're all closely knitted together, aren't they? And take the into the
top left. Wants a bounce, doesn't want to be hampered.
He is hampered.
Well, it's not the end of the world, but he's got to make sure he pushes this cue ball through far enough. I don't think the bottom of those two reds either side of the centre pockets will go up to the top left. So he's got to get this far enough through. Is he trying to screw it back? Oh, he had an angle. I thought he was almost dead straight. Now he's in a good position.
Yeah, what under pressure with that part, and he's absolutely nailed it. He stepped up the pace, Clint Hanson has.
Well, there's confidence.
Yeah.
You wouldn't see a lot of players do that.
No, sending the message out, and he was confident in playing them shots, and Clint Hanson. 4 on the spin, 6-4 now.
And another missed pot in the Liam Dunster count, and that is what, 4-5 in this match so far. That's unheard of from Liam. More scores just scrolling along the bottom of your screen there, and there's a few more matches that have just got underway as well. Gareth Hibbert is in action in the Open for the first time. He takes on Wayne Cam, and Connor Treacy, former professional, back in the amateur ranks this year. He's taking on Jared Cronje. And I have to say the next match looks pretty interesting from my perspective because it's a mate of mine. Ian Whitehorn taking on Robert Stephen. That should be a cracker of a match.
Will be, yeah.
That's a really tough.
That's the last 1-2-8.
Yeah, that's a horrible 1-2-8. Horrible draw for Robert Stephen in his first professional, well, first match in the Open as a professional, if you like.
He's got a ball. He's got two. That's exactly what. But they finished pretty awkward again.
There's two at the top of the table, isn't it?
Yeah,
the red and the yellow on the top cushion. That is a big problem.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a red up there to try and dislodge that out a little bit.
I think that's his only option, Mark, to be honest. It looks like the red in the middle of the table will go down to the bottom right. Can he hold the cue ball enough to be able to take the one to the top right next and screw across into that? He's going yellows.
Yeah, I think he...
It's really awkward to get that yellow out.
Yeah, it is. But he's made his decision. He knows what he's got to do.
I have to say, I don't. I can't see how he's going to easily get into that.
Well, it'll be the one that's in the middle of the table, just left of the centre spot, if you want to call that. He'll leave an angle on that into left centre and go up table and open up that two balls. This is the angle he's looking for, but this can go wrong.
I guess from this position, actually, ideally, he comes off the cushion and goes into the red. If he caught the red full, you don't want to catch the yellow unless he's going to screw into it, which I don't think he's got the angle to do.
No, he didn't have the perfect angle, and it hasn't come out.
That was always the problem. If you caught the yellow, coming off the left-hand cushion, you were just pushing it into the red.
Yeah, he's just tried himself with a little bit and hoping to get a bit of luck. And Clint, he's going to have to come up with something special. Is he deep screwing this back? This is going to be a huge shot.
He's giving it a go. He's missed the red. That's so close.
He just potted that yellow too clean. And now this is getting even more difficult.
He's running out of options fast. But
yeah, I mean, what he could do, he could play the double on the yellow, a long double, but it's just so hard.
He could play this, the yellow next to the black now. If he plays it, it's a hugely difficult shot, but he's going to have to take one on at some point.
Yeah.
He could come round off two cushions and...
He's left an angle. He needs that off the cushion.
Oh,
this is horrible. Now I think all he's got on is to play the long double. But he knows. He misses it. It'll be the end of the frame.
That centre pocket is going to be looming large if he doesn't go for that mark. If he does try to get into this somehow. No, like you say, long double it is. Well, probably wanted the cue ball good 6 inches further over to the left. So this is double kiss territory for me.
Yeah, he hasn't come far enough, I don't think.
And if he screws back up the line, surely it's going to take him into that red.
But just play it with pace. Anything can happen. Oh, it's close.
Oh, that was such a brilliant effort from Clint Hansen. He's missed that by next to nothing.
Yeah, and because he screwed it back so quickly. Look at that. That's why he didn't get any double kiss.
Still got your extension.
Rattled in the jaws. But Clint Hansen has left 5 reds for Liam Dunster to mop up. that Liam Dunster, even a slightly out of sort Liam Dunster, isn't going to miss in a month of Sundays.
Yeah, so Liam here. This is to stop the rot. And McClinton Ianson is taking the last 4 frames. This is definitely the chance that Liam was waiting for to try and get back in this match. He'll be breaking in the next as well. He's going to be leaving his hard ball till the end. Just needs to leave a nice angle on it so he can trot down the table. And put the black into the bottom left-hand corner. There you see it. Liam makes relatively short work of that clearance. It's 6-5. As I said, Liam Dunster to break next. They've been breaking pretty nice for him. Oh, he just keeps chucking in the odd error here and there. This final now. Up to the business end of it.
Frame 12. Liam Dunster to break. Drilling 6 frames to 5. Time running.
So frame number 12.
Both of these players are refusing to lay down their arms, but has Liam Dunster just made the fatal error. Nothing down off that break. And an okay looking table as well.
Extension, please.
I think the yellows all have a pocket mark.
Yeah, they do. The yellows, they won't be too bad.
It's just the one to the right of that 3 just above the racking area, if you like. Does the right hand of those 3 pass to the bottom right? If it doesn't, then there's still a bit of development to do here.
Yeah, I should say the ball, that's totally, well, directly above that white ball. That'll be his last ball to get on that final black. Is he going to nudge into him? Is that the only option he's got of developing these balls?
Good work there from Clint. He has now developed this finish as far as he can. He's just got to take them out now. And that is very nicely done indeed. Yellow to the left centre. You can probably screw back and hold on that red that he's just nudged. And it's all going to be about the transition from the bottom of the table up to the top. He could be 4 shots away from being 1 frame away from the European Professional Championship. But those reds are looming large, Mark. They must look like a wall at the moment.
Yeah, they are. There's quite a few of them in the way. And has he overhit this? Oh, I thought he had there for a minute.
That is absolute perfection. One steady shot, drop the yellow in, bound to be on the black. Probably a little bit of drag.
Well, it just needs to make sure the yellow just drop it in, just leave himself a shot. And I think he's looking at his cue very low on that cue ball.
This is just a drag.
Oh, he's got a kick on that.
Time out.
Oh.
He has, but the important thing's there. The yellow's in. Okay. He would have liked the cue ball to have run on a couple more inches rather than kicked wide. But he's still got a good shot at this black. If you gave Clint Jansen this black on a practice table, he gets it 100 out of 100.
Yeah, he does.
It's not that bad. Clint just taking time to refocus. Huge shot.
If he gets this, he'll be breaking in the next as well. He has got it. Heart of the pocket. 7-5 to Clint Jansen. Liam Dunster, he's going to be hoping for a dry break.
I said to Dan Davey earlier, Mark, in the commentary box, about what we call the curse of the world champion. The world champion, apart from once, Gareth Hibbert won a tour event in his reigning year. But since then, since that 2016 season, no world champion has won a tour event in their year as world champion.
Wow.
Is Liam Dunster going to be the person to break that cycle? You sort of feel like he has to be. And Dan Davey unequivocally said yes. But do statistics like that, you know, Liam's got to be aware of that statistic. Do you think things like that start to enter his head at this point if he loses this final?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think things like that get in Liam's head. He's a great role model, great professional player, and he'll just try and just keep to basics really and do exactly what he needs to do.
I know, but this would be 2 finals in a row if you include the Champions Cup.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're very early on to be too critical of our world champion.
I'm certainly not critical. He's been phenomenal. He's the best player in the world for me. It's just an interesting statistic. It's just something that hasn't been done in a long time.
No, well, he hasn't lost this one yet.
That red's tracking. That red's in. This is the moment for Clint Jansen. It's not an easy finish by any stretch of the imagination. But it's a finish that's on.
Yeah, it is. But He's got to get all them negative thoughts out of his head. He's taking his extension very early on here.
Kind of forced into yellows. Yeah, I would say that reds are a slight favourite, but his only red is that. It's a bit of a cutback down to the bottom left. That's a huge shot to take on under this pressure.
Yeah, and no guarantee of being on the next red.
Well, this is a huge shot as well. He's going to take this yellow along the top rail.
This black was a little bit more difficult than this one. Oh, he's missed that by away. And that is very edgy.
That's nerves. That's pure nerves. From Clint Hansen.
And if Liam does manage to clear these up, makes it 7-6. Then it's his break next. 7-all. We're in for the decider. It will be Clint's break in the decider.
Yes.
But has he missed his chance?
Well, he'll certainly have another break. Will Clint.
His break's been working for him a little bit. They've all finished a little bit awkward, though, on his past couple of breaks. Yep. I think these yellows are there for the taking. He's on his most awkward yellow now. Maybe taking that in the top right. Probably leave himself then possibly on the one on the top cushion. All depends on the angle that he's got here. Oh, that clock is ticking down again. There's pressure on this. He knows he's expected to win. There's a lot more pressure on Liam at the moment. 7-5 down in the professional final.
Oh, that's not going to drop. That's a horror miss.
Yeah, I just weren't comfortable with the way that he was playing. He's normally a lot more positive around the table, and Clint, he'll feel that now. And this is a great chance, but
it's a bad first shot.
Left himself hampered queuing. If he wants to take the one in the top left, but I think he's got to take this. The only problem is that, I mean, the black, yeah, if he takes this red now, he won't have the black in the bottom left-hand corner, but he won't be able to drift down.
I think the black will pass actually quite comfortably to the same pocket as that red.
Okay, it looks tight, doesn't it?
It does look tight, but I think we've seen quite a few like that today where we've gone, oh, that looks tight, and actually they've slammed it in the centre.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that passes.
Well,
it might be a slider off the near jaw, but it passes. Even if it doesn't, comfortable into the right centre.
Yeah, well, if it does, this is an easy clearance here.
Doesn't want to be hampered again.
Oh, this cue ball, he hasn't got it under control yet. In this could be the final frame. He's making hard work of these. He's just got to hold himself together here. Everyone knows what's going off in the arena. They've all gathered round. Oh, these are closing moments of this final.
They certainly should be, Mark. Clint Hansen, he's 2 reds and a black away from becoming the European professional champion. Well, there's one, but that's not a great shot. I think he wanted to screw that cue ball back, Good 5 or 6 inches. He's stabbed at that, but the angle's not horrendous. Just got to cue this. It's there, and the black is simple. Surely this is game over. Clint Jansen is the IPA European Professional Champion. An 8-5 victory over an out-of-sorts Liam Dunster. Clint was not at the races in the early part of this match, but he roared back, and Liam, in the end, just couldn't quite handle the pressure. Clint Jansen gets the victory by 8 frames to 5. A first title for the Englishman in the first title of this season. And now for the trophy presentation, let's hand over to Kevin Barton.
Well, thanks a lot, Dan, and welcome down to the arena. Absolutely electric, the atmosphere down here after that fantastic final between these two world-class players. First of all, a round of applause for both players for putting on an absolute exhibition of black ball pool over the last couple of days. It really has been phenomenal. First of all, let's introduce our runner-up, Liam Dunster. Liam, valiant effort, but just not to be today.
Yeah, it's fair to say I made more mistakes in that match than I did in the entire tournament. But fair play to Clint for taking full advantage of that.
Do you feel any additional pressure coming in the final? How do you explain those couple of...
Oh, just a bad performance, simple as that.
Okay. And a word about Clint, he pushed you all the way because you were ahead in the match and then he came right back at you.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I don't know what happened in a few frames, whether he was clinical or if I was throwing them, but I just felt like I just couldn't get it. Even just no confidence, even that last shot there, I had no confidence at all. I don't know what happened.
Okay, well, despite that, it's a fantastic tournament for you, Liam, and well played on into the final. Well played. Liam Dunster. But the winner, the Fair.com European Professional Champion, Clint Jansen. Clint, you spoke earlier saying that you were coming for these big boys. You literally came, you saw and you conquered. You must be absolutely delighted.
Yeah, I'm over the moon. Liam made a couple of unforced errors which he don't normally make, to be honest, and he let me off the hook a little bit, so I probably missed more balls in that match than I did all day, to be honest. I played really well all day, but just struggled a little bit there, but just happy to get over the line.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure, you know, what's at stake, the title, and how was it to play in front of this massive audience here? It was absolutely electric in the arena.
Oh, it was brilliant. I prefer it when there's more people watching, more of an audience. I prefer that. It makes me play better. Not that it made me play better there, but it normally does, to be fair. So yeah, I'm just over the moon. Just really chuffed.
Yeah, you must take immense confidence the way you played. You know, Liam started off strong, put you under pressure, but you showed tremendous resolve to come back in that final. 4-2 down, you know, could have gone either way at that point.
Yeah, I think in the quarter final, the semi-final and the final, I was down like 3-1, 2-1, 2-0, 3-1. I mean, but I just thought, just wait for your chances. If you get your chances, take them, and that's all you can do.
Yeah, incredible performance really, and you know, great support you've had here. They'll come down from Nottingham, and no doubt your phone's going to go a little bit mental over the next few days.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll go mental. Yeah, like I said earlier on, there's 2 or 3 players from Nottingham that have joined the IPA, so they're here, and then a couple of people have come down to watch them as well as me. So yeah, it's quite a big following.
You've won several IPA titles. Where does this rank? I mean, beating Liam in the form he's in, beating the world champion in the final, this has got to rank as one of your best performances ever. Yeah,
definitely one of the best. To win any title on the IPA is unbelievably tough. So when you do win one, it feels like you're on top of the world. So yeah, it's right at the top.
Well, Clint, it gives me great pleasure. Mark's going to present you the trophy to announce you as a 2022 Fair.com European Professional Champion. Congratulations. Afterwards, pictures afterwards. Well, Mark, I'm just about caught my breath after that. I mean, what a phenomenal 2 days we've had here at the European Professional Championships.
Yeah, we've still got another day to come, and I'm sure it's going to be spectacular again tomorrow. That was an incredible final. Clint just really turned up the gas, and a deserved winner. Yes, he went under the radar last season. He's definitely not going to be going under the radar this coming season.
Yeah, that group of elite players is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger after every tournament, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and they're getting closer and closer together, and Liam's led the way for a while, and everyone knows, along with Clint, they know what they've got to do to catch Liam up, and that's a great start for Clint, and look forward to this coming season.
Yeah, and we spoke to Clint earlier, and he's determined now to make a real push for as many titles as he can to really push Liam, for the #1 spot. Maybe not this year because the gap's too big, but beginning of next year, and he's going to be forced to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a big statement there from Clint, and it just proves what sort of aspirations he's got this coming season. And if he's going to play like that, then yeah, he's got every chance of catching Liam up very soon.
Yeah, it's just been a fantastic 2 days. We're here promoting the IPA, but that has been today, the last few matches, it's just been absolutely phenomenal pool, hasn't it? And if you're anyone who's a fan of the sport, just have really enjoyed today.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm sure everybody here has enjoyed today. I mean, just look at how buzzing it was towards the end of that final, and everyone here has enjoyed it. I know I definitely have. I'm sure the audience at home have. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we get to do it all again tomorrow. We're going to be bringing you coverage from 1 o'clock tomorrow. We're going to see the European Open Championship, and the ladies and the amateurs will all be going to a conclusion as well. So I hope you've enjoyed the coverage today. We'll be back at 1 tomorrow. Thanks for watching, and good night.